And this one's going to sting, folks. Denver had this one in the bag, up by 12. There's the horn at the United Center. Denver up by 12, a 30-point triple-double by Jokic, a career high in scoring by Christian Braun at 28, but it all goes into a loss in Chicago. Denver 0-2 on the 5-game road trip. The final here tonight, Chicago 129, Denver 121.
Yeah, it wasn't good enough. Yeah, we just early in the game, I felt we just thought we could just outscore this team. It was going to be easy, and you mess around with the game, this is what happens.
Yeah, that one sucked. That should have been a dub. And the Bulls have been struggling as of late. To allow them to get back into the game is something I deem unacceptable yesterday. You know, especially the way that you came out over the weekend. Having that stretch of play when you're up 12 and then all of a sudden you allow a team to come back like that, it's painful. You're trying to get that rhythm back that you had, that you were humming along pretty good up until a couple of games ago. But another sort of defensive performance where you just couldn't get a stop, and that was the big problem. When you were up 12, felt like you had, you know, the world in your hand, let's say. And you allow this team to not just make shots, but they make threes without many answers on the offensive side of your own. That's where the trouble comes in. You know, I know the narrative after this game is going to be centered around you made 6 threes and the Bulls made 24. And look, that is a huge and massive distinction between the two. Bottom line is, you still put up points. You still got to 121. You were still scoring at a great clip. You couldn't get a stop. You know, I don't know why people obsess so much over the 3-point stuff when the Nuggets are still putting up the point totals that they are. They're one of the best scoring teams in the NBA. They have one of the best scorers in the NBA in Jokic. They got 28 points from Christian Braun last night. Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. had 18 apiece. Jokic 33, Russell Westbrook 14. You didn't get anything from your bench. You know, 6 points for AG, 4 points for Peyton Watson, and a goose egg for Julian Strawther doesn't help. But you still put up 121. Not getting a stop was the issue. You know, it wasn't just that the Bulls made 24 threes. They made 24 threes on 53 attempts. You know, I don't get hyper-focused with the 3-point stuff. In fact, I think that the fact that they're able to score at the rate that they do, let's just look right now where they rank as far as points per game in the NBA, because it's going to be, I think, top 5. Yeah, they're third. They put 120.6 points per game up. The only teams that are better is Memphis and Cleveland. And I actually think it's a benefit that you don't need to rely on threes to do it, because the more consistent thing that you can do is hit layups and get mid-range shots every single night. We've seen 3-point shooting teams that run hot and cold. And when they're cold, they lose. That's the thing about the Nuggets offense. It's never cold because you're never relying on a 20-footer. You're relying on good offense to get you a good look underneath the rim. That's consistent. I don't care about the 3-point shooting that you do or don't make. I care about the defense that you play. If you play defense properly, 120 points should be an easy victory. Easy. You know, the Nuggets, again, they entered the fourth quarter with damn near 100 points. Offense wasn't the problem. Not getting a stop was the problem. Now, The bigger question here is if this stretch of play continues. So the Nuggets have the Knicks coming up tomorrow. Knicks, a pretty good basketball team, 31-16. After that is Philadelphia, who is terrible. After that is Charlotte, who is terrible. You should be able to go on a run here. But if you don't, if it doesn't look right over the next couple of nights, I wonder how itchy that trigger finger gets for Michael Malone to go back to AG in the starting lineup. You know, it was easy to keep things the way that they were when you were rolling, but you've had a couple of pretty distasteful losses back to back. And when that happens, you tend to go back to what your comfort zone is, and the comfort zone is Aaron Gordon back in the starting lineup. Now, I will say one thing. I don't know if he's still on a minutes restriction or not. Like that, I don't know. But Nelly, Aaron Gordon's got to play more than 22 points a game. I know that. Like it's late in the game. I know that you're looking for offense, so maybe he stays on the bench. But, you know, we all say this, and I don't know how else to explain it to you guys. The way in which basketball players mentally operate, for whatever reason, is if I don't have my name announced before the game starts, then that's disrespectful. And Aaron Gordon's about as good as a team guy as you're going to find. If he's coming off the bench and the team is losing, I think this is going to start to bother him. Again, everything's fine when things are going well. And it's only a couple of losses, but the Nuggets don't lose back-to-back very often.
I remember when MPJ was first getting worked into the rotation, and you remember every single night, everybody would ask Malone before the game and after the game, when's this guy going to start? When's he going to get a spot in the starting lineup? When's he going to get a spot in the starting lineup? And I remember Malone kind of finally snapped and said, I don't care about who starts. I think who finishes the game is more important. Why does everybody care about who starts? It doesn't matter. And he kind of snapped, but he's right. Here's another Malone line. To your point, you need better play down the stretch so you don't blow a lead like you did last night.
Well, this becomes the issue, though. We don't care who starts. He does not care who starts. But I've said this before in the NBA. There is, in the pie chart of responsibilities for NBA coaches, a huge portion of that pie chart, I think more unlike any other sport that's out there, is dealing with egos. Nobody in professional sports, outside of maybe a star soccer player, has the ego of an NBA superstar or NBA good player, I'd even say. Why do you think it's so difficult to keep teams together in this league? Why do you think somebody like KD has bounced around 4 or 5 different teams? James Harden, 5, 6 different teams. Jimmy Butler's going to be like on his 10th team here soon. Because he just got suspended indefinitely. Why? You couldn't contain his ego. You could for a minute, but not for long enough. Egos are a problem in the NBA, and it's something you have to deal with. These guys make more money than any other sport you're going to find. You know, an average NBA player is getting $20 million. A really good one's getting $60 a year. You get a $60 million contract in football, that's like a 5-year deal outside of a quarterback spot. You know, we were just talking about Mikko Rantanen. Is he worth $14 million? By the way, I got something for Mikko in a second. Stick around for that. $14 million. Is that too much for Mikko? Dude, that guy is like the 8th player in your rotation on an NBA roster. So think about the ego that goes into this. So yeah, it's easy for us to sit there and be dismissive and say, why not just be a team guy? Who cares about this? And I don't know what it is about the league, but it's just, that's the way it is. And if you don't keep that under control, then you turn into the Miami Heat, who have to suspend their superstar, now a third time in like 2 weeks, this time indefinitely, because they said, hey, Jimmy, you're not starting. And what did he do? He walked off the court during practice and didn't come back. Now, other things have gone into that as to why he's upset, but you tell one of these guys they're not a starter anymore, it becomes a problem. But anyway, I think overall the Nuggets are fine. They had one game where they didn't even try against Minnesota over the weekend. I don't know why. It's Minnesota. They should have, but they just didn't show up. Okay, fine. This game, it was a bad stretch of minutes that allowed Chicago to take momentum. You kind of started to come back, but couldn't quite finish. I think they're going to be okay, especially given the schedule they got coming up. Again, a tough game in New York, and then it's Philly and Charlotte, which should be 2 games that you should be able to handle. Then it's 2 games at home against New Orleans, which you should be able to handle. Like, they should be back on a streak here in a minute.
And side note, Brett, I made a rookie mistake last night.
Which is?
I had a gig that made it so I couldn't watch the first half of the Nuggets game, but I got in the car, listened to the halftime show with Birdo, and then listened to the start of the third quarter. And I'm driving home, I got the game on, and you remember, to start the second half, the Nuggets came out flying, and they hit some quick shots. They pushed the lead to double digits, and the Bulls coach called a timeout like 2 minutes, maybe even less than 2 minutes into that third quarter.
Right.
And I went, oh, cool, word. Serbian Heritage Night in Chicago. Nuggets are balling. They got the lead. Nice. And I kind of stopped paying attention to that game. And I woke up this morning and was like, they lost by 8 points? What happened? We were gelling.
What's weird is, again, there's kind of 2 big main stories that I'll take away from this. One from just the game. The other is the overall, which is what we were just talking about with AG and whether he starts or not and all that. But the big thing to me is again, I think people are going to hyper-focus on the fact that Chicago had 24 threes and you had 6, which ultimately can tell the story of the game. But it's not because you weren't hitting threes. Yes, they were bad from 3 last night, but they still scored. The main discussion to me when it comes to that is giving up 24. That's the main deal. The Nuggets are built to have a night where they don't shoot well from 3 and win. It makes it more difficult, but they're built to do that. You score 121, you should still be able to win that basketball game. But you kept allowing 3-pointers on the other side.
And by the way, that differential right there, you got 6 threes for the Nuggets. That's 18 points. 24 threes for Chicago. That's 72 points. That is a difference of 54 points.
That's got to be
just from the 3-point line.
It's got to be close to like a modern record, to be honest with you. But it's the inability to get the stop. Not getting the stop is what killed you. Again, you still put up 53 in the second half. Look, it's not a great number, but not god-awful. Giving up 72 is what killed you. So 303-504-0925. So a couple things that I got for you today. I saw the Mikko stuff. And I'm not done with this yet. Because I think one thing is becoming abundantly clear. One of 2 things is happening in regards to this Mikko trade as far as the narrative. And I do think the answer to it's important. But it's one of 2 things that I'll get to in just a second. And by the way, yesterday was just a host of introductory press conferences for head coaches. The weird is back in the NFL. Remember when we had the Sirianni, Dan Campbell year of weird opening press conferences, and then we had a little lull in between? Well, guess what? We got a whole bunch of them back. So that's just
and on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
Just as a precursor, Jerry Jones used the word glory hole. Okay? So we'll get to that audio a little bit later as well. Stick around. Now that you're the music expert, I've never gotten The Weeknd. Never spoke to me. He had that I Can't Feel My Face song. I was like, this is okay. Everything else, he's like really weird for me.
I mean, he's weird, but his music is good. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't get his whole Super Bowl halftime show where he had his face all bandaged up and it was a message about beauty and society. I mean, who cares about that? He just makes bangers.
Well, speaking of weird, we have a whole bunch of weird audio from opening press conferences that I want to get to again. Now, to the Mikko thing. Here's the deal. This is a pretty classic he said, she said thing. So, we all remember Peter Baugh, covered the Avs around here for a long time. He now works for The Athletic in New York. He said he spoke with Mikko after Kane's practice yesterday. And here's the quote he has from Mikko. I was willing to take a significant discount from my market value. We had some chats a couple days before, and then they traded me. That's why I didn't expect it. All right. Let's operate under the assumption that what he said is true. Okay? Because one of two things are possible here. Here's one, that Mikko is not telling the truth. Or that his agent lied to him. That's one option. And certainly could be available. Maybe Mikko feels bad because he didn't want to leave, but he wasn't willing to budge on the number. And now that the trade happened, he feels really bad about it, wants to curry favor with Avs fans or whatever reason. I don't know, whatever. I think that's a long shot. I don't think that he's lying about this. And you know what? For the guys on this roster, I think everybody who did get paid kind of did take a discount to keep this team together. So why wouldn't he? And it's not like he was Nas Kadri who never got a big contract in his life. You know what I mean? Like, Nas never got paid, and he wanted to get paid, so he left. I'm going to operate under the assumption that Mikko's telling the truth. Here's the only other logical explanation if that's the case. They didn't feel Mikko was worth that. That's the only other conclusion I can come to, right? They didn't think that Mikko Rantanen was worth even a significantly discounted dollar amount. What else am I supposed to think? If what he said is true, I was willing to take a significant discount, and I don't know what significant is. That's the other thing. Is significant to him, instead of 14, I take 13? Instead of 14, I take 12 and a half? Or is it instead of 14, I was willing to take 10? That feels significant. So I don't know what that number is. But let's just say it would have been in the realm of if he wanted a discounted price and they could have got something done. If that's the case, then the Avs made the decision that he was not going to be worth that money for that term on this roster. And if that's true, well, then they got some pressure. They got some big shoes to fill. And they're going to have to prove that the big brains up there know how to operate. Now, I will say this. There's something to what Vic was talking about yesterday. A team that is very top-heavy does not have room to maneuver and fix different ills. You have things that are deficiencies on your team, guess what? They're just deficiencies. There's no fixing it because all of your money is dedicated to your top guys. So if that's the case, and it's one thing for Mikko to be at his number now, because I've seen a whole bunch of people talk about, well, Mikko's cap hit was 9.25. Natchez, along with Drury, are about 8.2. You're only saving $1 million. But it's not about the $1 million this year. It's about the $5-6 million that you save 2-3 years from now. That's the point. And even still, again, if you were to make this a situation in which Mikko was going to take 11 a year, which I think we would all agree is a pretty significant discount. If you decide you either don't want your team to have that many guys making that type of money and taking that percentage of the cap, like he has to be really, really special. And maybe they just didn't value him at quite that level. Maybe they thought he was very good. But I'll take a page from the Nuggets here. The impact felt by the loss of KCP was significant initially, especially on the defensive side. You felt none of that on the offensive. None. And if we're being honest, Mikko wasn't some diehard defensive player. He was very elite offensively. But he had some issues with back checking and forechecking and making sure he's in front of his man and being in the right spot. Like, he had some issues with that stuff. And so maybe they're banking on this. I can throw, as long as you're above average quality player in this league, I can throw you on a line with Nathan McKinnon, and you're going to be good offensively. Maybe they felt like some other stuff was just not good enough. Because again, if what I'm saying is incorrect, if we operate in the world that Mikko is telling the truth here, again, I'll give you the quote from Peter Baugh. I was willing to take a significant discount from my market value. We had some chats a couple days before, and then they traded me. That's why I didn't expect it. If what I'm saying is not the truth, then what's your guys' theory? I throw it out to you. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. You tell me. Because those are the only logical explanations that come to my head. Mikko wasn't some sort of malcontent. Sounds like he really wanted to be here. Don't know.
I think the thing with this whole situation is everybody is really, and understandably, when you trade a player like Mikko, this is going to happen. Right now, everybody is so quick to either crown or kill Chris McFarland. And I think the point is we don't know. And I think this might be what this move might be the one that makes or breaks him as a GM. You know how we've been talking about Sean Payton and Bo Nix, where we say Sean Payton is going to live and die by Bo Nix. If Bo Nix is a bust, Sean Payton is going to go. I think if this move blows up, Chris McFarland is going to be gone faster than you can say moose.
Here's the thing, though. The whole idea of this blows up. The Avs aren't going to be a significantly worse hockey team. Like, you won't know. It won't be, like, immediately apparent. Especially with, you just saw a couple of games with Nate just playing on that top line with McKinnon. Looks pretty good. Like, I don't think they're taking a significant step back, but you're losing a core piece to a championship roster.
But I'm just saying, what happens if this year the Avs make the playoffs, they get bounced in the second round again, Carolina makes it to the Stanley Cup final? What are we going to be saying here? Yeah, it's like, that's the whole Broncos-Steelers discussion from the last year. It's like, what if Russell Wilson wins a couple playoff games and the Broncos go 5-12? Then yeah, it's going to be something you definitely look at. But I'll read a couple texts here. One says, you guys need to stop comparing the KCP loss to Mikko. Mikko is more like losing AG or Jamal. Yes, on talent level, I agree. I'm just making the comparison that people who play within the ether of Jokic are immediately better basketball players. It's the same thing with Nathan McKinnon. So they're banking on that with somebody like Natchez. The other part is, contractually and cap-wise, it's a similar situation. It's a guy you wanted to keep, but maybe you didn't want to do it for the number because it left you no room to fix anything. And again, to go back to the Nuggets, they're in the same spot. For the most part, guys, unless something crazy happens within the next week, this is the Nuggets roster because they can't do anything else with the cap situation they're in. We all want the Nuggets to have maybe a more viable backup center. Not available to them. They can't make a move right now. We'd like them to fill out a little bit more depth maybe at the winger spot. They can't. Like, again, this kind of feels like
damned if you do, damned if you don't type of stuff. The more you really hone in and think about it, again, hear me out. I love Mikko. I don't want Mikko to go anywhere. I didn't want him to go anywhere. I thought initially it would be ridiculous, the notion of trading this guy. But when you are in a capped league and you only have a certain amount of dollars to spend, dedicating that much to the top of your cap makes life infinitely more difficult, and you rely on things like luck. You do. You rely on the injury bug not hitting you, which has plagued the Avs for years now. You rely on everybody who is making that sort of top dollar money needs to be top dollar guys. And if they aren't, you're in a world of hurt. It puts an extra stress on things like goaltending. It puts an extra stress on guys who are playing like middle stat, like your second line center has to be good. Like all that stuff has to be perfect. The thing that the Avs had back when they won a cup, all the stars aligned in a perfect way where these guys weren't making. Think about it. Makar was still on his rookie deal. McKinnon didn't get his jump yet in his contract. The only guys you were truly paying a boatload of money to were, what at that time, like Landy and Mikko, right? Weren't those the only guys that had big contracts? And still Landy was waiting for his next extension. You were able to afford guys like Naz Kadri then. Like, that's a difference. And so when you have all of this dedicated money at the top, it just makes you be more perfect at the bottom, and that's really difficult. So again, let's say that Mikko's saying the truth and that he's willing to take a discounted sort of contract. The Avs might have still felt like him, even at a discounted price, was too much. It was too much pressure at the top. Being able to spread that wealth over a few more players was just an easier prospect to find NHL caliber players. You know? That's my read on it anyway. Again, a whole bunch of texts coming through here. 303-504-0925. Texture says, was it a significant percentage pay reduction to the Avs or a significant dollar reduction to Mikko? It's the same. But as far as the percentage of the cap to the Avs, no matter if it was a discounted price or not, was so high that I think that was the main factor and the main thrust here. Because the dollar amount, again, I don't know what significant is, but let's say his market value is 13.5 and he goes down to 11. $2.5 million a year on an $11 million salary. Yeah, that's a giant percentage in pay reduction. Giant. I mean, you're talking over 10%. I mean, just ask yourself what you're getting paid right now. Would you take a 10% pay cut to stick around? I mean, maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But that's a healthy number. Especially when you multiply that now over what probably would be an 8-year deal. So now we aren't talking just $2.5 million. We're talking about 20 that you're leaving off the table. But they're looking at, I got 2 guys on this roster at minimum, and McKinnon and Makar, that make everybody better. We bring people in here who are good players for a better price. They can play at that level. They probably took a look at a team like Toronto, too, and said, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be so committed and pot committed to really talented players at the top that I got no room to do anything else. So to me, this is becoming more understandable the more I kind of look at it from the perspective of what were you going to do 2 years down the line? with that much money tied up into essentially 4 players. The cap is going to go up, yes. But is it? I don't think the Avs want to keep playing the game of, hey, game just ended. Let's do the paperwork shuffling of so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so are now down on the Eagles, and we'll call them back up tomorrow because it saves us like 4 cents. And we have to save that 4 cents. You know what I mean? I think if you go back and if the Nuggets were presented the CBA back when they gave Porter the contract extension, I don't know if they'd do it. And it's not even that Porter isn't doing his job. I think for the most part he is. But it was a different world that you were operating in than the one now. Now a contract like that, it hinders you from doing anything. It gives you maneuverability for 2 moves in the offseason. What are those? It's signing Dario Saric to a money line exception and getting Russell Westbrook for a minimum. So anyway, I love introductory press conferences, especially when they aren't all coach speak. And I think in every single one that was done yesterday, there was some weird in it. I'm going to tell you right now, Liam Cohn's a weirdo. Like, he's given me some Sirianni type of vibes. Though he said one thing yesterday that really weirded me out, and that was it, but it was a really weird way that he said it. So we'll get to that. The Jets had a fun one with Aaron Glenn. Jerry Jones used the word glory hole. I mean, there's a lot that we need to discuss with these introductory press conferences. We'll get to it in just a second. You can always watch a show on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. You can download that Safeway Deals in Delivery app, because if you order online, Safeway does the rest. You get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Let's get to the weird that was in the introductory press conference day yesterday in the NFL Next. All right, there's nothing I love more than an introductory press conference from a head coach where it's just bizarre. And in the NFL, you get these quite a bit, actually, because it's a meathead sport. And so everybody wants to get their meathead takes out there that we're going to go out there, we're going to punch you in the mouth, and we're going to take no prisoners and all that.
And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
And you're going to do that. I mean, I don't think there's a better example of meathead introductory press conference than Dan Campbell. Now, here's what's interesting. In the Campbell press conference, and that same year, Nick Sirianni joined the Eagles. Would you just give me a couple more of these, Nelly?
Thinking equals talent take over. The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
Between the first part of being smart is knowing what to do, and we're going to bite your kneecap off, and then
And
your
on the
other
way
one,
up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
and then we're going to get another hunk out of you, and we're going to punch you in the mouth, and like those are about as eye-rolling of introductory press conferences as you can have. And yet, Nelly, those two guys are, record-wise, two of the best coaches in the league over the last couple of years. So what's the joy that we have this year with the coaches?
There's no turds here.
Well, one of those guys that was just introduced was the defensive coordinator of that guy. And it's almost like he was channeling his inner Dan Campbell. This is Aaron Glenn. So he is introduced in New York. He's doing his whole introductory spiel. And there's one thing that I love about this. First of all, he curses. Second of all, there's always something I'm on the lookout for at these press conferences, but see if you can pick it up.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges. But with challenges becomes opportunity, gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this.
Okay. Nelly, you got to do me a favor. I'm going to send you another clip of that. It's the same audio, but it's a little bit extended afterwards. Okay? So I want you to run this back and let me know when you get this. But put your seatbelt on. It's going to be a wild ride. We're built for this bleep. We're the freaking New York Jets. Like, that's the kind of press conference I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. Cursing, angry, all of it. I want all of it to be there. But there's one other thing when it comes to these press conferences that I'm always on the lookout for. Now, college and pro ranks are very different. In college, I remember this specifically when I was still in Nebraska doing radio, and they hired Scott Frost. Nelly, when I tell you that, because most of the media members are like former grads of the school, when I tell you that place, every word that he said sounded like a State of the Union from the president. It was just a chorus of clapping seals in the background with every word that he said. That's the truth. And so I'm always curious if teams, like professional teams, have this same thing. So if you do me a favor, run that back, that same clip there from Aaron Glenn, and just let it ride a little bit afterwards, because I want you guys to hear something. This is New York, by the way, New York media. That's all here for this Aaron Glenn Jets introductory press conference. And
I'm fixing his one little oopsie
oh,
word.
that's right. I had to give you a second. My bad.
And by the way, I love that he says we're the freaking New York Jets, so he stops himself there. And we're built for this blank.
Well, here's the thing.
Censors one, goes for the other.
Between Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, the offensive and defensive coordinators under Campbell, they've done like their Campbellisms in their press conference. Like they cursed, they called out a different team, like a whole bunch of different stuff. But when he says this, I want you to hear it. Go ahead.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges. But with challenges becomes opportunity, gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this. Listen, I want this job.
All right, stop. The one guy who was waiting for everybody else to clap with him, he had the nervous. Oh, no, we're not doing that? Hang on, let me hear that last piece again. Just go from we're the freaking New York Jets. Just that
we're
part.
We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this. Listen, I want this job.
Go team. All right, you got it there. So that one's great, right? Here's another one. Liam Cohen is introduced as the brand new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, who they have a calling card. It's called Duval. Now, I think that's the county they're in, right? He said it, and it's I saw another piece of audio from this crazy person. It's not necessarily what he says or how he says it. It's the way he looks when he does it. And if you guys haven't seen him do this, I want you to pretend, what would your face look like if you said this?
Jacksonville, the community, Duval.
I mean, yuck. Yuck. Like, if this was my first time seeing this dude, which it pretty much is.
Jacksonville, the community, Duval.
Nowhere near my daughter. Like, you are that guy has to remain 100 feet away from baby Jamal Kill at all times. His face, Duval, like he's shaking his head around. He's got like a weird sort of, I don't know, what do you call it? He's a weird-looking guy to start with. I think we can all acknowledge that. But
Jacksonville, the community, Duval.
Also a weirdo.
I can never remember his name because to me he just looks like the long-lost Weasley brother.
Yes. So now we go to Vegas. Pete Carroll's introductory press conference. Hey, I'm doing a thing here, Moshe. Yeah, I know his teeth are weird. Pete Carroll's introductory press conference that they were doing with Marshawn Lynch, where this happened.
We do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
You know what? That one was my favorite just because Marshawn doesn't care about anything. There's no such thing as, to quote an old term from this show, decorum. There's no such sense of decorum with Marshawn Lynch.
We do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Anybody else who did that is being escorted in handcuffs out of that place. But Marshawn gets to do what he wants. And then here's my favorite one. It wasn't even the coach. I'm going to be honest with you, Nelly. Out of all the audio I listened to yesterday, I don't even know what Brian Schottenheimer sounds like. Didn't care to listen to him. Only cared to listen to Jerry. Jerry was mad because everybody looked at this hire as like, we don't get it. Here's what he said.
Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. Without this thing being about me in any way, if you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience. Now, let me share something with you.
Okay, can you do me a
With
favor?
all of
Can you
that-
pick it up? There's about 45 seconds left. I want to keep playing this, Nelly. But he's sitting next to his coach that he just hired, and he goes, this is as big a risk as I can take. This guy right here. Have you ever seen a more insane person make this hire before? Like, that's what he's saying about his coach he just hired. So in defending himself, he's just taking a machete to the neck of the guy who's sitting next to him on the podium. But he continues. Go ahead, Nelly.
Let me share something with you. With all of that, you've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road, especially if there was an effort to make it that way, and there was an effort. But then you go around to the countless numbers of coaches that Shoddy has served on staff with and been around, the countless players.
Pause for a second.
How often?
I really think that he just hired him because he could call him Shoddy, and he thinks that's cool. Continue.
Well, and also before we go on, so he said something about his family and apples and trees. Do you honestly know what he said since he took a shot at Shoddy?
Well,
I genuinely have no idea what he's saying right now.
Because he comes from a coaching family. So he's like, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree because
he got that coaching experience via osmosis from his pappy and his grandpappy.
Correct.
Oh, okay, Jera.
Because Marty and everybody else in his family were all football coaches. So good Lord, that's a giant sandwich for 6:53 in the morning. Continue here, Nelly.
How often do you have someone that has 25, I'm going to say 25, it may be 26, of years of working through the human relationship and working, aspiring to learn, have his ears and eyes wide open and looking for techniques and looking for things that make coaches better.
Ears and eyes wide open. It's like everything is just like an old, it literally is. You know what I love about Jerry Jones? He is so authentically what I would imagine somebody who's born and raised in Texas to be when they get to be that age. Authentically. And I got one more clip to prove it.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
Only a man who is 90 years old and grew up in rural Texas would use the term glory hole in our year of our Lord 2025 as an old prospecting hole. Okay? Only person ever.
Literally, anytime he speaks, I just think of this every time.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad.
Exactly.
You keep digging.
Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
And this one's going to sting, folks. Denver had this one in the bag, up by 12. There's the horn at the United Center. Denver up by 12, a 30-point triple-double by Jokic, a career high in scoring by Christian Brown at 28, but it all goes into a loss in Chicago. Denver 0-2 on the 5-game road trip. The final here tonight, Chicago 129, Denver 121.
Yeah, it wasn't good enough. Yeah, we just early in the game, I felt we just thought we could just outscore this team. It was going to be easy, and you mess around with the game, this is what happens.
All right, here's the situation. The Nuggets last night, let's be honest, they blew it. That felt like a game that was totally in their control. It was against a Chicago team who has been struggling a lot as of late. They lost up until that game 7 of their last 8 games, and you just entered a situation where you couldn't get a stop in the second half. And it felt a little bit like the Nuggets from earlier in the season, where a team would go on a run, you couldn't stop the bleeding, maybe you miss a couple of shots, game flips, and you can't get it back in your favor. The focus that people are going to have from the game last night is, well, you made 6 threes, the Bulls made 24. I'm not overly concerned with that from at least one aspect.
Yeah, well, I hate it.
Wait. Excuse me?
I hate it.
You're not overly concerned with 24-6.
Here's why. Well,
I
am, but not for the reason I think most people are.
Mm-hmm.
Most people this morning are going to say, why can't the Nuggets consistently make threes? You scored 121 points. I don't care how you get there. You scored enough.
No.
Defend the three-point line.
Yes, you can't have that wide of a disparity.
Yes.
I don't care how many you make. If you make 6, give up 16. You win the game.
Hey,
you make 6, give up 18. But win the game.
I consistently watched the Chicago Bulls kick it out to the perimeter to a guy who was, and how do I even quantify it? Wide open.
There were so many wide open threes in this game last night.
Wait, no. What I mean wide open, I mean wide open, dude, and nobody flashing to that guy. Everybody just sort of standing around and watching that guy shoot.
I saw laziness last night.
I did too.
Michael
I saw
Malone said it after the game.
lack of want.
Yeah, I saw hubris. I saw hubris last night.
Yeah, some of that too.
Here's my take today, because this is going to get old real fast. We got 3 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to be serious or not? Nuggets, do you want to be taken seriously or not?
Yeah,
that's what it comes down to. What are you? Because you win 12 of your last 15 before this road trip. And Minnesota was a joke. It was an embarrassment. And last night was, I think, just as bad, because that's a bad team.
Yeah.
That lost 5 in a row at home before that win. Chicago lost 5 in a row at home. You're leading at halftime.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, God, the Nuggets are winning this game and they're playing like crap. And it caught up to them. What are you? And I'll take it a step further. And you guys tell me if you agree. They're going to Madison Square Garden on Wednesday. The Knicks blew the doors off the Nuggets last time they played at Ball Arena.
Yep.
The Knicks in their last 2 games have scored 143 points an outing. They just beat a very good Memphis team, blew them out of the gym. For the first time in 3 years, I was thinking about this last night, I am not confident about a Nuggets win. Like last year and the year before, every game they played, no matter who they played against, I always said, Nuggets have a chance to win this game. This is the first time in 3 years, I don't think they have a chance to win this game.
Not only that, just in New York.
Do you guys agree with me, or am I off base?
No,
I don't think
I completely agree.
How? How?
Because they have Jokic.
Yeah, but the Knicks are damn good. Hey, listen, for the first...
They had
Jokic last night.
You want to hear the optimism
they had Jokic
in New
on
York?
Saturday.
You're saying no chance to win.
I'm saying okay, let me rephrase that.
Okay.
I would be surprised.
Okay, that's fair.
If they win.
That's fair.
And it's sad that I have to say that, but it's what I believe. I'm not saying, okay, everybody's got a chance. But tell me, if the Nuggets win Wednesday night at MSG, would you be surprised?
I would be.
I would be too, because...
Would it surprise you more than any game you've seen out of the Nuggets over the last 2 years? See, nothing. When they went to Boston last year and won, I was like, yeah, okay, that's the Nuggets. They go to, give me another team. Give me another game.
OKC?
Doesn't surprise. Now you're at that point where it would surprise. And that's not a good place to be.
It really isn't, because we haven't been in that place for some years now. The optimism in New York is palpable.
Yeah.
They love Cat. I mean, they do. And Brunson's playing his butt off. This is going to be incredibly tough.
But it would also reset a lot of the ills that they're facing.
No doubt. Absolutely. You win there, you knock those guys off, you're feeling pretty good. But not only was it the lack of defending, they got boat raced to start the fourth quarter 11-0. And I'm like, you had the lead going into the fourth quarter, and you just didn't show up. I mean, you finally got to 25 points, but that's when you're already spotting them a double-digit lead. And that whole fourth quarter last night was so incredibly frustrating. I know they cut it down, but they just didn't have enough to get back over the top again. Vic, it was incredibly frustrating, man.
Well, I know in hockey you guys do this all the time. And in soccer, it's a big deal where you put grades on players after their performances. Right. Aaron Gordon, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But it's just not.
Is he hurt again?
I'm not sure if there's some issues.
Is he mentally?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But it's obvious he's not Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
Okay. Jamal Murray, when Joker was on the bench to start that fourth quarter, that's his time.
It's a mess.
He's not doing anything.
Yeah.
It's a mess.
You know, the Nuggets were +8 when he was on the bench, when Jamal was not in the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good.
That bench got boat raced.
That's not good.
Well, the bench got boat raced.
Michael Porter Jr. last night
shortened.
Just picked his spots. He wasn't. The bench was a joke.
Yep.
41-10. You get outscored. 41-10. I'm telling you, dude. Listen, you can have moments like this. You can have moments, but I've seen too many of them already this season. You can't just sleepwalk through games. And for those who are saying, "Oh, don't," I'm not panicking. This is not me panicking. This is me resetting my expectations. My expectations over 2 years where you go to Madison Square Garden, I expect you to win.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's, God, I don't know how they win.
Yeah, I can't. I'm trying to draw up a scenario where they do get it.
You tell me if I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
Well, here's the thing. When they play focused defense, they're a really hard team to beat. Like, really hard. When they don't, they lose games like this. Again, when I first hopped on at 6 o'clock this morning, there were a couple guys that texted in that said, "How did you only hit 6 threes in a game?" I'm like, I'm unconcerned with the amount of threes they're hitting because they put up 121 points.
Yeah,
that's not the problem.
I know, but it's a harder way to live.
Oh, I disagree.
You know
I think it's easier. How about this? Here's the case I would make. 3-point shooting teams have a very high ability to not just win but boat race you if they're on. If they aren't, they have a very high probability of losing. The Nuggets are never really off offensively because of the way that they score.
Sure.
Like, you can always get consistent buckets inside with layups and dunks and little mid-range floaters.
But, Brett, it's easier to be a high-volume, high-make, 3-point shooting team when you're not defended on the perimeter at all. But when it's kicked out to a guy and there's not a guy within 15 feet of him and he's like...
Hang on. The team that won the championship with the Nuggets, were they a pretty good basketball team?
Yes.
Yeah.
They were not a good 3-point shooting team. They were actually one of the worst in the league. They defended the three.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they defended.
Look, I know we all want the team to be better at threes. They aren't built that way.
They're not going to be better.
They're never going to be that.
Do you know the number one reason why they're not going to be the greatest 3-point shooting team? What do you think it is? I'm going to ask you guys right now. I'm going to check your basketball.
Here comes
101.
Here comes the rhetorical question. There's probably a couple different answers.
I know.
We're going to say the wrong one, and he's going to blast us.
Why do you think the Nuggets choose not to be that team?
Because they can dominate in the paint.
Because they have Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
And Nikola Jokic on the inside, but also they don't have shooters.
But you got to understand, they have Nikola Jokic, where the focus of the game is on. It's in the lane. It's in the paint. That's where they live. Now, he'll kick it out.
And Jokic is always looking inside.
He'll kick. But the focus of the game with Nikola, if you put Nikola Jokic on, take a 3-point shooting team. Who's a 3-point shooting team? Boston. Put him on the Boston Celtics. I guarantee they would change the way they play.
Sure they would.
That's why the Denver Nuggets primarily are not that team.
It's also why the Nuggets are third in the league in points per game. Like, offense is not a
Not a
problem.
problem. I agree.
They scored their average last night.
I agree.
They scored their average.
I agree.
You got to defend better.
Yes.
When they defend well,
Yes.
they are almost impossible to beat.
They dominate the paint. They dominate it. But a lot of times, three-point shooting teams like the Chicago Bulls, like some of these other squads, you have to understand, too, working the ball around and getting an easy two, that's hard.
Sure it is.
That's a lot of work, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
It's a heck of a lot of work.
You're cutting, you're breathing hard.
Yeah.
Just working the perimeter, playing 5 out like the Chicago Bulls did last night.
What's amazing
That's
to me,
easy.
though, overall, though, they took twice as many threes as the Nuggets. The dichotomy in styles of play in this league between the Nuggets and a lot of the other league just blows my mind.
It's a completely different
We're
game.
talking about. I feel like we're talking about two different kind of leagues, two different kind of games. It would be like in the NFL, Brett, one team they hand the rock off 63 times a game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, let's say the Broncos with Tebow versus I don't know the Commanders with Jaden Daniels. I mean, look the difference in how the teams operate right on that side of the ball. It's incredible. And by the way, I'm not going to get on the Nuggets with Zach LaVine because he's a Nuggets killer, number one. Number two, you see that 30-footer he made from straight away?
With Russell Westbrook right in his face?
Yeah. And I'm like, that's what that guy can do. Mm-hmm. But when you got Julian Phillips, 1-for-1, nobody's around him. Modest Wallace?
He's the rookie. He's the string bean rookie.
Correct. With a gigantic wingspan.
Yeah.
He's got nobody on him. He knocks it down. Patrick Williams, Dalen Terry, these guys, and I'm like, come on, man, enough of that stuff. Hey, I got to give.
Did you know that every single Chicago Bull that touched the floor last night made a three?
That's great. Well, no,
not true.
Taylor Horton Tucker.
Oh, how much did he play? 2 minutes?
4 minutes.
Okay.
Hey, I got to give a shout out to the Saddle Rock crew real quick. 7:12 on this Tuesday. They know who they are.
Huh?
Yeah,
I have no idea what the hell you just said.
I know this was a foreign language. It's our new Saddle Rock crew. They're listening for one of the first times today. OAYDNL. They know who they are.
Cool story, bro.
I started to think when they hear this program for the first time.
What are you talking about?
I was giving a shout out to some peeps. When they hear this program for the first time, they may not want to be associated with us three knuckleheads. And you screaming this morning about 3-point defending.
I'm mad this morning. I'm mad because I've lost the expectation, and I need to get it back, and I need to pull it back somehow. This is the first time in over 2 years where I did not expect the Nuggets to win a game coming up. In fact, I would be surprised if they win Wednesday, and that's a weird feeling I haven't felt in quite some time.
Well, Vic, to defend the Nuggets, at least for last night, they actually followed your keys to the game.
I'm an old man without a prostate.
They did.
That's how they defended the three last night.
That's how they defended it. Yeah.
I mean, just Brett, wide open kicks, and I'm like, oh my God. I couldn't believe it.
I'll tell you something right now, and we'll get to this later, because I got a thought on Mikko in this trade with a quote that I read yesterday that I want to get to in a second. Just to set this up for later in the show.
Oh, and Jamal needs to attempt more threes. Shoot the ball.
I'm worried that we're going to have an AG problem. And it's like the last guy on this team that I'd worry about, but there's something that's not right, and I don't think he's still battling like an injury right now. I think it's something else. So I want to get to that in a little bit. To the Mikko thing. I read a quote from Peter Baugh, who obviously covered the Avs for a long time. He's now a writer for The Athletic in New York. So New York played against Carolina the other day. He talked to Mikko as he left practice. And he asked him, hey, what happened? And Mikko said something that he's maintained, which leaves one of two options. I'll just give you the quote right now. Mikko said to Peter Baugh, I was willing to take a significant discount from my market value. We had some chats a couple of days before, and then they traded me. That's why I didn't expect it. One of two things is happening here. Either Mikko is not telling the truth, which I don't think that's the case, or the Avs made a bigger decision that I think is first a little bit of a shock to hear, but it's going to make more sense long term. I'll get to it next.
There's a third option. Hey, guys, how are you feeling? Sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns not really on. Been working out, not seeing the gains you used to see. Well, you know what? Maybe it's low testosterone. You can do something about it. I did. I went in for a physical. Doc says, yeah, you're low T right now, blood work and all that. I said, what can I do? He's like, yeah, you're getting older. I said, enough of that. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, early in the mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of testosterone production every single year. Before you know it, you just don't feel the same. You don't feel like you used to. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to go through everything with you. And maybe you need treatment. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's something different. But the appointment's only $99, which includes the consult, the T, the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit's absolutely free. Higher energy level, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, waking up feeling refreshed, all that matters. And you don't need to wait because most guys wait a year or longer. They've got 5 locations from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs, so call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I look at it in the way of, yes, it's terrible to lose Mikko Rantanen, a player of that caliber, and you never, ever want to lose him. But Cale Makar and Nathan MacKinnon were the priorities. Cale Makar's extension's coming up. And the number that they have, the Avs had, wasn't close enough to Mikko's number. And so they're looking at it like, okay, this will hopefully extend our window because we'll be able to add other pieces.
All right, so I got a thought on this. As I saw this quote yesterday, again, this is from Peter Baugh.
It's very simple.
With The Athletic in New York. Said, chatted with Mikko Rantanen after Kane's practice on where the Avs talks left off. He said, I was willing to take a significant discount for my market value. We had some chats a couple days before, and then they traded me. That's why I didn't expect it. So to me, here's what it means. And Moser, I'll let you go after this, but just my initial thoughts. First of all, one option is, I suppose, Mikko's lying, which I don't think is the case. I think he was willing to take below market value because I think all the Avs star players have taken below market value.
What's market value?
For him?
Stop. Bro, what is his market value?
Yeah, what's market value?
The estimates that I've seen is $13.5 to $14 million.
Okay. Keep in mind that his opinion of his market value with his agents might be different than the team's market value of Mikko Rantanen. And by the way, this is going to sound, when I start to talk like this, I'm going to probably say things that I love Mikko Rantanen. I love him as a guy. I love him as a player. I always have.
Hey, why aren't you treating Mikko like Nolan Arenado?
Well, he got traded.
He didn't demand a trade.
He didn't want
demand his way out. He didn't sign
different.
a brand new contract with a demand.
You can tell Mikko's upset by this.
If you can't see the difference, then I can't help you.
Hang on, one second, Moser. 1 second. 1 second. So I don't think that Mikko's lying about this. The only other thing I can think of, the only thing that makes logical sense to me is they didn't feel Mikko's value at that number was more beneficial than having multiple other options. They didn't think that Mikko at, let's just call it $12 million, okay, was the value that he brings did not succeed what they would have in money to play with down the road. That's the determination they made.
That's part of it, I'm sure.
Yeah, the cap is going up.
Yeah.
If you could sign Mikko for $12 million, you're signing Mikko for $12 million.
Brett, let me say one thing.
I don't know if that's the case.
Let me say one thing. And I can't be more abundantly clear than this. If Mikko was willing to take a significantly below market value for his term, he would still be a Colorado Avalanche. That I can guarantee you. So when he says significantly below market value, well, what does that mean?
That's a very subjective term there.
Let me make it easy on you.
He would still be here if that was the case because I have an idea of the number that he turned down.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, then how about we get back together in the offseason and we'll chat again? How about that?
Hey, it's always there.
It's always a possibility.
It's always there.
I would say it's very, very, very low. Hey, listen,
feelings are hurt now.
Once teams are done with players and players are done with teams, you hardly ever make up.
Sure.
Hey, Moj, do you have a market value that you look at for yourself? Do you have
Listen,
to
stay with you two idiots?
Yeah.
I took way below market value.
Do you think you're working for below market value?
1,000%.
Everyone's market value is. I mean, come on. Dude.
See, my idea of my market value and Kevin and Dave's idea of my market value, they could be two different things.
That's why
How many people have ever said, I'm overpaid?
I've actually said that a couple of times.
Ryan Seacrest probably says it every day of his life.
Oh, I don't think so at all.
Whatever.
Here's the thing, though.
I don't know. Keanu Reeves gave away a lot of his bread.
Can I put it to you this way? There's things that Mikko does that's elite level. And I was the guys, I did not want Mikko to go. I think having a core piece like that was part of championship DNA is going to be very hard to replace. But if I had to argue the opposite side, here's what I tell you. Mikko is elite at offensive stuff.
No doubt about it.
He's an elite goal scorer.
100%.
He's an elite passer. You know what Mikko didn't do very well, though, Moj? He wasn't a very good defender. It's not like his back check was something, what Val brings to the table on stuff like that.
He didn't use his
Mikko doesn't
size
do
with
that.
physicality, that's for sure.
So maybe the determination was made in this. We can cut a large percentage of our cap that's already going to Nate, that's already going to Kale, that would now go to Mikko. Or we can get somebody like Natchez, who's maybe not as good offensively, but if I put him with Nathan MacKinnon, he's going to turn into that. He's going to have the point production, and he's a better defender.
Let me start to get into it a little bit here. You're going to love this. I told you yesterday that Natchez is now 7 points behind Rantanen for the scoring lead in the National Hockey League. Mikko comes in at 6, and he's like, 12, 13, somewhere right around there. How many empty net points do you think Rantanen has this year of his 64?
I saw this discussion. And
now, hold on. I'm not saying that empty net points shouldn't count.
I will say 12.
I have no idea. 9.
He has 15
Jeez.
empty net points of his 64. That's goals or assists on empty netters. Okay.
God, don't you feel dirty? I mean, I feel dirty trying to
justify the deal.
I'm just trying to.
I'm saying these are things that
I know
that as a general manager in any league you have to take into account.
You have to see it all.
You're trying to you want to pay a second baseman $20 million a year in Queens. You're the Mets, right? But you got to justify, hey, man, on plays where he's got to move to his right, he fields about 28% less balls than when he goes to his left. I mean, these are things, and what's the going rate? You got to factor in all this stuff. You must consider everything, and it's a pain in the butt.
You don't have to justify anything to me. After the initial shock, when I saw the trade, I was shocked and stunned, and I needed some time to process. I needed a day to process. The immediate reaction is, oh, my God, they traded Mikko. That was the immediate reaction. But after giving some time,
because as a dude, as a human being,
of course,
he's one of the funniest, coolest, one of my best guys on the team that I've known for over a decade.
I'm fine with it. I'm telling you right now, I am fine with the trade, and I know some people still aren't. I'm good. I'm good. Move on. In fact, I think the Nuggets should do a similar deal.
Ooh, okay. Well, how about this? When you talk about Netjes coming to this club, in addition to Jack Drury, PK Subban called this a win-win for both teams, okay?
I got the audio.
You got some Subban? Let's get some PK.
I look at the Colorado Avalanche. When they won the Stanley Cup in 2022, probably the best puck possession team in the league. Martin Necas makes their team a better puck possession team. Whatever that dollar was with Mikko Rantanen, it was not going to be better for this team. Hats off to management, recognizing this player. A guy who's played on one of the best forechecking teams in the league, plays a puck possession style, seamlessly comes into their lineup, and then gives them wiggle room in the cap to fill out the rest of the roster. I think the Colorado Avalanche are in a phenomenal position to now look at this team and when is it realistic for us to think that we can win the Stanley Cup? Well, I'm telling you, they ain't done this year yet.
Pretty interesting, right?
He says they're not done?
That's what he said. Also, right now, as we sit here, Rantanen is 6th in the league in scoring, and Netjes is 12th. In the league.
Yeah.
So that's what you got back in addition to Jack Drury and a couple of picks. If Mikko Rantanen was the biggest a-hole on the planet and was demanding his way out and all this kind of thing, perhaps we'd maybe even fans would take a different kind of look at it. But everybody loves the guy, and rightfully so. And he's earned the right to try to earn as much money as he possibly can. This is the way things have to go down sometimes. And I tried to tell you, and it's just backed up by PK, I think when we look at it, and you see the way this guy gets ingrained and the way he plays with that top line and what Drury does on that third line, you're going to say, you know what, the Avs did a damn fine job here. They listen, they jumped before they were pushed, and they jumped into a hell of a deal.
I hate to evoke the New England Patriots as the model when it comes to this, but they really are. The reason why they were able to sustain excellence for so many years, as we all know, they had the best quarterback in the game, hell of a coach, but they also had that rare ability to say goodbye. The ability to say goodbye is hard in pro sports.
And
in any sport.
willing to let that guy have a couple of good years.
There are some people on your roster you never say goodbye to. Some people that are really the lifeblood of what you do.
Mm-hmm.
We understand who those people are, okay? I'm sorry, guys. Saying goodbye sucks, but it's necessary if you want to sustain excellence. It's necessary. And I'm here to tell you, after the initial shock of this trade, I think it's a better situation for the Avalanche. They're in a better spot today than they were a week ago.
I think I'm kind of with you. As you said, when the initial shock of the trade wore off, I try and do this no matter what, but when you think of something one way, if you had to argue the other way, what would you do? And sometimes when I do that, I actually change my mind. And this is one of those where if I'm Chris McFarland, if you were to sign Mikko, you would be in a very similar situation to what the Nuggets find themselves in right now, which is
sort of screwed.
You can't do anything to help your team, which means you need to be incredibly lucky. You need to be incredibly lucky in the health department. You need to be incredibly lucky that guys on small contracts play beyond that stuff. It just handcuffs you to being so perfect in other areas that if you had some more space to work with, it might outweigh the benefit of having a very good player on your roster when you can get multiple different pieces in to kind of supplement that.
Absolutely. It's an emotional thing. When these kind of things go down, it's emotionally painful. And I understand that, especially for the fans. Did you see Chris McFarland's face the other day? Did you see his face in Boston? Dude, it was emotionally painful for him to have to do the deal. You know, I mean, it hurts because he said, look, you won't find a better person. You won't find a better friend. You won't find a better anything than Mikko Rantanen. You won't. And he's a great player. Let me hurt Bittersweet's feelings this morning, and I don't want to do it because she's broken up on the Twitch feed about the loss of Rantanen. But I'm going to have to pour it on here a little bit. Maria, apologize. Why couldn't it have been Val and not Mikko? And here's the reality, and whatever you think about what happened to Val the past two postseasons, in terms of play on the ice.
He also demands half the salary.
Yeah, in terms of play on the ice, what Val delivers at his price point is more valuable than what Rantanen delivers at his price point. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Of course it does.
And that's the logic side of things that has to figure in. Now, I know what's happened the past couple of years. I know what we've been through as Avalanche fans and all of that sort of thing. When it's all said and done, Val's going to make less than half of what Mikko makes. And what he does provide, you can't buy on the open market, period. He's a unicorn. So that's the reality of the situation. And I know it stinks because it feels like everybody's, fighting with everybody else about this, and you're wrong, and no, you're wrong. There's no wrong answer here, man, and we won't know if there is really for a long time, but here's what I do know. The Avs got two hella good players, including one, I think, really great player who's ready to be a top 10 scorer in the National Hockey League.
You know what's weird about that is that
imagine that.
People act like you just got two random dudes for Mikko, and it's like, no. Netris is a hell of a player. Like, he's really good. That's not just some guy that you got in return. He's a really good player. And then you got a depth piece in Drury that those guys have already made an impact in 2 games.
I mean, if you trade a top 10 scorer for a top 10 scorer, I mean, is that not kind of maybe a wash? And then you get the depth piece in 2 picks? I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. And again, I don't know what's going to happen. I wish Rantanen... I hope he has 100 points from this point. I hope he's a 3-point-a-game guy for the Carolina Hurricanes, okay? Yeah. And we see him in the Stanley Cup final. I wish him the best in the world, but I'm incredibly interested, and I'm sure you guys are as well, to see what will the production be like from this point on the rest of the year for both of these players. And maybe it won't be different than it is right now, but we'll see.
It sucks to lose people that helped you climb the mountaintop. It sucks to lose Naz Kadri. It sucks to lose Bruce Brown and KCP. Those are the guys you remember. Because when you're at a parade, when you're celebrating the championship, those are the guys who got you there. So I understand the pain involved with losing guys like that. But they got to go at some point.
Yeah. Not only that, Vic.
They got to go at some point.
Did you hear the pain in Naz Kadri's voice when he couldn't re-sign? And he knew it. Now, he could have been an Avalanche for life if he wanted to, but he made the smart decision for him and his family, an incredibly difficult decision to take the money from Calgary, right? And that's completely his right because the Avs couldn't and wouldn't do that high of a price, and he knew it, everybody knew it, but that's the kind of, on the opposite side, hard decision that Chris McFarland has to make for his team.
In fact, if anything, I'm on the other side.
It killed Naz Kadri to leave. It killed him.
I'm on the other side when it comes to this stuff. I prefer my teams to be more aggressive when it comes to shaking things up. That's my preference. Sit and wait. I've never liked sit and wait. You guys heard me over the summer. What did I want the Nuggets to do?
Sit and wait.
What did I want, Brett? What did I want the Nuggets
to do?
Make a
major move, you said.
I want, over the summer, I said, Nuggets are too top heavy. I said this in June.
Yeah.
And I still believe it.
Yeah, the difficult thing with with the Nuggets was they weren't before the rules changed. You know what I mean? And then it became that way.
Doesn't matter. They needed to make a major move, and I still think that way. So the fact that the Avs did it, yeah, I'm proud of them.
You know what's weird about the Nuggets is the Nuggets felt like they did a half measure. Like, it would be one thing if they just went all in and said, you know what, we're just going to be in cap hell, but we're going to commit to it, and we're going to sign KCP back, we're going to do it that way. But they went halfway because they're still in cap hell, and they let the guy walk anyway. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's weird looking back on it now. If you were going to let KCP go, then maybe you should have just shuffled the whole deck.
There's something about the way they lost last season, and something about, I don't know what it is, it got a little stale, and it's still stale. It still feels stale.
Yeah.
You tell me you saw the game last night. Did it look stale?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, the second half looks actually the whole damn game.
And
The whole game looked stale.
Watching
yes.
the Avs in a lot of games this year, when Mikko was on, and not to say it's Mikko's fault, but they look stale.
Now, to be fair,
How'd that power play look?
the Nuggets
They look terrible.
How'd it look on Sunday?
Lot different. They needed and again, it sounds as if I'm pinning this on one player. I'm not, but change is good, man.
Hey, Brett.
To be fair with the Nuggets, though, they did win 12 of 15 before the last couple of games. That's
true.
That's
true. That's
sure
true.
they did.
Hey, Brett.
What's the Nuggets' best? By the way, I do acknowledge that. What's the Nuggets' best win of the season?
I'd have to go back and look. See, you have it in your mind
See what I'm
already.
saying?
You're putting us on the spot. That's what you do to us.
No, I'm just saying.
That's
what's
what
the Nuggets' best win of the season? One that you could put on the board and say, yeah.
I don't know.
The fact you don't know tells me a lot. Tells me that they haven't really had many of those, correct?
I tell you what, if they can win tomorrow night,
will be the
New
best
York,
win of the season.
that'll be the best win of the season.
They beat OKC in the second week at home. Okay, OKC.
That was a long time ago.
That's their best win of the season.
Dude, that's in November.
That's their best win of the season. Hey, if they win tomorrow night at Madison Square Garden, that will be the
sure.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Well,
that's
maybe
what
they
I'm
will
trying
tomorrow.
to tell you.
Here's what I'm saying: the last power play the Avs were on, when you guys are starting to feel a little bit. Nate's not even in his normal spot. I hadn't seen they didn't even score, but I hadn't seen a power play that good, and I'm not even kidding you, 2.5 months.
Yeah. Like, just
that's not even a joke.
Crazy
What was
pace.
so different about it that you noticed, besides the shots on goal?
The puck movement, the decision-making, crisp, smart, bang to the net, bang to the net, bang to the net, boom, boom, boom. I mean, it was
None
incredible.
of this dancing around and just
but
waiting.
and everybody's and guys are moving and they're finding open ice. I mean, it just looked brilliant. Now they didn't score, but it looked brilliant.
Hey, why doesn't Jonathan Druin shoot the puck?
Now, like, would you call Drew, please?
But you know what I'm saying. It's not just me that notices that, right? On the power play?
Absolutely. I don't.
It's not just me.
1-800 Drew in.
Is it just me?
I don't know, Vic.
But you know what I'm saying, right?
Listen, people defer to other people a lot, and they shouldn't. Fire that pig. The pill, not pig.
Before we get back to the Nuggets, I love introductory press conference day. And it's been a while since we had some bangers. I felt like every one yesterday was amazing for different reasons. So I have 5 different pieces of audio that are not coach speak from yesterday that I think we're all going to have a big smile at, including Jerry Jones said glory hole. We'll get to it next.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Because Dan Kaplis Law wins. Dan Kaplis wins in record-setting ways. Serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need Dan's help today, and I've used it, give him a call, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up, DanKaplisLaw.com.
Boy, do I love a good NFL introductory press conference, because when you get guys from the meathead store that decide to put on a suit and jump in front of a microphone, it's always a fun listen.
That. From the
And on the
meathead
way
store.
up, we're going to bite the kneecap off.
See, this was the last time. It felt like that Campbell Sirianni year was the last time we had really good introductory press conferences, and this year we're back.
We're back in droves, baby.
The first part of being smart is knowing what to do.
So those two guys, and ironically, they were seen as the two biggest morons, and I think rightfully so, in that introductory press conference day. They're now two of the better coaches in the NFL.
Well,
which is
one
weird.
of them is, listen, one would have won a Super Bowl if his team was even if he had half the players back that got injured for the Lions, they'd be in the Super Bowl and probably win. Hopefully would win.
Who knows?
Well, the other one could win.
Yeah. So it's been a few years, but it feels like, especially watching Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn's press conferences, that those guys have tried to take a page out of the Campbell playbook and be a little incendiary at these things. Here's my favorite thing, though. Nelly, is this cut on my hotkey from Aaron Glenn the one that I want? Yes. Okay. So Aaron Glenn steps up and, again, takes a page right out of the Campbell playbook, curses, does all that stuff. Here's what he said.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges, but with challenges becomes opportunity, gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this.
My favorite thing, my favorite, because I watched this, okay, when I was still doing radio in Nebraska. I was there when Scott Frost was hired, which, if you know anything about a lot of these local college media people, they're all like grads at the school.
They're fans. They're all sycophants.
When I tell you, it sounded like that press conference for Scott Frost was like a State of the Union. Every sentence, people stood up and clapped. I'm always curious to see how that works at the NFL level. So, Nelly, can you cue this up towards the very end again? I want you guys to hear when he curses. And the one media member that goes, "Is this clap time?"
Is it a media member or is it like a PR person?
I don't know, but they were all by themselves. Listen. Oh, sorry, Nelly. I'll just play it again.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges, but with challenges becomes opportunity, gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this.
Hey,
just some one lonely person.
That's the part that gets me when I hear someone say, "We're the freaking New York Jets." What does that exactly mean?
Well, listen.
What are the freaking New York Jets?
He spent
the laughing stock of the league for the last 20 years. What are they?
He bounced around after his career with the Jets, but he spent most of his career the majority of his career with the New York Jets. So
but Vic's point is
my
they
point
stink.
Is what is that?
Well, I mean,
that's we're the bad news bears.
Wait,
I don't know what that is.
Was there a couple of guys who said, "Yeah"?
Okay.
Do that again.
Hey, guys, we're the Washington Generals. We're the freaking Washington Generals.
We're built for this bleep. So that's one. I got a few more. Pete Carroll was introduced as the Raiders head coach. And he's been there, done that. He's not going to say anything crazy. He's been a head coach for a long, long time. But this is the organization that has Marshawn Lynch always hanging around. So you never know when he's going to crop up.
We do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. Hey, there you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
The word decorum does not apply to Marshawn Lynch. Marshawn Lynch, he gets to do what he wants.
What was he doing there?
He just likes being around. I mean, what? Peyton Manning's around the facility sometimes.
Does he live in Vegas?
I think, well, I don't know if he lives in Vegas, but
he's from the Bay Area.
I think, though, if they have a big thing going with the Raiders, then he's in. Well, look, he's a Raiders fan because he's an Oakland guy. But I want to be able, who could pull that off? The Broncos introduced Sean Payton as head coach. Who's the former player that gets to do this?
We do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. There you go.
What Bronco could do that to Sean Payton?
Yeah, who could do that? And who would do it, I guess?
Jake Plummer.
Oh, yeah, Jake would be a good one.
Jake wouldn't care.
So a couple more here. It's not so much what this guy...
Aqib Talib would do it.
Oh, for sure, Aqib, yeah. It's not so much what this guy said, it's how he said it and how he looked. I don't like this Liam Cohn guy. He's a weird-looking dude. Did you guys hear him say Duval yesterday?
Yeah,
Jacksonville.
it was creepy.
The community. Duval.
What's going on?
I don't like that at all.
What is Duval?
That's the
their-
county.
Yeah,
the
that's-
county they're
they,
in.
they refer to
so
themselves.
Jacksonville's in Duval County.
Yes.
Florida.
But
Okay.
why did he say
I thought
it
he was
like
like
that?
I thought my favorite my favorite my favorite golfer of all time is David.
Jacksonville. The community. Duval.
David Duval.
I don't like this guy at all. He looks like if you put Ben Johnson in a microwave.
Kinda. Yeah, kinda.
I don't like him. I don't like his vibe. He gives me those Jonathan Gannon, like, what do the kids say now? The ick? I kind of get that now. I've never understood that term, and I get it. But guys,
Good.
I got to tell you, the Cowboys also hired a new coach.
Oh, jeez.
And I'm going to tell you this right now. You could give me a million guesses. I don't even know what Brian Schottenheimer sounds like because I didn't care. I was there for Jerry. I just wanted to hear Jerry. And when I heard this, it's one of the most unbelievable. And have this ready on so we can start and stop. Nelly, can you pull up this Jerry? Yeah, pull up this Jerry sound and just go ahead and let it rip.
Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. Without this thing being about me in any way, if you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take.
So pause for a
As
second.
big a risk.
Yeah,
Hang on,
stop.
hang on.
Vic.
Vic, this is essentially what he did.
Watch.
Moser is Brian Schottenheimer. And he goes, you don't think I can take a risk? This guy's the biggest risk I've ever taken in my life. It's like, what a wild thing to say with that guy sitting next
the guy
to you.
you're hiring right now.
Like, he didn't point, but he essentially pointed and said, this is as risky as you're going to get with a hire, okay?
Look at this guy.
I mean, just look at him.
You don't think I'm out of my comfort zone? I just hired a 51-year-old who ain't never been no head coach before. I'm out of my comfort zone. Look at this guy. He's a total wild card.
Go ahead, Nelly. Continue.
This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take.
What an insult.
No head coaching experience.
My God.
Now, let me share something with you.
He smells.
With all of that, you've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road, especially if there was an effort to make it that way, and there was an effort. But then you go around to the countless numbers of coaches that Shotty has served on staff with and been around, the countless players.
All right,
How
yeah.
often?
That's good. That's good.
Shouty.
Just the fact, he called him Shoddy, which I think he really enjoys doing. But Brian Schottenheimer being hired. The fact that he just introduced his head coach by saying, look, I basically just gave a 4-year-old a loaded shotgun and just said, go play. You know what I mean? We don't know what's going to happen here.
Osmosis. This is as big a risk as I could take, right? That's so insulting to Schottenheimer, man. It really is.
He's like, I'm crazy. Look what I just did. Just like, dude.
I'm sorry. I was distracted during that segment.
What happened?
I had no idea that Josh Allen was married to the star from Pitch Perfect 3, which is a really good movie.
What's her name again?
Haley Steinfeld.
Yeah.
She's also Spider-Gwen in the Across the Universe Spider-Man.
I don't watch cartoons.
Wait, how many?
That's fair,
I don't watch
forgot.
cartoons, but I can tell you,
Rookie move.
Pitch Perfect 3 is a good movie.
What's her name?
Haley Steinfeld.
I got to say, the Pitch Perfects are well done.
I-
They're well done movies.
If there's Pitch Perfect on the air, I will watch it.
How many Pitch Perfects are there?
3 from what my count.
Before we get down that rabbit hole, do you guys want to hear Jerry Jones say glory hole?
Please.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
Smog and what? What did he say?
Smiles. What's he
I thought
trying?
he said smog.
What's he trying to say that?
I don't know. I don't know. First of all, it's just funny.
Smiles and glory holes.
How old is Jerry?
83.
What did he mean to say? I guess.
Nelly, can you find the context for me? Because I don't even know the context. That's the only clip that I saw. He's 82. And there's something about when an 82-year-old uses a term that is completely lost its original meaning and means something wildly different. Vic, you said something a couple years ago about the computer thinking in a circle. And I said, let's not say that. Let's not say that at all, what you said.
That was me just riffing.
You're unaware. Yeah, just unaware.
I don't know what you kids say these days.
The fact that he's using like an old prospector's
I
term
don't know. Yeah, I don't.
Actually, Jarrah came from the oil industry, and they also used to use that as a term for when you found a well that was rich and full of oil. It was a glory hole. And so the context was he was talking about the coaching process and how it's tough to find a diamond in the rough, and that the process is not all smiles and striking it rich, essentially.
Oh, so a glory hole is a term from the oil fields. You mine.
Correct.
That's what that is. So what's the issue?
The issue is that's not how anybody says it anymore.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Wait. No, pause for a second, Moj.
No.
I'm not going to explain this to Vic on the air.
Understood.
I'm just asking, do you know the term that is used for now?
I don't watch cartoons.
Okay, so I'm going to disassociate myself from this conversation right now. I feel very comfortable doing that.
Hang on. Should we do something? No, hang on, Moj. Before you leave, would you like me to turn the microphone off real quick and explain this to you?
That's fine. Is it a cartoon?
Yeah, hit the music, Nelly. Everybody, mics off. Mics off. Yep, that's what it is.
What? Who came up with that?
I don't know. Weird people. Really weird people. But, Vic, that is not in the sense that Jerry Jones was using.
Okay. It's not my fault that he's got a pure brain, a pure mind. And yours is impure.
It's not my fault that's how it's termed now. Anywho.
What was that? What was the movie with the Porky's?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm officially out. Adios, amigos.
Get back to the Nuggets in just a moment. Stick around.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
That's too damn bad. You keep digging.
Who is this?
Is this
Gotta be
Haley
Josh-
Steinfeld?
This is
gotta be
Haley
Josh
Steinfeld.
Allen's girl. Yeah.
This is good.
Yeah. What was the tone that you had there, Moser? I think this is fine.
Moser just ain't ready for the drop coming up here.
Wait, let it go. Tell me, Moser, if this stacks up to Van Halen.
Hey, this is pretty good.
This is really good.
This sounds like every song you ever hear.
I like it.
It's all the same.
Do you like it,
All
Brett?
right, hang on a second.
Oh, like Van Halen, every song doesn't sound exactly the same.
I don't disagree with what you just said. Your style of music, you are not allowed to make that comment.
Oh, bull crap.
Every song of the 80s is the same song. Every one.
Vic's right.
Every Van Halen song sounds
Every
like
single song.
Oh, my
and
God.
I grew up with it.
Yeah.
No, you're just dumb.
Every single one. There's a guitar riff in there somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
That sounded pretty good.
Thank you.
Can we talk two things real quick? Mark Moser in the 7 o'clock hour for breakfast just inhaled a leftover beef sandwich with cold French fries.
No, it was a hot Italian. Leftover hot Italian.
Leftover, but it was cold.
Yeah.
With a whole plate of French fries, cold French fries. And just inhaled them.
Oh,
like
did
it
you
was
eat
his
the
last
French
meal.
fries too?
Just a couple. There's actually more
I
in the
can't
garbage.
have the
Do
leftover.
you want some in the garbage? They're right there in the garbage. Go get them.
Like it was his last meal.
I wasn't saying did you eat the French fries as if how dare you not offer me some? I don't like cold leftover French fries that are in that box. They're not good.
I'm getting to the age now where I feel like at the restaurant I'm getting too much food and I take half home.
Yeah.
Does that ever happen to you guys?
I grew up in a different atmosphere where if you didn't clean your plate, you were considered something's wrong.
Right.
So I never not eat everything.
It's called an early bird special.
Seriously, do you ever have? I mean, I could be full. I could, if there is anything ever on my plate, I have failed my mother.
I get offended now. Like I go with friends and my friends can eat, and when I get food, I eat. I don't talk. Like I'm ready to eat, and they go, "Geez, did you breathe?" And I'm like, I grew up with a brother. Like you had to race to eat as much as you could.
Like a pizza, right? You get a personal pizza. Some people say, we'll take some of it home. Nope.
Yeah.
I finish it.
See, I'm a taker homer. I love that stuff.
Nah, I'm not waking up at 7 a.m. eating this stuff in front of my friends on the radio show.
Had a nice meal with my wife last night. It was great. Half my sandwich. I wanted the hot Italian. Loved it.
It looked like a good sandwich.
Oh, you want a hot Italian, do you?
The Sophia Loren. She had some tuna and a salad and all this kind of stuff. You know, one of these fancy kind of deals. But I'm just like, hot Italian sounds great, man. I'm doing it. And I'm like, well, it was a thick sandwich, right? So I'm like, I don't need to force this all down my gullet when I can take it home. And she said, you can just take it in the morning. I said, that's what I'll do. So I took it out of the fridge and brought it with me, and here we go.
That's a long story. My second observation. If you haven't seen it yet, go to Twitter and check out Kiefer's latest impersonation video where he plays the role of select Avalanche announcers. And when he plays Mark Moser, he's got his giant spit cup.
Yep.
It's so good.
It's actually it's a half full bottle. It's disgusting.
Oh, it's so good.
When you think about it.
It's so funny.
Can I say something about the game last night and two different observations?
I don't even know how to dude, it's so disappointing. It's been a long time since I've been regularly disappointed. And by the way, the Nuggets have been winning basketball games. Don't get me wrong. But I thought we were past these last two games. I thought we were past this.
Well, here's to me. Number one, that was just the oddity of the game. Jokic was dunking like crazy, which I wasn't expecting. Yuck. Secondly,
Johnny Cash shirt.
So
it's so perfect.
Can I give you an opportunity for a second to clear up something? Because
God.
I was wrong on this, and we don't know the inner workings of things sometimes.
Yeah.
AG doesn't look right, and it doesn't look like he's still hurt. It just looks like something's not mentally
Something's
clicking
on
with
his
him.
brain.
So the first place people are going to go is, well, he's pissed off that he's coming off the bench.
No, that's not it.
Okay, so go ahead. Say what you can or whatever. It's
Well,
just
I mean,
not that. It's not that.
He's going through something right now that I hope he gets to the other side, because that is not the AG we know and love. AG, salt of the earth. You know, trust me, he would not be that guy who suddenly is a malcontent.
Throws a hissy fit.
Exactly. That's not who he is. He's not Jimmy Butler. He's the opposite of Jimmy Butler.
That's wild, by the way.
Okay? But speaking of, can I ask you a question?
Would you trade for him right
Would
now
you
with all
want
this
him
crap?
Would you want him on your team?
No.
How desperate do you have to be, Phoenix? By the way, Phoenix, I'm looking at you. How desperate would you have to be to invite that guy into your locker room and say, yep, need that?
That would drive me absolutely up a wall. I couldn't handle it. Not couldn't handle it. I wouldn't handle it. Vic, we've been in this long enough where we can see the kind of destruction that's done by somebody who's got their own
done
agenda.
It time and time again. He gives the NBA player a bad name.
Absolutely. And by the way, I like him as a dude. Like, I think he's a funny guy. I think he's a thoughtful guy. All this kind of thing. He's a bad teammate.
He's an arrogant guy.
Yeah, he's a bad
He's a narcissist
and he's
guy.
a bad teammate.
He only cares about himself guy.
Yes.
How do his teammates in Miami feel?
They hate his guts.
Hate him.
Yeah,
If you're Tyler Hero, Bam Adebayo,
they're mad at. The word is that they're mad at him. They don't want him around.
Screw off, dude.
I just saw a clip from Levitard on his podcast that he has, and Levitard is like Boys with Pat Riley. He said he was told that they will suspend Jimmy Butler if he hiccups wrong.
Good. Good. Well, the latest
sounds good to me. Yeah, sounds
in case
good.
you didn't hear, the latest after serving 2 days of a suspension for being late to a team plane. By the way, were you suspended when you were late for not having your passport? No, you avoided.
I
suspension.
wasn't late. I was on time. Okay.
So he served that suspension, came back to practice. They had a shoot around. As he entered the gym, he was told by Spoelstra, the head coach, that he would be coming off the bench for that game. He immediately turned around and left the facility. Said, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're done. I wish Miami had some recourse here. They're screwed, though, because they can't be stuck with that financial burden without trading him. They have to trade him. But if you're an opposing team, why would you want that?
I would want no part of it. None.
Do you think if he went to Phoenix, what would happen to the Phoenix Suns? If somehow Bradley Beal picks up on his no-trade clause and says, all right, I'll go to Miami. How would that turn? Would that make the Suns an instant favorite, an instant contender? What would that do to them?
Mean.
I don't know. I think the Suns are a pretty middling basketball team right now. So I'd rather have him go to OKC.
Oh, they would never take that.
I know.
They would never take that. They're not that dumb.
I'm like, where can I put him to drive a wedge in that particular team so the Nuggets have a better chance to win? I wouldn't be worried about him going to Phoenix.
Well,
and by the way, if I'm Ishbia in this Phoenix Suns, Brett, right now I'm so middling, and actually they've played much better basketball as of late. They're trying to play their way into.
You say Midland, like the city in Texas.
Middling.
Okay.
Midland.
You're pronouncing it Midland.
Well, I'm channeling my inner hitman,
right.
my inner Joe Williams. They've been playing better basketball as of late, so they're trying to play their way out of a play-in situation. Okay, fine. Mm-hmm. I might take the chance anyway. Just look, what do I have to lose other than money? Because we're not going to win with this roster the way it is right now anyway.
Well, let me say this about Jimmy, and this is why it is a hell no on any thought of that guy if I'm anywhere. The Miami Heat have one thing that's kind of been in place for a couple of decades now, which is rare. Now, how much you buy into it, whatever. But they got the Heat culture thing, right? That it's all about the team. It's never about the individual.
And Spoelstra survived the exit of LeBron and Bosch
and had success. Like made the finals afterwards.
Yeah.
But with that, you have a team that has been known for this whole culture, team first mentality. And Jimmy Butler's the only one that really broke ranks with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's how much of a problem that guy is. Why would you want that anywhere near your basketball team?
Chance.
Anybody.
No chance.
Anybody.
I need to go a little deeper on the Nuggets game and what the Nuggets look like and what you think of them. I'm going to ask each of you a question. Remember, after the trade, Mikko Rantanen is shipped off, and I said to you guys, I just didn't see the Avs as a contender with Mikko. I feel like they lost that tag. Everything had to be perfect. The planets had to align. I just didn't see it. And not that I see it now, but they're in the same boat they were in before they let him go. Nothing really changed. Do you believe the Denver Nuggets, currently constructed, are a contender?
Yes, but a lot has to go right.
So the sort of the same feeling?
The way I feel about it right now is that, yes, everything has to really happen in a very positive way. I mean, everybody.
What does that mean?
Okay, okay. How about this?
Speak to me in English, please.
Everybody has to be their very best all the time.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Brett?
How about this, Vic? There is zero room for error on any given night in the postseason.
Brett? Are the
No.
Nuggets a contender?
No.
I don't think so either.
Here's the problem, though. So
I'll be very quick to answer that question. No.
So here's the issue, though, that they face. It's different. You can get worse. I think easily you can get worse.
Mm-hmm.
The difference with the Avs, when you trade a player like Mikko, it hurts because he's very, very good. But Moser, it's one guy out of 16 dudes that are forwards, and forwards alone.
Well, skaters.
Right.
8, and it's actually 18 skaters. 12 forwards and 16.
Sorry, I did the math wrong.
It's okay.
12. The difference is this. You trade Porter or whoever that we're talking. I guess Porter's the only one we can talk about, right?
The only big trade they can make, and everybody keeps saying, what trades do you propose? My answer is the same it's been. They are handcuffed, people. They're handcuffed. They've got 2 players that don't play that are their 5th and 6th highest paid players. They don't play.
But if you were to make a major move, Porter's the only one you could make. Here's the difference. You're trading 20% of your starting lineup. I know it's one player, but it's 20% of your lineup. The equivalent of that for like a hockey move wouldn't be just Mikko, right? It would be like trading a line away.
Or it would be like trading. It would be like trading your number 2 starter on a World Series contender.
What would be the equivalent? I was going to ask you, Moj. What would be the equivalent? Because a lot of hearts
talking about trading MPJ, like part of your rotation.
What I'm saying is you trade a starting player in your rotation who, by the way, is a max contract guy and somebody that you have put a lot of your cornerstone franchise stuff into. That's the equivalent of trading with like 3 guys on your hockey team.
Let me make this. This is my comp. All right, if you want to compare the Avs to the Nuggets, Nate is your joker.
Correct.
All right, Nate is your joker. You just don't even think about trading.
Kale is your...
Kale
is your other joker.
Yeah, I don't know what Kale would be because there are 3 max players
on the Nuggets. How about this? Nate and Kale are joker.
Fine.
The combo of them.
Mikko was a Jamal or an MPJ.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yes.
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yeah.
So if the Avs can trade one of those guys, why couldn't the Nuggets? Well, Nuggets can't trade Jamal this year. They can only trade one guy, and that's Michael Porter Jr. Can't trade Aaron this year. They can only trade one guy. That's it. And to make something happen, if the Nuggets, by the way, the trade deadline is a week from Thursday. It's coming up.
Already?
It's
a week from Thursday.
And as it approaches, the faster it gets here. Question number 2 to you guys. Do you think the Nuggets make a move? Not just a move that would affect the rotation.
Dude, if they make a move, the only move they can make, it's going to be a big move, I think.
Do you think they make a move?
No.
I don't think they do
Me
either.
neither.
No.
Me neither.
I don't think, because here's the problem. I don't think trading MPJ, what you'd get in return, is an immediate upgrade.
Yeah. And it would take some time they need defense. They do. They desperately need some perimeter defense because it's obvious. It's abundantly clear. Their weakness right now is that they can't defend. They just can't. And why? There's a lot of reasons why. They're positives. The reason the Nuggets are so good also works the other way. It's also why they're so bad defensively.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what I need to see to change your mind about, are the Nuggets a contender? Are they a contender? We're about 60% of the season in, all right? There's still a lot of season left.
Yeah.
But in this last 40%, they have to prove to me that they can beat the really good teams, the elite teams. They haven't done that.
Tomorrow night would have to be tomorrow night to me will say a lot.
I asked you guys, what is the Nuggets' biggest win of the season? It was early in November against OKC at home. That's their biggest, big game hunting.
Yeah.
If you're out big game hunting, that's it.
But what I have a difficult time deciphering right now, and you need to help me, I can see it with the Avs. Is it a level of play overall, talent, and everything coming together thing, or is it a want to, because what I saw last night, I didn't see a whole lot of want to.
I don't know what it is.
Flashing to the perimeter to deny guys who had wide open three looks all night long.
I don't know. You tell me.
There was a lot of switching last night, and they couldn't keep up.
See, that's play issue. That's not want to. That's listen. We're lost because we're switching to the wrong guy, and we're out of sorts. That's not a want to thing. At the same time, I also saw guys standing around while guys were just throwing up wide open threes. Vic.
What I'm saying is, if you want to change my mind, if the Nuggets want to change my mind to where I'm at right now, then tomorrow you got to win. No moral victory. No, hey, we made it close. No, You got to go to the Garden against a team that whipped you last time you played.
And by the way, the Knicks are a good basketball
They've scored
team.
143 points in each of the last 2 games.
Yeah.
They just beat Memphis. They put 143 on Memphis. They're killing teams.
They are.
So if you want me to invest my hope again, you got to win a game like that. Not just be there. You got to win. Let me show you something. You know the Houston Rockets, what they've done over the last 6 games? Listen to this. Over the last 6 games. Houston Rockets. Memphis is a good team. They beat them. Very next game, again against Memphis, they beat them. Cleveland Cavaliers, best record in the East. The game after that?
Yeah, beat them.
They beat them.
Yeah.
Next game, they played the Cavs again. They beat them.
Yeah.
Last night, the Boston Celtics, second best team in the East, they beat them. 5 straight games against very, very good teams. They beat them.
Yeah.
You got to beat the best at some point.
Here's the thing. The Joker always seems to love to play in the Garden, okay? If you can't get up for this game, you're going to be rested, okay? Be rested, going to be chilling out. You're in the world's most famous arena. I said it a million times on Sunday.
No excuses.
There are 0 excuses in this game.
No excuse. I don't want to hear about, this person doesn't look. I don't want to hear any of that. You're healthy. You're in the Garden. You just got embarrassed by Minnesota. You gave one away in Chicago. You should be pissed off.
Exactly.
You go to the Garden. 0 excuses. You have to win this game. If you want to make right on this road trip, if you want to change my mind,
you win this game.
You win this game.
Because I had this pegged as a loss beforehand anyway.
You win this game.
Yes.
Now you got to win it.
Yep.
Now you're exactly right. When you looked at this road trip, you said, okay, Minnesota.
I put that in as an L.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Minnesota toss-up.
Yeah, exactly.
Chicago win.
You got to win. You
New
lost
York
both of
L.
those.
Yeah.
You got to win this game now.
Because the last 2 games in your trip, I think that you should win. So
and if
you can really clean it up right now.
If they lose this game on Thursday morning, we'll talk about why they lost.
Yep.
And if it's the same reason, if we come in here Thursday morning and the Nuggets get outshot from the 3-point line with a huge disparity, it's more than a problem. It's more than a trend. It's a reason they won't win a championship.
Yeah.
303-504-0925. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Circus Sports available everywhere in Colorado. And with the big game coming up, don't forget to jump on with the Circa Squares contest. Each square has its own payout odds, and unlike all the other places, you pick your own numbers. You got a $1 minimum bet and a $100,000 maximum payout. Bet Circa Squares at all of their locations and also on the app. Be sure to check it out. Circa Sports has all of the big game props for you. Get in on this early with the big game just a couple of weeks away. Download the app right now. Excellent customer service in tight money line splits. Circa Sports, download the app or circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
I know I love you better. Woo! Oh, yeah, Peg. Peg. Hey, real quick. Somebody texted in, and I forgot. This is the 2050. Sac State Scott, exactly who it is. So we're talking about Riker and I on the air the other day. We're at the world's most famous arena, Madison Square Garden. That's how they build themselves. And you know what? They very well could be. Outside the Coliseum in Rome, Vic, is there another world's most famous arena besides MSG?
Second most famous arena outside of MSG.
No. How about, is it the second most famous arena in the world outside of
the Coliseum?
Coliseum.
It depends on your sport. Mexico City has a pretty iconic stadium.
Estadio Azteca? Is that what it is?
Yeah. But here's the thing. Like, everything has been in Madison Square Garden. I mean, everything. I mean, famous boxing matches, concerts, speeches,
no, you're right.
Hockey, basketball.
Convention.
I mean, the dog show.
Yeah.
The friggin'.
You're right. You didn't cuss. It's okay. You said
outside, they have a talking dachshund talking about the Westminster Dog Show coming up.
On Twitch. Is at Wembley Stadium. It's not a bad option either.
The Wembley's new, though. They had old Wembley and a new Wembley. But so I'm talking with Riker, and I'm like, imagine, so we're walking, there's only one way up from the bottom. You got to walk up this circular ramp. And it hasn't changed. Seriously, it looks like the same as it did, I'm sure, 50, 60 years ago, whatever.
Political conventions, Nimrods, not business conventions.
Okay, fine, whatever. But I mean, I'm like, Riker, you're walking up, right? Everything from the Ringling Brothers Elephants to Led Zeppelin has made this trek right here, right?
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, Elton John's and all the famous athletes, and it's Muhammad Ali. It's crazy because you're right there. They renovated it, but there's a lot of it they didn't put any money into whatsoever. So it's original stuff. Mm-hmm. Pretty crazy. But Riker's like, oh yeah, and Dave Matthews played here, so you know it's good.
Okay.
I say that.
I'd fire him.
I think what I said was, that's great.
You have the ability to fire him?
No.
I'd consider it.
But if he brings up Dave Matthews again, I think that I probably...
Yeah, we'll fire you, Steve. Marty's just a phone call away. He wants his job back.
You think he wouldn't play this?
Yeah, he absolutely would.
He's seen Dave, 150 times a year?
You are two peas in a Dave Matthews pod.
By the way, Marty was at that Nuggets game last night. Explains a lot.
What?
Yeah, he was at that game. He sent me a photo. He was sitting in the upper deck. Well, he's a Chicago boy now. Again.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was thinking like he was here. I'm like,
no.
That mother didn't even text me?
No. So anyway, this whole Dave Matthews thing, I'm trying to be cool, and he's bringing up all the Dave. Now, I'm not going to sit here and disparage Dave Matthews, but that arena's pretty cool, man. And when you play there, Miles Wood played for the Devils.
So what's your point here?
Yeah, that's a great question.
What?
Are you still driving that Honda?
You told us during the break, I got something to say, and I'm like, okay, we're going to hit some sports. What is it?
I'm always nervous when you drop one of those.
What do you want? What is it?
Okay, what I want to say is that Joker likes to play there. It's always special for the players.
Get off our show!
It's always special. Miles Wood he's like one of my favorite places ever. And he even played for the Rangers. So if you're looking for an opportunity and a little then playing at MSG should get him over the top against a very good team.
Was that 5 minutes of MSG is neat?
100%.
Okay.
Do you ever want to go? You've never been there. You want to go there?
Sure.
Why don't you come on a trip sometime and do the show from the rink?
Maybe.
That's neat.
Maybe I will.
You talk a
well
big
after
game.
after the way
you're a talker. You talk
after
a big
the way
game.
you gave it such a
You don't
glowing
deliver.
review. I think I have to go now.
Okay. I want to make sure you guys know something. Cut Aaron Gordon a little slack for what he's going through. There's some stuff he's going through. Okay, that's all I want to say.
Fair.
Just cut him a little bit of slack, and let's hope he returns to norm.
And it's
Absolutely.
Perhaps the reason why he's not playing up to standard is not the reason you think, which is he's upset with his role. That too.
He absolutely is.
One player does not a team make. With or without him, they've got to improve their perimeter defense. The end.
Here's something else. Speaking of hoops. I can't stand this. I can't believe they actually go through with something like this. The NBA dunk contest. Big headline yesterday. I don't know if you guys know. Mac McClung is going to be back to try and get his three-peat in the dunk contest. Would you guys like to hear the other names in the field?
Well, one of them played last night for the Chicago Bulls.
I didn't really know.
It is,
Who cares? I don't know the other guys.
It is David Alexander. It's Austin Richards.
Wait, hold on. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, that's funny because I made the names up because it doesn't matter what names I say.
Oh, you just did?
I made all those names up
like,
other than Mac McClung because the other names are just as unrecognizable. That's the point.
Yeah.
The real names are Stephen Castle.
Yeah, he plays for the San Antonio Spurs. I know him. He's a good
Matas
player.
Bazelis.
He played last night. He's the guy that dunked
That's
hard.
the tall, skinny guy.
Andre Jackson Jr.
Yeah, he's the guy that plays for the Milwaukee Bucks.
I want you guys to listen to something here.
Now, but is any one of those guys
No,
a
they're
name
not
that
named
anybody wants
no,
to tune in for?
Here's the other problem with the
Come
NBA
on,
All-Star
man.
Weekend.
Hold on, hold on.
Stars,
Wait.
stars.
Wait. Because I had this argument last year, and I remember I fought Dempsey on this when Mac McClung first won when he was a G Leaguer, and I said, "What are we doing?" And he goes, "You didn't think it was great?" And I was like, "No, I didn't." It has nothing to do with his dunk acumen. Because I don't care if YouTubers can dunk. That's not the point of the NBA All-Star Weekend. It's to watch the All-Stars
Yeah,
do
you can
things.
go to YouTube and watch guys dunk.
If we went out and we had a live show, from, name of a place, Moj, someplace that...
Steve's House of Crabs.
Steve's House of Crabs. He said-
Saddleback or whatever you were shouting out earlier.
Saddle Rock.
Saddle Rock Golf Course. Played there quite a few times by my house. Great place. Let's say we're going to have a live show at Saddle Rock, and you know what, guys? We're actually going to have some people on site there. They're going to be members of the Avs and the Nuggets. You guys want to come by? You guys want to come see the live show with us, meet some Avs and Nuggets personnel? It's the accountant for the Avs, and it's the caterer for the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, it doesn't have the same appeal, does it? Because that's not what you're there for. And it doesn't matter if the caterer makes great food. You want to see Jokic.
Do you want me to sound like an old man? You ready for the boomer take?
Please do, yeah.
Here comes the boomer take.
Here we go.
All of you millennials, go ahead and text in now. Text the show. Here comes the boomer take. Back in my day, Brett.
Okay, boomer.
Back in our day, when Moser and I were your age.
I'm an old soul.
Nellie's age. You are an old soul. Back when the NBA had a little more pride, the Stars actually participated in the dunk contest.
The big names.
You ever heard of Michael Jordan?
Rings a bell.
You ever heard of a Dominique Wilkins?
Dominique Wilkins by chance?
Yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah.
Vince Carter. I don't know if is he Hall of Fame? Yeah, he's a Hall of
Famer.
Yeah. Guys who meant something to the league who are at the All-Star game actually participated. How many dunk contests has LeBron James participated in? Just wondering. How many? As many as I have.
Yeah.
How about John Morant?
None.
So I'm going to ask you a question.
John Morant takes place in the shooting contests.
Yes. So let me ask you a question. Why don't star players?
Wait, is that real?
What do you mean? Is what real?
Is he doing shooting contests?
That was just
Ja can't shoot.
That was just a
Okay,
very
that was just-
low shotgun
okay, that
release
was-
joke.
gotcha,
There you go.
gotcha.
He's making a
I
funny.
see.
Yeah.
Good one, Nelly. Good one.
Yeah,
Hey, I was an idiot.
Clyde Drexler's another one. Thank you on the Twitch feed.
Yeah,
for
Clyde the
reminding me.
Clyde.
Continue.
Yeah.
Continue. Sorry.
So if you're asking me to watch something and have interest in it, when the players themselves who are there at the game decide they have no interest in it, what are we doing?
Yeah.
What? I used to love the dunk contest. It was my favorite part of the weekend. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's an affront to the game.
It is embarrassing.
It's a joke. You are a joke.
It'd be like, we're going to have a ball
joke.
handling cup. We're going to have a ball handling competition. No Steph Curry. No Ja.
No Kyrie.
But
No
who do you
Kyrie.
blame? Who do you
But
blame?
hang on. But guess who we got?
Yeah.
Here comes the professor.
So who
And
do you
you're like, hey, man, come on, man.
In conclusion, who do you blame here?
I think you got to blame. Well, here's the thing.
Who do you blame?
First, you blame the players who won't participate.
That's 100% who you blame.
Then,
The Stars.
second of all, you blame the league for not just canceling the whole damn thing.
No,
I'm with Moj on that.
You blame number one. You blame LeBron James.
I blame the players first, and then
Who
I
started
blame
this
the
trend?
league.
Who started it?
But I don't get why. Why is this something?
I think it was LeBron who
that
started
they've
it.
drawn the
He's
line
the one.
at.
He's the
LeBron doesn't
one.
want to lose.
But people participate in the 3-point contest and lose.
This is something different. This is a little more prideful. Michael Jordan didn't care. Michael Jordan did the dunk contest. Michael Jordan understand the value of it. That's why he's Michael Jordan.
So, Moser's right about one thing. Yes, it's the player's fault. But also, Vic, if I'm Adam Silver, I'm canceling this before something called Mac McClung is allowed in it. Okay?
I 100%
It's done.
agree.
And I feel bad
It's
because Mac
done.
McClung is great. You know what? Christian Brown would have been a good candidate, to be honest with you. But this is what we're doing. Is John Morant not one of the best in-game dunkers you've ever seen?
Ever seen in my entire life.
You tell me, in what world is John Morant not front and center in the dunk contest?
I don't know that
Edwards.
world.
Anthony Edwards the same
Anthony Edwards,
way.
who fashions himself, right? How many times after a game? Yeah, I just want to climb over again. Where are you, dude?
Yeah.
Where are you? You know why? Right there. Look at me. What am I doing, Moshe?
Money.
What am I doing?
You want money.
You're rubbing lint between
What am
your
I doing?
fingers.
What am I doing? What am I doing right now?
You're rubbing,
That is called the Tommy
rubbing
Cutlass.
bills.
Hey, put your money where your mouth is. Okay? How important is it to you? How important is it to you? It's not. So why should it be important to us?
And I know for a fact that anybody who says the NBA dunk contest has jumped the shark and it doesn't matter, I wouldn't watch anyway, not true. Not true. I put John Morant, Zion, Anthony Edwards in there. Are you kidding?
Anthony Edwards, Ja, Zion, and LeBron in the dunk contest, it would be the most watched NBA event of the year.
I don't disagree. It's appointment television. Yeah.
So, yeah, someone says definitely a boomer take. How's that a boomer take?
Well, wait till you see the amount of people who are not watching the dunk contest this year, and maybe you'll have a different.
How's that a
opinion
boomer
on it.
take?
Right. It's not.
What is it?
True.
And what is it? What is it? It exemplifies the greed in today's player. The greed and the selfishness is what it is.
I don't get why they would just refuse.
And the entitlement, greed, and selfishness. 3 reasons why they're not doing it.
And if they want to get paid, like if the reason they don't do it is because they feel like they don't get paid enough, I'm like, you guys make $50 million a year.
Ryder Cup.
You can give another 20 minutes of your time to a dunk contest.
Today's generation, the Ryder Cup this year. Do you remember the big to-do at the Ryder Cup with the American team?
Yeah.
What was it, Moshe?
They want to get paid.
They want to get paid. They want to get paid. Oh, got to get paid. What about previous generations who did the Ryder Cup?
They did it for their country.
They did it for the country and the pride of their country,
Period,
right?
end of story.
Where's that anymore?
It would be one thing, though.
Where's that?
If those guys, whether it's the NBA players or PGA guys that you're talking about, if they were paid less than guys back in the day, then maybe they'd have a point. But they are compensated so much
more.
better.
Selfish.
Hey, real quick, Vic.
Selfish.
It just you brought something in my mind.
And entitled.
I'm watching TGL yesterday. Did you watch any TGL?
I can't get into it,
Okay.
dude. I watched a little bit because Tiger and Rory were going at it.
I have an idea, and I'm not kidding. Every one of those fake teams has to have now like a Moser Vic on it as like their third guy.
I know. Just to hack.
Yes. Here's what I want. Like 2 guys put it tight, but now the crowd's like, oh, God, is Vic going to pull it into the weeds? You know, is he going to hit it into the stands off the mat?
It's like forcing a professional to get you out of trouble.
You have to have a third member who's like between a 6 and a 12.
Every 2-footer that guy would be lining up for is not a gimme anymore.
Absolutely. If you want, you want to get the fans back? That'll get the fans back.
I just.
What do you say? What do you want to make the game better?
You want to make the games close? I don't make the
Game
games close. Hey, what did he say? You score a touchdown, you pick the number? Like, you score a touchdown. 10 points this time.
He was such a knucklehead, man.
All right.
Oh, God.
You can always get in touch with us, Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner.
$65 years. Well, that's way longer than I've been on this planet, but that's how long Silterhorn Motors in Broomfield has been in business. And right now, you can get great deals on trucks. I'm talking about Ford F-150 trucks. Number one selling truck for 48 years straight in the good old US of A. You see them all over the road. I do as well. That's how you know they're good. And right now you can lease a brand new Ford truck, or how about this, a brand new Ford Bronco for just $469 a month. Do what I did. Go to Silterhar Motors in Broomfield at Highway 36 and Wadsworth, or go online and pre-shop anytime you want. STHmotors.com. That's STHmotors.com. I love Silterhar. It's everything you want out of a dealership.
All right, we got a problem. I had both of these dudes in here say, I got something. Moj, your I got something privileges have been revoked after just saying
That
MSG was cool for 5
That
years.
is horse
Revoked.
feathers. Horse
Revoked?
feathers.
So I'm going to give Vic this shot. He's going to have first crack at this. Vic, I don't want to put you in Moser category because I might have to X both of you out after this.
A friend of mine just texted me this, and we're all dumb. We mentioned, why doesn't John Morant participate in the dunk contest? He said, the fact that Steve Nelson said something brilliant and went over all of your heads is a top moment in your show, when he answered by saying, John Morant is in shooting contests.
Well, that's what I was saying. It was almost I'm an idiot.
I didn't think about it that way. And then I went back and said, oh, now I get it.
Well, that's why I clarified with him in the middle of it.
Even when you said that, I didn't
You
get it.
did. It
I
still didn't click?
It still didn't hit me. Do you understand it now, Moshe?
Mm-hmm.
Shotgun Willies?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Sorry. That's it. That's all I got.
Moshe, I don't want to do it. I'm going to give you one more shot. Again, the last time you said I got something, you said Madison Square Garden was cool for 5 minutes.
And then you spent 3 minutes on Riker and his Dave Matthews affinity.
So this better be good and quick.
I swear to God, if you go off subject.
And quick.
Okay. So you want to go to the Super Bowl. Who wants to go to the Super Bowl?
I have no interest.
Let's go ahead and move it.
You know how much it's going to cost you to get in? Not as much as last year. But the average ticket price, according to StubHub, this secondary market, $8,100 per. That's the average, the get-in price.
That's stupid.
Just to get in the building. You ready?
Yeah.
5 Gs.
Yeah, good luck with that. Have fun. Have fun at the game.
I've said this before, and it's never going to change, and I get it because it's all economics.
Mm-hmm.
It's why I have no interest in ever going to the Super Bowl. Like, football is supposed to be about the meathead idiot, okay? The meathead idiot ain't forking over $5,000 to go to a football game. It's a corporate thing.
You heard what happened to Super Bowl 50 at Santa Clara. My brother Mario, you played golf with him.
You got fake tickets?
Oh, yeah, you got scalped.
$4,000 fake tickets?
Yeah.
Got to the admissions, and they said, what are these? They did that to a bunch of people. So it's happening. It's rampant.
Had Super Bowl written in
Yeah,
crayon
it was
on
actually it was actually one of those red raffle tickets.
Right.
They said, here, use this.
So the cheapest all-in price, because all these places have fees. Like StubHub, you can buy a ticket right now for $4,824, but it's $6,500 with fees, whatever those fees are.
Well, that's just not feasible.
Right,
not
exactly.
In this country.
It's another $1,700. It's ridiculous. So TickPick, whatever that is, $5,762 all in.
Speaking of, I'm very conflicted. Obviously, I'm sick of the Chiefs. We all are. But did you guys see that video of Eagles fans after the NFC Championship game when those Washington fans were walking out of the stadium?
Harassing them?
And they're harassing them. Yeah. They're all on video. They're taking their hats. Is there any fan base more obnoxious and more unlikable than the Philly fan base? Boston's up there. Okay, well, that's
why I don't know what I'm supposed to do in the Super
Bowl.
Bowl.
Do you know any Philly fan that is likable?
Yes.
Including our very
one.
own program director.
Sam Kilman is very likable.
I know one guy. You wouldn't know him, so I'm not going to say his name. But
okay, I know one, too. He works in our Nuggets.
And when I say he's Philly fan, Gilbert's like full Philly fan.
Okay, all right. Those people notwithstanding, is it fair to say
I'm going to text Sam and see if he's likable.
The great majority of them are jerks?
Feels that way.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we've got to do this. Let me hear you all say ELGS, Eagles.
But what's unsavory about them, it's not that just that they're jerks, is that they pride themselves on being so. It's sort of a badge of honor.
It's one thing to, like, here's the thing when it comes to, so I had a buddy that was in town who's from Detroit, and this was the night that the Nuggets were playing the Pistons at ball. And he goes, can I wear my Detroit gear or will I get beaten up? I'm like, dude, this place, they deal with so many transplants, you're going to be fine. Plus you got your kid with you, you're going to be okay. Philly is one place I wouldn't. I'm not wearing an opposing shirt there. I'm not doing any of that stuff. And I think if you're razzing an opposing a fan of the opposing team's whatever, like if you're just razzing them during the game, that's totally fine. You want to talk some trash, fine.
Don't touch somebody.
Don't touch somebody, and don't have it cross a level where we saw some videos from another game a couple weeks ago where he's saying some things that starts with the C and stuff like that. Like, don't do that either. Like, there's a line that we all know in polite society that you don't cross, okay? And at the end of the day, you don't play for that team, just so you know.
When you say that, you know what I think of? You remember the video of that Padres fan who's high-fiving with all of his buddies, and he turns around to I think it was a Dodgers fan, and goes, gives him the bird right in his face.
I love that.
You remember that?
Yes.
I'm like, is that line crossing or is that not line
Do
crossing?
you remember that Rockies
And
game?
by the way, can we just establish something, Vic?
Yeah.
I didn't insult the two kids who were in front
Do you remember
of
that
us.
Rockies game where he verbally assaulted two young children that were wearing Dodgers gear?
I did not.
It was a verbal assault. Would you agree?
He was still in front of the line.
I was okay, wasn't I?
You were in front of the line.
Yeah,
I did good.
You didn't touch them. You didn't.
I didn't say anything mean to them.
You almost, I don't even think that they knew you were talking to them, which made it even funnier.
Okay. When the Rockies hit one into the gap and score 2 in the bottom of the first inning, and a 12-year-old starts crying because everybody's cheering.
I'm with you. Get the hell out of here.
Then that's bad parenting.
You're not old enough to handle this. Get out of here.
That is bad. He was, what was he, like 11 or 12? And the other one's like, what, 8? I didn't say a word about that. But he's like, why is everybody clapping?
Yeah, you did admonish
I'm
their
like,
parents.
because you're at Coors Field and the
Yeah.
Rockies just put 2 on you
Yeah.
in the bottom of the first.
Why do your parents have you here?
Welcome to pro sports, kid.
I got to tell you something, by the
I
way.
didn't say anything. Not a foul word came out of my mouth. I had more things to say about the dude next to us eating a salad.
That's true.
Than I did about the Dodgers fans.
Why don't you settle down for a second there, pork chop? I got
But
stuff to do.
There is a line that you cross in fandom when you're at an arena, at a stadium, and you see the opposing fan base. You can have fun. You can have fun. But what I saw in that video with the Philly fans, that's not
It's
fun.
way over the
That's
horrible.
just stupid.
Yeah, it's harassment.
That's
Is
stupid.
what it is. Yeah, dumb.
Got to tell you, by the way, I'm starting to get that baseball itch back. I know nobody else is like me on this, but I'm starting to get that back. I want it.
Did you see
I
that
want
home?
spring
Did
training.
you see the
here.
home run
I
trot
did.
last
See,
night?
That's what
Dude,
I saw.
That wasn't a home
was
run
it the
trot.
Mexican leagues,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it wasn't a home run trot. That was a quinceañera.
Well,
that was
here's
a celebration.
That was the Dominican Winter
A
League.
Dominican Winter League. That's right. So here's the thing. If you guys haven't seen this
Explain
highlight,
to people what happened.
pull it up behind me, Nelly. You got to find it and pull up the video because it's in the Dominican Winter League, and I think it was the top of the 8th. This guy just hits a go-ahead homer. And I have no idea what this league is. I don't know if this is like a playoff series or just a regular game. For all I know, it's a regular game. Dude smokes a homer. It takes him about 30 seconds just to get to first base because he is high-fiving his entire team on the way down the first baseline. He basically does a dance at second. He stops at third, hugs his third base coach. So here you go. It's a 5-5 game. It is the top of the 9th. Okay, top of the
Junior
9th. Caminero lines one up, 1-0 count, and just behemoths one to dead center.
Bomb!
So, ball goes out, and the celebration begins.
Again, this isn't a celebration.
He is not touched first yet. He has now stopped in the middle of the first base line. He is celebrating with his teammates. His helmet is off already.
Crowd is going insane.
He is now hopping around the bases. He just made it to first base, and now he got his helmet back.
That guy's
and he's
number
heading second.
102.
And now he's jumping up and down, fist pump. Still
Look at the
hasn't hit second base.
That's insulting.
Now he's hit second base. Pitcher is just watching frustratedly.
What's the
He's
pitcher
getting to
supposed
third.
to do
Has
there?
not been to third base yet, and now he finally hits third base. And now he stops, high five, hugs third base coach, walks.
He's walking
for about 10 paces. Now jogging very slowly.
Asks
Trying
for
to
love.
amp the crowd up, has not hit home plate yet. Now it's a walk. He chucks
Throws
the
his
helmet, still not. And now
And
he hits
stomps
home
it.
plate and stomps on it. So that was, I don't know what it is, Nelly, a good minute 10 home run trot. So I watch this happen. And yes, this got my baseball juices flying again because I love baseball.
All right.
Moser says to me, he goes, "Oh, what do you think's happening to the next batter?" I go, "Moj, that's the Dominican League. Nothing happens.
That's
to
part
him.
of the deal.
They want this to
Yeah,
happen
yeah.
every time a home. And you know who else does? Me.
Yeah.
I think that would be a blast.
So is
You
the
know
pitcher,
what I want to
is
happen?
the pitcher allowed then, if the pitcher strikes out a guy in a similar situation,
Go ahead.
just song and dance, bring out a mariachi band?
My
How
beef-
far do you take it?
My beef with this stuff in baseball the entire time has been pitchers already do that. They already fist pump Michael Jackson dance on their way back to the dugout, and nobody cares. But if a batter even admires his home run for a second too long, then it's a problem.
So you want Savannah Bananas? You want
Are you kidding?
full-blown in sync,
Dude, Savannah
routines.
Bananas games are sold out for like 3
I know, but
years.
I'm just saying that's
Yes.
the kind of atmosphere you want.
What I'm saying is, I think everybody wants it. That's why they're so popular.
So you want a strikeout followed by a choreographed 9 people on the field doing a boy band move.
Bro, can I just explain something? In football, if somebody like strip sacks a quarterback, the entire
I get it.
roster runs in the
I'm
end
just
zone.
asking what you want.
And does some Britney Spears in sync dance.
So you want a catcher who throws a guy out at second to stop the game and go into a solo opera act or something.
Look, I think there's different moments. A home run in the top of the ninth to give you the lead, I think, is a moment where you can take some extra liberties. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, if you're up 10-1 and it's the bottom of the fifth and you hit a homer, then maybe not.
Okay, that's your dream. You want some reality now? Matt sent us this. Last 2 years, free agent spending in Major League Baseball. Money spent on free agency. Hold on, no, don't nod.
Well, can you hang on to this? Because we got to
We're
get keys
hoping
to the
that
game,
the
and we
veteran
gotta get to a
slugger's
break.
Bryant.
So hang on to this for just a second. I want to get keys to the game for the Avs tonight.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Avs Islanders 5:30 tonight, Moj.
Avs and Islanders last hooked up October 14th in Denver. Tough start for the Avs. Remember that tough start to the season? They lost 6-2 at home to the Avs. Not going to be easy tonight, even though they are a slight favorite in this game. Here's an easy key. Do not give up 3 goals. You can give up 2, but do not give up 3 goals, and you'll win the game. The Islanders have won 4 games in a row, and they are 24-4 in the last 28 games when scoring 3 goals or more. Don't give up 3 goals in this game. You win. Oh, also, by the way, the Avs record when they convert on the power play is so much better than not. Score on the power play, give up less than 3 goals. You'll win the game, come out with 2 points.
5:30 tonight,
Good
right
keys,
here.
Moj. Good keys.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Those are the keys to the game, brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one
I don't
place.
care. I don't care if they like that in the Dominican.
Moj, I'm going to have to
The
give you...
next guy at the plate is going to get 95 in his numbers. End of story. It's not even a question.
Moj, I often poke fun at you for your eating habits, your wellness habits. I'm going to tell you right now, you get an A++ for your keys to the game. You are very good at this.
You're a good key guy.
It's nice to be good at
We'll
something.
get to Vic's number, MLB free agency, in just a second. Stick around.
Moser, you know who this is?
Dua Lipa.
No, come on. Think Josh Allen.
Josh Allen?
Soundtrack 3 girl.
That's
Haley
again.
Steinfeld.
Another banger.
You know what? She makes good music. I don't know
Great.
what to tell
It's
you.
a great song.
It sounds like every other pop girl out there you could
Good
ever
workout
imagine.
music. This is great.
Hey, guess what? Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends, and with a Hooters prize pack hosted by DMac. How about that? Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game. They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers wins. A tie goes to the entry that was entered first. So hurry. You can visit altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters.
Did you see that Duke basketball player puke all over the court last night?
That's gross.
Cam Scattaboo, remember during the...
Yeah.
He did it. Some noted athletes have... Sometimes it's just part of the
It's
deal.
more normal.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of pitchers that walk out to the mound and will yak before they throw their first pitch. Like relievers do that for some reason. I don't think I've seen basketball players do that.
So,
just open up the floodgates on the court.
Last year, on my way to the Super Bowl in Vegas, I got on the shuttle bus. Went to the little parking area, DIA. Got on the shuttle bus. I told the driver, we're going about 8 miles an hour. I said, you got to stop this. He goes, I can't. I go, no, you have to stop the bus. Stop the bus. Doors opened up. Projectile vomited onto the street.
Who did, you?
I did. Got back on. Went to Vegas. Covered the Super Bowl. I was fine.
Did I tell you guys the story? The last time I returned from Mexico.
Why are we...
Hang on. No. You got to hear this. You have to hear the story. I'll make it as quick as possible.
Oh, God.
There's a hurricane that's not close to Mexico, but close enough to where the weather's terrible. It's like a monsoon. There's standing water everywhere. I'm walking to the shuttle bus in Moser. I'm up to my calves in water. It's crazy. Ugh. So we're just trying to get back to the airport. So this family, husband, wife, 2 kids, get on.
Oh, I remember this. Yes.
Kid looks like she's miserable. We're at the very back of the bus. We start going in this monsoon condition, and if you've been in like a cab or an Uber or taxi in Mexico, the laws do not exist. They just go. This kid projectiles all the way to the front of the bus.
Mm-hmm.
They have to stop the bus.
He didn't have the courtesy of stopping the bus and going outside the doors?
I think it was one of those things like she didn't know was coming, and then it just went.
Poor thing.
So this kid was like 16. They stopped the bus. She has to go outside in this monsoon and finish throwing up, so the dad walks out there. Dad goes, honey, I need help. Mom goes out. As she goes out, she slips on the puke and dislocates her kneecap as she's laying outside this bus.
Oh, my God.
Meanwhile, younger daughter is in the bus screaming because she's all alone and mommy's hurt and her sister's puking. I'm playing the role of, honey, it's going to be okay. I'm like, I don't know if it's going to be okay, but it's going to be okay.
I remember that.
So
she
they had
tore her
wait
kneecap off. I remember that.
30 minutes to clean that up. She somehow popped it back in the place. We finally got there, but insane. Vic, you had something about baseball and free agency stuff.
And I'm going to say this before I get to that. Kudos to the Denver Broncos and their foundation. They just donated to every high school football player in the state of Colorado.
Yeah, that's cool.
15,000 new state-of-the-art Rydell football helmets.
Wow.
The state-of-the-art ones. I don't know what kind of football helmet you wore back in the day. My brother still has his high school helmet.
They are so
I don't know how people survived.
barbaric.
I don't know how people survive.
You know what I'll do too? In fact, I don't have any of mine old ones, but I do have one from when I was doing games in the Big Sky Conference. Big time Big Sky Conference.
But you remember the ones where the padding was so worn, half of it was worn off, it hurt your ear?
You
would just take the ear pad off?
Yes. I've got an old Sac State football helmet from the mid-90s-ish, mid-94-ish.
One bar?
Anyway.
No, but I'll tell you what, I'll bring that in. You want to talk about barbarism. I mean, even from the early to mid-90s, those helmets were
Let me tell you why I love this, okay? Let me tell you why this is important. We know that the sport of football is under assault in this country. It's been under assault for the last 10 years. Numbers are dropping rapidly at the youth level, at the high school level. I don't need to tell you guys this. We've talked about it on the show. What used to be a full participation sport is now every year minimal at best. My own family members, I ask, hey, is your kid going to play football? Probably not. Flag football. Whatever your argument is. The sport needs saving. There's no better way to do it than You make sure you give them state-of-the-art football helmets to every high school player in this state.
Yeah.
State-of-the-art. So there are no problems, no excuses, no issues. You give them the best money can buy, and that's what's happening. Save football. This
Really
is
cool.
one step to saving football.
It's really cool that they're willing to do that. And look, when you enter a franchise like the Broncos that is so much ingrained within a community, you have to kind of be part of the community.
Sure.
And they've done that and then some. So kudos to them.
It also helps that they have a lot of bread. So thank you.
Of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
Vic, what's your free agency number that you got in the MLB?
Well, I mean, we were talking baseball. Just you touched on some baseball exploits overseas, or where was that? The
Dominican Winter League.
And I want to go back to reality.
You know, it might be fun to go watch Dominican Winter League baseball.
The Dominican World Series.
Those
I heard,
people
is
like
one
it.
of
They
the
were having a
greatest
great
things.
time.
Yeah.
Let me slap you in the face with reality.
Can you just tell me, or do you have to slap me?
Free agent spending, free agent dollars over the last 2 seasons. Who leads Major League Baseball in free agent dollars spent?
Dodgers.
Yeah. What do you give me a number? What do you think they've spent?
Over $1 billion.
$1.46 billion.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Who's second?
It's got to be the Mets.
Mets, $1.02 billion, over $1 billion each. After that, it drops off considerably. Half of that amount. San Francisco Giants spent $492 million. The Diamondbacks of all team, right? We like to compare ourselves to the Arizona Diamondbacks, right?
Yeah.
That's a mid-market team, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They've spent $372 million on free agency over the last 2 years.
I didn't realize that. Did you realize that?
I didn't know that.
No
I didn't know
idea.
that either.
They've spent more than the Yankees.
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding. You keep going down this
When
list.
one question of clarification, is free agent, does that include people you sign in-house or not?
Whatever
Probably
a free
not.
agent is.
So
Whatever a free
you're talking
agent
about
is.
re-signing
Like
your own
if you
peeps?
you
Are you a
sign
free
Aaron
agent or
Judge to a
not?
$400 million deal, I
Is
guess
he
that
a free
doesn't
agent?
count. Well, it was an extension.
Well, you got to be a free agent. That's all I'm telling you. The Rockies are 28th on this list. They're at $13 million spent on free agents.
Yeah, that's gross.
The last place
we need
team
a full season of KB.
is the Miami Marlins. $5 million spent on free agents. Minnesota, $8 million spent on free agents.
I gave you guys. We're in 2025.
But do you know the difference between $5 million and $1.46 billion? What's the difference, Mark, between $1.46 billion? That's the top.
It's about $1 billion. It's almost $1 billion.
$1.395.
Yeah, it's almost a billion.
Okay, those teams play in the same sport, in the same league.
Yeah.
What are we doing? I'm not a math guy. I just gave you 2 teams in the same league. $5 million versus $1.46 billion.
Oh well,
and they live in the same space.
And the Dodgers deferred like 70% of that
They
money.
live in the same game. What is this?
Here's another example.
What is this game?
The active payroll, the 26-man active payroll. The most in Major League Baseball this season was the Yankees. In terms of active bread, $260 million plus. The Marlins were at $11.5 million. Oakland then jumped up to $29 million. Detroit, $33 million.
Mm-hmm.
The Rays, in the same division as the Yankees, are at $37 million. I mean, it's just we're talking about 2 different games.
Well, I mentioned this to you guys.
It's just so dumb. It's just anybody who thinks that this is acceptable is dumb.
Look, that disparity is dumb. Now, I will say this in regards to the Rockies. It doesn't need to be an all or nothing proposition here. The Rockies have signed one player to a multi-year free agency deal since 2020. That player is Nelly. Go ahead.
What's Chris Bryant?
We need a full season of KB.
That's it.
We're hoping that the veteran slugger's Bryant.
In 5 years, the only player signed to a multi-year deal in free agency is Chris Bryant, who does not play. That's also a problem. Now, I am all about you want to tear things to the studs, restart, and they've done some of that because they have a very young lineup now, but that doesn't mean you do nothing outside of that. You know what I mean? That doesn't mean here's $5 million on a 1-year deal for this guy. Here's a a minor league contract deal. They became experts at those. Remember those Mark Reynolds, Matt Kemp deals that were spring training deals that turned into minimums? Like, you don't need to spend $1.4 billion, but you can spend a couple tens of millions. You can do that. That's the bothersome part. Anyway.
Some of you people are just...
What happened?
This news that the Broncos are providing 15,000 helmets.
When Vic rubs himself, like you
Forehead.
just...
And people are complaining that...
Hold on, Vic. Vic, you just rubbed yourself.
I know.
When you rub yourself, that means there's something wrong.
And I'm reading here, people try, well, there's technically 16,000. Can you just say thank you? Good job.
Yeah.
Appreciate your appreciate your generosity. Is there anything wrong with saying that? I don't care how wealthy people are. They did something they didn't have to do. How about a thank you? Is that really hard for you to do? What's wrong with some of you people?
Are they saying like it's not enough or what?
No,
what?
you know what you get. Well, technically, yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah, simple thank you sometimes suffices. We'll be just fine. Anyway.
I don't like the wind. We need the wind to power windmills. Okay. My bad.
Huh?
Yeah, but I mean, there's a bunch of snow. We need to protect.
When somebody gives you something, say thank you. You don't start doing math on how much they gave you. You thank them.
You guys did complain when Marty got you a golf ball from Hamburger.
Well, that golf ball sucked. I hit. You know where that golf ball is? I bet it's still there today. In fact, maybe somebody.
Riverdale Dunes, isn't it?
It's in the middle of the biggest lake in Riverdale Dunes.
Yes.
That's right. I bombed it.
Par 4, dog leg left.
We got up to the green off in the end of the fairway, and I bombed it into the middle of the lake. Now I know they got those little guys go out there, they swim around, they find golf balls and whatnot. I guarantee you that dude got out to the middle of that lake and goes, "Damn it! I just used all my energy and my flippers and my oxygen to get all the way out here for a Hamburg golf ball."
Let me tell you something. There was one guy that was in one of those. I almost capped him.
Oh, really?
I had a nice little. I couldn't see him.
What, you
smoked
a dude in the lake?
I got close though. I was just trying to pitch one up there.
Yeah.
Little Scully action. Line drive. Hits the bank, and then the guy's head pops up. And I'm like, well, why wasn't there a heads up that somebody was down there?
Hey, Vic, I've seen Brett hit things on golf courses. You know that, right? Did you know he smoked a goose last summer?
I heard about this story.
Shouldn't have been standing there.
Do you agree with me, though, that the fact that we have a respite in the golf season makes you appreciate and love the game even more, and you want to play so badly?
My appreciation of the golf. I'm over the appreciation. I just need to go play.
Yeah, me too.
Anyway, should I have been appreciative of the Hamburg golf ball? No. It was a last-second thing. He didn't even want to do it. We bullied him into getting us something, and he brought home the worst golf ball. It might as well have been one of those fake goofy balls.
Can always get in touch with us.
I mean, not that I'm not thankful for the thought.
Ramos Law Hotline, car accident unit, Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. I do want to jump back to the Mikko stuff. If you guys missed it from earlier, there was a quote from Peter Baugh yesterday in what Mikko said, but I think there's a mindset within the Avs front office to where they chose something over Mikko on a discounted price. We'll get to it next. Here's the quote yesterday. Peter Baugh of The Athletic, now in New York, talked to Mikko as he left the ice for Kane's practice yesterday. And Mikko said, I was willing to take a significant discount from my market value. We had some chats a couple of days before, and then they traded me. That's why I didn't expect it. Now, here's two things. Number one, that word significant is doing a lot of heavy lifting there because I have no idea what significant means. Significant, like, Moser, is a $1 million pay cut a significant pay cut? Yeah, like $1 million off a year over like a 7-8 year deal is significant.
Dude, to me, $50 is significant. If I said, hey, Brett, it's going to cost you significantly more to play around a golf with me today, and you'd be like, how much?
I'll just give you.
It's like $50. You're like, I'm not going.
If you tell me, like, hey, this round of golf is $110, you'd be like, you know what, I'm probably going to sit this one out unless it's like a place I really want to play.
What if I can get you a significant discount? $106.
That's not significant enough for me.
Then it's all relative, is it not?
So that word's doing a lot of heavy lifting, but in the end, I think what comes out of this more than anything is they would have signed Mikko for a team-friendly price. I don't think that was out of the question, but there was also an idea of what else could we do? Do you want to be too top-heavy? Do you want to have too many of these big contracts controlling a large percentage of your cap where everything else needs to go really perfect? That's what I don't know, because here's what could be the thought process, and I would understand it if it was. Mikko is really, really good offensively. Elite offensive player. Mikko's not very good defensively. He's okay. But if I put anybody with McKinnon, he's going to be a pretty damn good offensive player. I think there's some of that goes into it. You're telling me, and you've said this before, how far back is Natchez from Mikko as far as points on the year?
7.
Okay, now put him half the season with Nathan McKinnon. Yeah, Mikko, how does that look?
Mikko is currently 6th in the National Hockey League in points. Martin Necas is currently 12th in the National Hockey League in points.
The only thing that will settle this debate is time. And at the end of the season, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see where the Avs are. We'll see what the Avs can do.
I don't even think it's the end of this season.
Yeah, it could be 2 seasons.
Yeah.
3 seasons. We'll see.
Let me give you an example as to what it would kind of look like. Toronto Maple Leafs are a perfect example, correct? Their highest paid guy right now is Austin Matthews at $13.25.
Yep.
Nylander's at $11.5. Tavares, which was this is the last year of his contract, he's going to be gone, or he's going to take a big pay cut because Toronto ain't going to do it this way anymore. I promise you. He's making 11, and Marner's making 11. So you have 4 guys making let's call that 25, and 11 is 36, and 11, $47 million in 4 dudes. After Marner, the next highest guy is 3.75 in Domi. Then 2.4, 2.1, 1.3, 1.3, 925, 875. You see what I'm getting at? Mm-hmm. It's like you got these 4 guys at the top, and then you go from $11 million a year to $3.7 million a year, and then down, and then you see what I'm. It's like you're super top heavy. I guarantee you the Leafs will not be super top heavy anymore. I guarantee.
Can I read some hot takes? This one's from the text line 0992. Here's my hot take. Landy's coming back. They need the cap space. That's why they traded him now, and they can't afford to pay Mikko now and Kale down the road. Kale will be the highest paid defenseman in NHL history.
They've already figured all that in with Landy, by the way. I'm telling you right now, I don't even know how to say this. If my idea of a significant pay cut was Mikko's idea of a significant pay cut, he would still be a Colorado Avalanche.
Okay, hold on.
And that way, we're saying pay cut, not pay cut. What he thinks he can get on the open market. Never underestimate another GM's willingness to go silly like the Leafs did with John Tavares and give him $11 million a year, and now he's 35 years old. Never underestimate another GM in any sport, their ability to do something stupid like sign Deshaun Watson to a guaranteed $240 million contract. Got people do crazy things. What can Mikko get in the open market? I don't know. If he thinks that he's a $13.5, $14 million a year guy and that Carolina's going to pay him, they are not going to pay him that. In fact, I'll be on record right now. Carolina will not pay him that much.
What's Aho get paid?
I think 8.5.
Is he their highest paid player?
He is.
So if Carolina's not going to pay him what he believes to be going rate, why would Carolina make the deal?
Because, well, if we finish with that PK stuff, he would tell you that what Mikko is able to do. Actually, Aho makes 9.7. My bad.
If Carolina's not certain, if they weren't certain before making the trade, talking to the agent, that they're not. I mean, I would be hard pressed if they didn't already have a piece of paper in front of them, waiting for him to sign.
Why is it signed then?
Well, I'm asking you. Why would they give up what they gave up and get nothing in return? Let them walk after
Vic's
3
right.
months. Come on, Moj. A 3-month rental and you give up 2 really good players? Come on.
Like, are you really trying to sell out all for this year?
Hang on. Let me say this. I think that they would pay. Listen, I think that they would pay him what the Avs would have paid him. They have notoriously the stingiest owner in the entire NHL. Now, you've got Aho making 9.75, Svechnikov makes 7.7, Jarvis makes 7.4. That's a lot of money, but he's only 22 years old, and he's going to be in the Four Nations. Taylor Hall's now there making 6, Kotkaniemi's making 4.8.
If Mikko signs with Carolina for $10 million a year, will you feel gutted that it could have happened here?
If he signs with Carolina for $10 million a year, he's dumb because he can come back here and get more. I'll tell you that much.
Okay. But you told me that Carolina won't bend.
If they don't pay. Listen, if they pay him what he thinks he can get in the open market, then God bless him and God bless them. I don't think they will.
But
why
with
wouldn't
Vic.
they do it? I mean,
You don't give up that much.
They already have it
for
penciled
3
in.
months.
They have it penciled in.
Raj makes a perfect point. Why is Jake Gensel not a Carolina Hurricane? They wouldn't pay him.
So why are you doing this? Why are you giving up younger, cheaper, more controllable salaries for a salary you're not going to resign? What are you doing?
Jeff Spicoli. What's Spicoli's famous line? I don't know. Mikko Rantanen provides them with big game experience, big play experience. Carolina's always been very good. They just can't get over the hump when it matters the most. And so they think that a guy like Mikko Rantanen can do that. And maybe they talk to the agent. Maybe something's going to be worked out. No problems whatsoever. Maybe when push comes to shove, he'll sign with him. I really don't give a rat's rip anymore. All I care about is our side.
Bigger question is, why in the hell is Chicago paying for half his salary?
Because they wanted to unload Taylor Hall's $6 million per. So actually what they're doing is they're saving a little bit of money because they got rid of all of Hall, but they're paying part of the last of Mikko. So they saved a little bit of bread and they got a third in it. Okay?
That makes no sense.
They're paying for somebody that doesn't play hockey for them.
Because they're not going anywhere this year. They don't need the player. They need the money off the books.
Okay.
So they're saving a little. Taylor Hall's going to be a free agent too, but they're saving a little bit of money
Okay, so they got,
by only paying Mikos. They're going to save prorated. They're probably going to save $800,000.
I'm glad you got to that. They
Does that make sense?
They got creative, right? You got to get creative. All right, let's talk about creativity. Let's talk about that. The NBA trade deadline is a week from Thursday. All right, and I've said on this show, and we've all discussed it, the Nuggets are fairly handcuffed when it comes to what they can do.
How creative can they be, Vic? There's certain rules in
place. I'm going to tell you.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you how creative they can be.
All right, let's do it.
Because the Phoenix Suns last week just pulled off a hell of a creative trade. Do you remember what the Suns did just a week ago?
Mm-hmm.
They traded a future first, number 31.
For 3 firsts.
Yeah, in 2031 is what I'm saying. A future.
No, I know that, yeah.
For 3 late first-round draft picks, protected picks, which means they're going to be later in the draft. But they got 3 for 1. They got Utah to bite on that. They found a dance partner to bite on that. If they can do it, why can't the Nuggets?
They could. Here's the thing, though.
Because, and here's why. it's a risk, right? Because Phoenix is all in. They got to do something now. They don't care about 2031. Let me reassess. For those who haven't heard this show before, I don't care about the Nuggets in 2031 either.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to tell you right now, for those of you who are going to be around, and I'll be fanning hopefully in 2031, but for those young kids who will step into Nuggets fandom in 2031, I don't care about you. I care about the Joker window now. And if you can deal a future pick for 3 picks that will allow you some flexibility to make maneuvers now, do it.
I don't believe in windows.
Do you agree with me?
Yeah. Can we?
I don't care about 2031.
Can we talk about beyond the Joker window? Because
I don't. No. Stop.
No. Why do you want to do that?
I don't care about. I don't care about beyond the Joker
You're jumping
window.
on me. Let me finish.
You want to talk about beyond the Nathan McKinnon window?
Would you listen to me?
Why don't we talk about beyond the Nathan McKinnon window on this show?
I'm actually curious.
Can I finish? Can we talk about beyond the Nikola Jokic window, please? Because I don't give a crap beyond the Nikola Jokic window. We are going to be a nuclear winter hell.
Me neither.
When Joker is gone, make no mistake, it's going to be nuclear winter around here. Okay? NBA-wise, until they get themselves back together. That's just the way it is. Okay? So I don't care about whenever he's gone. I care about when he's here right now. Hey, listen,
Championship windows!
When the buffet is out, you eat. Okay? And then you starve, and then they put all the buffet out, and then you hog down. It's like Brett Kane in Vegas. Same exact thing. Hit the buffet, gorge, and then you're done.
So not a Vegas question, the reason I'm bringing it up, the question is, what can the Nuggets do? What can the Nuggets do? They are handcuffed. They've got their 5th and 6th highest paid players who aren't playing. They don't have picks. They can't move 2 big salaries. They can't do this. They can't do that. I don't know, man. Phoenix just did something to shake it up and get some picks available to them. That's all I'm saying.
Here's the difference.
There's always a way.
Here's the difference, though, Vic. They made a preemptive move to get those picks so they can package those along with a bigger trade, right? Like, they would be stupid enough to trade Beal and picks for Jimmy Butler, okay?
Okay.
The Nuggets aren't.
Okay, let me tell you something.
They aren't.
Can the Nuggets, I'm going to be very blunt here.
Be blunt.
Can the Nuggets just openly trade Zeke Naji and Dario Saric on the open market?
Nobody will take them.
What will it take to trade them?
Picks. You have to offer picks as well.
All right, so do you have picks?
No.
Okay, so how do you get picks?
The same way they did.
You trade it. Right.
Okay, but hang on a second. There's an after with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, even if they did that, they pulled off the maneuver to, here's 1 first for 3 first, just like Phoenix, we got those. Now we can package those with a Zeke or a Dario Saric, and we can get them off the books. And then what? Like, I've seen them make trades
you improve the roster with players who actually play.
Okay.
So your 5th and 6th highest paid players do you know, I just want you to sit and think about it. Name for me another roster in the NBA whose 5th and 6th highest paid players do not play.
Here's what I want you to understand, though.
Find one for me.
We aren't, hang on. Before you keep going, we aren't disagreeing. I would love to see them do it. I just don't know what changes. Okay, so they
replace them with guys who could play.
I know, but who are they?
I don't know who they are. There's names out there that dude, the market will open up. There are teams who are jockeying for positions to sign a bigger name. And sometimes those teams have to let go of a player who they may deem valuable.
Can I say this, Vic?
Yeah.
To add to what you're saying, when Joker's gone, the Nuggets are going to be in full rebuild mode anyway, are they not?
Yeah, I mean, again, that's...
So it means it's all going to get torn down, which means you're giving this guy away for a first.
Yes,
you're giving
exactly.
So you're going to be able to acquire picks the same way that Oklahoma City did.
And they've got so many that they're too many.
Right, then that'll be part of your rebuild.
Yeah.
So if you were worrying about giving up picks right now, go in the future as far as you want, because you're going to be able to get those back.
The Nuggets are never going to be the Lakers where they just sort of revitalize every 3 or 4 years and find that's not who they are.
Correct.
This is a franchise, and we know you got to know who you are. Where when you're ready and you got your weaponry, you got to go all in or else.
Can I attack this from another way? And
I don't think you know who you are, though. See, that's the problem that I'm dealing with right now. I look at you. I don't think that you know who you are.
Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why I have this look on my face?
Yeah. You've got a very consternated
I agree
look.
with everything Vic said, and I hope that happens. I've been saying I want to get like Valanciunas on this team for like 2 months now. But listen, here's my hesitation as to even entertaining something like this. We're a little over a week away from the trade deadline. They knew about the 5th game that Dario Saric and Zeke Naji weren't playing. So what the hell was the holdup?
I don't know.
Why haven't they done anything then?
I don't
like.
know.
It's hard for me to imagine
because the trade market bubbles as the date nears. That's why. Because it's in the NBA, activity occurs.
Okay, but Vic, to Brett's point, it better be bubbling like hell, or our biological clocks are ticking.
If it doesn't happen, then the offseason is going to be fireworks. I can tell you that. You can't. You just listen, man. I don't. Anybody listening to me, this is. I'm the one who lobbied for Dario Saric. I'm an idiot. I'm not a GM. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm a guy who sits on a radio show and says, I like that guy. I think he could play. I thought he'd do hell. He hasn't played. They're not paying him. They're not playing him, and yet they're paying him a lot of money.
I said this from the beginning. The issue I think the Nuggets went to is that they just did half measures. Like, you got to commit to one side or the other. They could either commit to one thing. We're keeping this team together as is. We think they're good enough for a championship. That would have meant keeping KCP and saying, damn, whatever else happens. Because you would have, the trade there is.
That's luxury tax.
Hang on. The trade there, just from a roster construction standpoint, is you keep KCP and you don't get Dario Saric because you could still sign Russell Westbrook to a minimum with that. Yeah. They didn't. They let KCP walk.
But that's also a cost-effective measure.
I just want you to know, too.
But beyond that, if they were, to me, if you're going to let KCP walk and you're like, we need cap flexibility, well, you did the worst of both. You don't have flexibility and you lost KCP for a guy who doesn't play now. That seems like the worst option that could have happened. If they let KCP walk and then they like traded MPJ in the offseason or didn't sign Jamal to a max, that's a completely different discussion now.
1277, Vic, if you release a player in the NBA rather than trade them, are you still responsible for the entire salary? Yeah, you got to buy out their salary. It's a guaranteed salary.
Dime.
Every dollar. I mean, that's just the way it is. That's part of the deal. The Nuggets, with this roster, it's a flawed roster when your 5th and 6th highest paid players do not contribute. And they have to fix that. They have to rectify that. And I'm a firm belief, too, that change is necessary for Zeke Naji. I think Zeke, deep down, there's something there. I saw it. I saw it the first 2 years. There's something there.
He has some ability.
He just lost so much confidence because he sat at the end of that bench for so long. He's now almost a corpse, because you take a corpse with rigor mortis and say, go play. How do you expect them to play? You can't. So a change is required. A change is necessary. He needs a new frontier. Give him that. And give yourself the ability to spend that money elsewhere.
Can I ask you a question, by the way?
And if it costs you $2,031, I don't care.
If I understand this correctly, people are saying if you traded MPJ, then you would have money off the books. You wouldn't, right? Because you have to make the salaries match. So you'd have the same amount of money.
Yeah.
Like you
get the money back.
wouldn't be out of cap hell if you did it, because you can't just offload a contract.
Exactly.
In the NBA, you can't trade $30 million for 2 second-rounders.
Yeah.
But we're all in agreement then. This whole thing about, they've given away a lot of picks. They've already done everything I've told you. Otherwise, they'd be flush with picks. There's a reason why
they did
it. They gave away 3 second rounds to unload Reggie Jackson.
And then got nothing for it.
And got nothing. So they've already been liberal with that. They've done what I've told you. Well, now, the only way out of it is to do it even some more.
Yeah.
Sadly. And I'm talking, rid yourself of all picks.
Yeah,
Give them away.
Do you know what was on after the Nuggets last night?
I left. I did a post-game show.
My cousin Vinny was on. It's my biological.
Biological clock is ticking like this.
Mm-hmm. That's why you love that clip.
Because
so much.
that's what we're living right now.
Yeah,
this is biology.
When you said that he clock is, I'm like, yeah, biological clock is ticking.
Yeah. You know what it is?
And then Vinny comes back. It's one of the greatest scenes in cinematic history.
You're expecting twins or triplets. You gave birth to one. We're waiting for let's go. Clock is ticking.
I don't know that's a good analogy.
That's a pretty bad analogy.
I don't.
Yeah, I retract that analogy.
Because with the other baby's in there, but it's not. I'm hanging out having
you married
a smoke.
the Octomom
I'm
over
going
there?
to officially retract. I'm going to officially retract that analogy. I'm striking it from the record.
Remember when
my
that was
God,
a thing for
yeah.
a second?
She's like a Labrador.
All right.
Oh,
Fact checker
God.
next.
Hey, guys, how are you feeling? Sluggish, low energy, sleep patterns not really on. Been working out, not seeing the gains you used to see. Well, you know what? Maybe it's low testosterone. You can do something about it. I did. I went in for a physical. Doc says, yeah, you're low T right now, blood work and all that. I said, what can I do? He's like, yeah, you're getting older. I said, enough of that. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, early in the mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of testosterone production every single year. Before you know it, you just don't feel the same. You don't feel like you used to. So do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions. Yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. Colorado licensed medical provider is going to go through everything with you. And maybe you need treatment. Maybe you don't. Maybe it's something different. But the appointment's only $99, which includes the consult, the T, the PSA test. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment that day of your appointment, your visit's absolutely free. Higher energy level, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, waking up feeling refreshed, all that matters. And you don't need to wait because most guys wait a year or longer. They've got 5 locations from Fort Collins to Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Brett, you told us
Yeah.
that last week it was a done deal. You promised. You said it on the radio show that
did.
Deion Sanders was in the midst of signing his extension with CU.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't know. I don't know what the holdup is.
You have a bad source?
No, source is good. He said it was supposed to be signed within the next 24 hours last week.
Most,
and
how
it
are his
wasn't.
sources?
Your sources stink.
Hey, to be fair, I told you guys I heard.
You know,
some
was
things.
it some drunk dude on Pearl?
Hey, guess what, Moshe?
What?
The other last Friday, I told you, Broncos pass game coordinator
Oh,
John
you were
Morton
right about that. You're right about that.
was going to get a look,
He
and
got
he did.
the job.
I don't do the sources game very often, but somebody that knows said that thing was supposed to be done, and it's not. And I don't know what the holdup is. It's obviously not the Cowboys' job.
No. Hey, just saw it's getting interesting in the National Hockey League's Central Division, and here's why. Minnesota Wild are kind of struggling. Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah.
4-6-0 in their last.
They didn't struggle at Bowl Arena last week.
Understood. Thanks for pointing that out, Vic.
I'm
I
sorry.
appreciate it very much. But it looks like Mike Russo is saying that Kirill Kaprizov has missed practice and could be headed for surgery this week.
Ooh, for what?
He's had that injury that he was out for, I don't even know what it is, but he was out for crud. I don't know what, 3 weeks, something like that. Came back for a handful of games, and now he's gone again. So whatever's bothering him is really bothering him. So the Avs sit there.
The Avs have not played well, and there's still 2 points back in Minnesota and 3 back in Dallas.
That's correct. Now, again, Dallas has 2 games in hand. The Wild have 1 game in hand, but the Avs need to kick it up a notch here. The Avs are just 4-5-1 in their last 10. They need to kick it up a notch.
That's what I'm saying.
They need some payback tonight against the Islanders at what's it called? UBS?
You go there, not me.
I'm not there, dude. I'm back in Denver,
I said
obviously.
you do go there.
I mean, you do this for a living. You literally walk into arenas and call games.
UBS, I think.
So,
You asked me what's the name of that brewery, I can probably help you.
Yeah. So offer some payback up on those guys, and I want to see that power play cranked up coming up tonight. Also, tonight's game.
What's it on? Because you're here.
It's only on ESPN Plus.
It's one of those.
It's an internet-only game, but ESPN has the exclusivity for it.
Oh, I forgot. I've got my own ESPN Plus. I'm no longer using yours. Forgot about that.
Yeah, how many years did you use my ESPN Plus?
Couple years.
Oh.
Yeah.
Couple?
Yeah.
Okay, so listen, his couple is like Mikko's significant.
How much money do you owe me in just cash that I've given you over the years?
I would say we're probably even.
Exactly. So I have zero guilt for 2 years.
Actually, in terms of gifts, I'm probably behind.
Hey,
You've given me a lot more gifts.
That ESPN Plus, you're starting to push my limits, bro. They push that thing up over $100 a year.
Dude,
and I'm like,
well,
hey,
it's only stream. So here's the thing: you asked for it, you got it. It's only streaming tonight. Only streaming. You can't find it anywhere else but on ESPN Plus. That's it.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Because there's other ways to find it.
You sure about that 5 minutes? What's that from? You sure about that 5 minutes?
With these magic grits?
I have no idea what you guys are referring to.
Did you buy them from the same guy who sold Jack his beanstalk beans?
How do you guys remember random lines like that?
That's my cousin Vinny.
I know. I've seen the movie about 30 times. I just don't have the retention that you have. It's amazing.
Are you sure? I didn't think that movie. Well, okay, fine. I mean, the movie was good. I didn't have that many memorable lines from it.
You guys have Nelly, you and Moser, and I'm going to pay you guys a major compliment. Your retention, music and movie lines is amazing to me.
Here's what it's on. ESPN Plus, Hulu, and Disney Plus. That's what the game's on. So unless you got one of those, you can't watch it. That's just the world we live in now. See what I'm saying, Vic? I mean, it's like the Peacock.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Paramount. It's like what's the other one? Peacock, Paramount, ESPN
I think
Plus,
I got a little bit
Disney Plus, Steve's House.
There's-
TV.
I got all of them.
There's a lot of pluses.
You know what my son did?
What is it?
Recently?
Was it?
And his girlfriend? They got their own Netflix.
Mr. Bill?
They got their own Netflix account.
No.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a text.
They went this long without their own Netflix?
And he sent a text, a family text, said, it's that time now. We have divorced ourselves from the family Netflix account, and we've decided to get our own.
Hang on a second. This is a very important question about the Netflix.
Yeah.
Did he have his own little icon thing? Okay, he had his own.
Not only did he have his own.
If I had somebody else messing with my algorithm, we're going to have a problem.
Not only did he have his own, I didn't have one. I had to go on somebody else's icon. I was
like click on Terry.
Yeah, I'd have to go to their icons because all of my kids took up all the icons with my wife.
Yeah, they're icon takers. Yeah,
I'm a big streaming guy for Saturday night, about to go to bed, got to find a movie I haven't watched, so I go through Netflix and that stuff. But my wife, who rarely watches it, every once in a while in my suggestions, it'll be $1 million house hunt or something like that, or
Legally Blonde,
Real Housewives. Yeah,
Legally
and I'm
Blonde.
hey.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How old are you?
35.
Is there anything in your world that is still under the auspices of your parents?
My phone.
Whoa. Okay.
My phone is.
Right. I'm
because
just
it's cheaper. For whatever reason,
Yeah.
we looked into me and my wife just getting our own account, and it would have been $50 more a month.
Hold on a second. So your wife is on a separate phone account than you are?
Yeah. So she's on her mom's too. So pay them, but on their accounts.
That's crazy. Man.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering when is the release point? When you throw that fish back
That's
in the
the
water?
only thing.
Hey,
That's
Brett,
the only thing that's left.
When you stop going to your mom's every day for free lunch?
That is actually a fantastic question.
I will guilty as charged. Do you know how much money I've saved over the last 25 years?
Yeah, and you put that right on Bambi and Easy.
And I expect
that is a lot of money. That is a lot of money saved.
No, I've thought about it.
Yeah, how much do you think your mother
about
and your father have spent on you and your brothers?
There's 100% a lot of money
Not your
there.
sister, but you and your brothers who are pigs.
Yeah.
To go over there and eat lunch she's like
That's
a freaking
thousands of
Italian
bucks.
restaurant.
That's thousands of bucks.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars.
But like I've said, I pay them in my it's an appearance fee. In the radio world, we have appearance fees. My appearance fee is the meal.
It actually kind of makes
The
sense.
salad and the tortellini.
Because your mom would be
and the
sad if you
gnocchi
didn't show
Of
up.
course.
She would be.
Call her, ask her.
I've eaten at your mother's house on a couple different
When
occasions.
do I get to do that?
But hang on. But I see
You would have to pay an appearance fee.
I would pay.
I see
I'm a good tipper.
your videos, and I'll see the gnocchi.
Mhm.
And I'm like, God, it's a 40-minute
Oh,
drive.
yeah. Can
It's
I
a
come
four-
over for
it's a-
gnocchi day? I
it's
want
a-
gnocchi day.
It's a 40-minute
First of all,
drive
don't
for me.
pronounce it gnocchi.
Gnocchi. Gnocchi day. I want gnocchi day.
It's a 40-minute drive for me, and I'm like, you know what? I can imagine how good it would taste because everything she makes tastes unbelievably good. I'm like, it's a 40-minute drive, but you know what? It's probably worth it to get my butt over there.
hang on a
See,
second.
I take it for granted, unfortunately, but you guys, you would enjoy it. I'm like, yeah, whatever. We doing this again?
1 second. Before we get to fact checker, I just saw something from Ryan Whitney talking about the Mikko thing. Can I hear this real quick, Nelly?
You just lost your guy. I mean, this is a 50-goal, 105, 110-point player that you lose. My thing is for Avs fans, I'll totally buy, if there is any anger towards him, I get that. Because if he wanted to, he was still a Colorado Avalanche. Elliott reported that they went up to 11.75 a year. That's the highest paid winger in the game, beating Panarin. You're not a center. You're not Leon Draisaitl. They're different. I don't think Rantanen's the same level player. I think that it's Matthews, McKinnon, Connor, Draisaitl personally, and Rantanen's right beneath them. If you really wanted to be a member of the Avs, you're probably signing that deal. And maybe you get him up to 12, and you mentioned the same deal as Nate. I get that. But Avs fans, you got to realize, he chose not to sign there.
Interesting.
Everybody has choices. Both sides have choices.
I said the exact same thing today. If he wanted to be an Avalanche, it's not like you're the highest.
It wouldn't have been disrespectful either.
Correct. Shesterkin wanted to be the highest paid goalie. They made him the highest paid goalie. When McKinnon came up, he was the highest paid player, center in the league. And so, then here
That's
comes
what an MVP
McDavid.
gets.
Yeah, it's exactly right. The highest paid winger in the game, or the highest paid wide receiver in football, or the highest paid tackle in football, all this stuff. They're willing to make him the highest paid winger in the game. Those numbers are probably not inaccurate. And he said no. And you don't spend 7 months trying to get to a meeting of the minds and an agreement without one last guest to say you can be the highest paid winger in the world.
Yeah.
And the guy says, no.
Yeah.
What do? You know what you do? You get yourself a Netchus who's going to kick ass and a Jack Drury and 2 picks.
That game tonight, again, 5:30. You can hear it right here out the Sports Radio 92.5. Fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
So earlier today, we broke down that insane home run celebration from the Dominican Winter Baseball League. The celebration that took like 5 minutes.
Do our show from there, Nelly. We should.
We could. But you have to wait till next season because that was actually Game 7 of the championship. So the reason that guy celebrated so much is because he went yard to give his team the lead. But I was thinking, that's top of the 9th. If you celebrate like that and then your closer blows it and you lose,
that's brutal, yeah.
That guy's going to have to move to a different country. But the team that won, Leones del Escogido, do you know who their manager is?
Big Papi?
It is
Valentine?
Albert Pujols.
Oh, Pujols.
Oh, that's rad. Cool.
I want all celebrations to be that for home runs. 3rd inning. Don't care.
Then you're going to want all of your guys to get 95 miles an hour right in the back.
iTunes, Spotify, wherever the hell you find your podcast, you just look for Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, and you will find it. Have a wonderful Tuesday. Again, 5:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Avs and Islanders. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Smiles and glory holes.
Tough it was, Coach. 13-0 run for the Bulls last night to start off the fourth quarter. You hung around. You were still there, but a 3-point barrage. 129-121 is the final. MPJ hits a 3 with like a minute 30 to go. You're down by 3. You thought you had it. And then Zach LaVine at the top of the key.
Remember those rumors about Zach LaVine?
Zach LaVine felt like
as
he
a
couldn't
Nugget?
miss. It felt like he couldn't miss yesterday.
Do you remember
man.
him as a Nugget, potentially? Those pending rumors that just seem to continue to perpetuate? Yeah, I think he looked pretty good as a Nugget after watching him last night. What do you think, KJ?
LaVine, 5 of 10 from 3, KJ.
That dude couldn't miss.
5 of 10?
It was like he was on the freshman team and he had a chance to play against the varsity and he was trying out for varsity. And the Nuggets team is the varsity team. He plays for the freshman team. He's like, yeah, watch me. I'm going to shoot better than all y'all. Man, yesterday, Raj, I told you that after finding out that it's Eagles and Chiefs in the Super Bowl, it is Nuggets and Avs and Senior Bowl season. And after watching last night, man, I'm starting to wonder it's just Senior Bowl, Shrine Bowl, Draft.
Oh, I mean,
and Rockies.
You can't throw it away.
Hey, we got to talk Rockies for an hour and 55 minutes. What say you?
Wait, you mean, did you listen to the guys in the morning? You mean the team that spent $5 million combined in the last 2 off seasons compared to their NL West counterparts and the Dodgers, who have spent north of $1.4 billion in the last 2 off
need
seasons?
A full season of KB.
If you get a full season at KB, you're going to be just fine, Raj.
You know what that percentage increase is, Coach? From $5 million to 1.4 plus? In the billion department, it's an increase of 27,900% in spending.
You know what that sounds like to me?
Not being able to win.
It sounds like the
not being able to compete.
It sounds like the spending disparity between my wife and I.
Coach, that's a big number.
It is a big number. Trust me, it's a big number.
Those Amazon boxes just keep going. They just keep showing up.
And when you have a
those Target runs,
man. You have a snack and beverage container available for your Amazon delivery guys and gals.
That's very impressive that you guys do that, though.
I don't do that.
I've always liked.
I do not do that.
I've always really looked up
I respect
to the people
my
who do
wife
that.
for doing that, but I do not do that.
It's out of my budget. I'll tell you that.
Correct. It's like you're already spending an exorbitant amount of our money on these packages that are coming left and right. And now you're just going to keep we already got to feed 3 freaking pterodactyls that are children between the ages of 8 and 15. Where?
The disparity in 3 points last night. You get outscored from the 3-point line 72-18. I'd like to say that's how you lose the game, and I have been one of those guys that's like, the Nuggets don't shoot enough threes, the Nuggets don't shoot enough threes, the Nuggets don't shoot enough threes. You got to find a way to get a stop against a Bulls team that's, 8 games under 500 at that point?
There's so much standing around last
stop.
night. Yeah, there's standing around, Raj, on the defensive side.
No one getting out.
There's just lapses. There's lapses, Raj. It's like a focus issue. It's a desire issue. It's a, we're months away from it really mattering issue. Well, I disagree. Because if it doesn't matter now, is it just going to start mattering at some point? And I believe, as a coach myself, that trained behavior become instincts. And right now, trained behavior is at times to just have lapses of focus, lapses of intensity, lapses of defense, lapses of moving the ball around offensively, a lot of lapses of just being careless with the ball on the offensive side and just having stupid, I'd call it general malaise with some of the passing that's happening. But you know what? This is part of being a sports fan. I haven't had a chance to be a sports fan a whole bunch in the last couple of years. So an 82-game season, there's going to be a lot of these ebbs and flows.
And it's coming off the heels of winning 12 of 15 over the majority of the month of January and then going back into the latter half of December. Like, you're coming off of a big run that gets you back into the conversation for the 2 seed in the West. You still have games in hand to get back up there to the 2 or the 3 seed. But you start this 5-game road trip. At the beginning of this, you looked at a 5-game roadie here and went, you could, at the very worst, go 4-1. You don't show up on Saturday against Minnesota. Anthony Edwards goes off. Rudy Gobert looks good inside. You waste a 30-point triple-double last night against a mediocre Bulls team. Although, in today's NBA, when you shoot that many threes, and the Bulls shoot more threes than 99% of the league. I think they're second in attempts and like third or something in three-point makes. In today's NBA, if you get hot, which they were last night, and there isn't a lot of focus on getting out to the arc from the Nuggets defense, you can lose games like that. But now you start a 5-game road trip that you looked at, all right, at worst 4-1, you're 0-2 now. And the hardest game on this schedule, it's
coming
probably
up.
Wednesday at
It's
New
coming
York.
up. It's going to be in the most famous arena in the world.
Now you got to rip off 3 straight to make this road trip even worth it. It's a disappointing way to start the 5-game roadie. Do I go as far to say as we were too eager beaver on the, hey, this is the starting 5, Aaron Gordon off the bench, everything's fixed now? Are we too eager? Was it too early? Because then you look at the teams that you beat, right? Like Philly sucks. Orlando's a team that you should beat. Miami is, they're in turmoil right now. Jimmy Butler walked off the practice court and is now suspended indefinitely coming off of a 2-game suspension. You should beat that team. Were we too eager?
No. I'm going to chalk it up to a lapse in focus, a lapse in mental intensity, and a road trip following a successful homestand. And the human nature component, Raj, of when you start getting patted on the back so much, you're getting patted on the
complacency.
You know what happens, Raj, sometimes when you pat somebody on the ass too much? They defecate in your hand. And that's what
Has
I think.
Has that happened to you?
That's what the Nuggets are doing to us as a fan base.
That seems
and
like
us
an
as the morning
unfortunate-
sprint. We've patted them on the rear end so much. And then in one of those pats, they just went.
Is that a dad thing?
No, it's actually it's a Willie Taggart quote. Yeah. It's got a couple expletives in there. I did the radio version.
Seems like an unfortunate situation. You got to really pat someone on the backside to get some doo-doo.
It's just the point being that after a while, you just get patted so much on the back. I mean, they were. I mean, this nice little stretch the Nuggets were on for, let's call it 15 games, roughly. 15-game stretch of playing really good basketball, beating teams they should have beaten, and all of us glazing the Nuggets. And just, hey, Aaron Gordon, pat on the butt. Boop. Gotcha. Jamal, hey, you're back. Pat on the butt. Boop. Russell Westbrook, my goodness, pat on the butt. Boop. And then all of a sudden you give the old pat on the butt, maybe say DeAndre Jordan, he's just a little older, and he just goes and just drops it right as you're patting him on the butt.
You didn't get anything from the bench. Gordon struggled yesterday, and you got to give him some time to get back and fully healthy. And I think Vic alluded to something this morning that there's a little bit something more with Aaron Gordon behind the scenes right now that like give him some time, give him some pause there. So I'll give AG some grace.
His life is dramatically altered in the last 12 months, excuse me.
It's a shame that you waste a 28-point effort from Christian Brown.
He was
and Christian
fantastic.
Brown, if there was one player going in the fourth, Christian Brown was it, man. He kept
you
in
want to
that
know
thing.
why? You want to know why he was the one guy that really, Nikola Jokic shot. Just
take him for.
It's
so
is.
funny. You take him for granted. I was 30-point triple-double.
Career high in dunks and everything.
I know.
Yeah.
What, he had 4 last night? You had 3 in the first half?
You know what
I
happened,
think he
though?
ended with 5.
You know
All
what
right.
happened to Christian Brown? This is how narcissistic I am. Is we had him as a guest on, what was it, Thursday of last week?
Thursday.
Friday.
The days are
Friday.
They're made up. They don't matter.
I knew that the road trip was coming, and I was like, well, a little coach in me can kind of glaze this player and give him a little bit more confidence.
Wait, I thought you said that giving a player a pat on the back
Not
was
Christian
a bad
Brown.
thing.
Christian Brown's a young player that wants to find his confidence, is always consistently looking for his confidence. You know what I did? I cited his amazing streak of 8 games in his shooting percentages, 3-point from behind the arc, and his field goal percentage, because I wanted him to hear those numbers.
Back to what we saw at the beginning of the year.
And you know what we did, Raj? Is the morning sprint encouraged one player. We need every player to get on this.
So do we just need to have a conference call with the whole team?
Correct.
On Friday of this week. KJ, get on that, bud.
Come on, man. Let us. Do you think Moach will let us coach him up? Let the coacher coach him up for a second.
Think Nuggets PR is going to give us the starting 5 on Friday? We'll have everybody on the Zoom call. It'd be great.
I want Peyton Watson too. Who else do I need?
Story time.
Man, I want to get Dario Saric. I want to be.
You get out there and you find that freaking dog.
I'm going to tell Dario, you've got it in you, kid. I know you've been emo kid recently. I want you to be mean kid. I want you to be aggressive kid. Be a bully for a second.
Nuggets fall 129-121 to the Bulls. Avs will take the ice tonight against the New York Islanders. It seems as though Mikko Rantanen's camp is on a full offensive front in terms of PR right now. There's a lot of things that are floating around. I'll give you the numbers that's been rumored about where the Avs got to, what Mikko Rantanen's camp was asking for on the other side.
I want the real inside scoop.
It's a 2K Tuesday here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryanemi, Coach Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass. Text in 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, in 1 hour with your favorite 90s and 2000 songs. KJ will spin them.
Tell you what, KJ's got something on his mind. Might be in
Tuesday morning,
breeding
KJ.
season, KJ?
Listen,
what we got going on here?
It's not breeding season. It's Mikko. We just want to let you know that we're going to love you to the end of time.
Oh, so this is not a slow jam that you would play maybe after
it might
a date night.
It could be, but right now, professing my love to Mikko Rantanen.
Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters wants to set you up with a party for you and 4 friends with a Hooters prize pack hosted by DMac. Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game coming up. They're like prop bets without
Am I eligible?
risking any money. No, you are not, Coach. The entry with the most correct answers wins. A tie goes to the entry that was entered first, so hurry. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. You're not eligible to win, Coach, but I don't think anyone can bar you from entering the
I did
Hooters.
enter already.
So you can just go into the restaurant.
No, I actually entered into the contest. I hit the link and I put in the 10.
It's a fruitless endeavor for you.
I was commanded to do so by our boss, as were you, just for the record. We got an email and we were told
we all
to
know
enter.
that if I do this,
correct,
I will finish in last place, and I don't want to subject myself to that. My predictions suck.
Mine aren't great
They've been
either.
terrible all year.
There's been a few people that reminded me about my Washington Commanders prediction. It was a little bit more of a desire and a hope.
It was a desire for you. Because you always pushed out that was your most intriguing playoff matchup, which was Chiefs-Commanders.
Yep.
Which I agree, storyline's probably the most intriguing.
Wildly, though, that
still the most hateful.
That was the one that nobody wanted. You know why I think that the Denver Broncos on my poll, the fan base did not want that one?
Because Chiefs-Commanders means Chiefs wins.
Correct. I mean, it's really smart.
Yeah. 6%?
Yeah.
Means 94% of the people voting in that poll were smart.
Yeah.
Okay. I mentioned the Mikko Rantanen situation continues to unfold, and you're going to see more things leak out over the next few weeks. Is he going to re-sign in Carolina before the year is over? Is he going to take this all the way to free agency? What we've seen over the last couple of days are Rantanen shocked, blindsided. McKinnon didn't see this coming. All of those things that are coming out are probably true, where Rantanen, wasn't talked to either one by the organization or two by his agency in Octagon. And what we've seen over the last couple of days, Coach, is, Mikko Rantanen and his camp have said we were willing, and this is what they said to a Finnish newspaper, we were willing to take a big discount on our market value to stay in Colorado. While that still could be very true, and I have it on authority that the discount portion is true.
All very relative, Raj.
It depends what your market value is set at, according to your agent.
Also, a discount is $1 less than whatever the market value is. That you can say that and not lie.
Very true.
Are you right? Am I right in saying that?
Yes. I also have it on good authority that Colorado offered, and this was put on the table.
Come on, give it to me.
To make Mikko Rantanen the highest paid winger of all time. That was on the table. And what that would have to do is just get you over Artemi Panarin's $11.5 million. And they went above that. We're also willing to stretch it to just south of what Nathan McKinnon got.
Which was 12.
McKinnon's being paid $12.6 million.
12.6. So it was above that?
Not above Nate.
Okay.
Just below Nate.
Okay.
And
but the number that the Draisaitl number is
14. Yeah.
And that's the number that his agent
says. This is market value.
Mikko's agent said Leon Draisaitl is the comp for the production,
and he's not.
He's not the comp for what you watch on a nightly basis because he does so many different things. He's got more of that volume score plus the unicorn in front of the net plus the forecheck plus the physicality that right now you don't see with that much consistency from Mikko Rantanen.
And Rantanen's a sensational player.
Great player.
I think his jersey should be retired when he decides to hang him up. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer, in my honest opinion.
Would his jersey be retired if this core, and I'm going to put it out there into the existence, and you add Martin, Nachas, and Drury, and then of course with Makar, McKinnon, and let's get a healthy Val Nichushkin. If this core wins 2 more Stanley Cups, does Mikko Rantanen?
There's a question in there, right? Because then what does
There was a qualifier.
If they win 2 cups, that means there's another big time performer, whether it's Netchus or Nichushkin stays healthy and reliable for that entire time. Because I think if he doesn't, the Avs probably aren't going to be able to win 2 cups.
It also is further proof to the degree of which Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar are boat racers.
There's a chance that you wouldn't. I still think he did enough over the course of his 10 years that in my mind,
how many years did he play?
8.
So he was a part of the franchise.
He was part of the franchise for a
10.
decade. He played 1 year in the American League with what was then, I believe, the San Antonio Rampage.
Did they move to the Eagles?
Yeah, the AHL teams move all over the place.
How long
moved
have the Colorado
from San
Eagles been
Antonio
here?
to the Lake Erie Monsters, and then they were the
How long have the Eagles
I have
been?
no clue. I have no idea. No idea.
You don't know?
No.
They're my neighbors.
No, I have no clue.
They live up.
You
by
would
me.
know. You would know more than me.
I need to go see.
The
I
Eagles
need to
have
go
been
to some
around for a
Eagles games.
while, but they haven't always been an American Hockey League team. They've been in other leagues and stuff like that before they got elevated. So I have no clue.
Are you anti-Eagle?
What anti? What are you talking about?
I don't know, you just don't seem as into the Eagles as I am.
Because I spend
KJ loves the Eagles.
because I spend 100 nights a year plus watching and covering the National Hockey League. You think I'm going to extend it to the American League?
I mean, you're a real sicko with hockey like I am with football. I mean, I'm sitting there watching
I'm at youth rinks another 175 nights a year.
I mean, I'm watching MAC football on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You name it. There's ball on.
Come on, Rod. You don't know the stats of Ivan down in the AHL?
Tell me about the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers, coach.
Pretty good squad. Took a little bit of they've gone backwards really since their head football coach left for Liberty.
What about Montana
Jamie
State
Chadwell?
football?
Montana. The Bobcats had a fantastic year. Quarterback Tommy Millott, unbelievable performance. You got anything else for me, Raj? You want to keep it coming?
Any more?
Hey, you want to go
brain
HBCU
busters?
with me? I'm ready. I got it
That
all
backfired
ready.
so quickly. Back to Rantanen, though. So while the Avs were willing to make him the highest paid player, or rather winger in NHL history, it still wasn't enough to get to the Rantanen basement, according to the reports that I'm hearing from the organization or from within the organization. At that point, I think McFarland and Sakic make a very heady decision to go, we're not willing to let ourselves become what Edmonton is about to become in a season, which is incredibly top heavy. And I went through the numbers, and this is a very rudimentary kind of ballparky number here. Let's say that when Cale Makar is up for his extension as early as next offseason, he's a UFA in the 2027 offseason, but can be extended next offseason. Let's say you extend Cale and make him the highest paid defenseman in NHL history by $1 million, which would get him to 12.5.
Which you absolutely have to.
At whatever
You have
Cale
to.
asks for, you give it to him.
It's kind of like it's kind of like a 2K Tuesday when a girl wants what a girl needs. Like you're gonna, you know what I mean? I hope that you have that song ready there at the 10:40 hour.
If you
we'll see
were
what
to
you're
do
all about,
that,
KJ.
and you factor in Cale, Nate, Mikko, Val, Taves, Middlestat, Blackwood, Lehkonen, all the players that are currently under contract in some sort of heavy-ish situation, you would have just $32 million left over in a $100 million cap scenario, and it might not even get as high as $100 million by that time, to fill out another 14 players on the roster, including a backup netminder at that time. That's an average of $2.28 million per remaining player, which is the going rate for like a middle-of-the-road or bottom-end third-line player. You would have to fill out a full second pair of defensemen, a full third pair of defensemen, a second-line wing, which, look at what the numbers are right now, A legit second line wing costs anywhere between $5.5 million to like $8.5 million in the league
What's
right
Mitz
now.
on the hook for right now?
Middlestat is on the hook for $5.75 million for the next 3 years. So you would have to fill out a full third liner, a full fourth line, a full second D pairing, and a full third D pairing, as well as a backup netminder, with just $2.28 million on average per player. That's assuming that you re-signed Rantanen to, let's call it, a $13 million on average annual basis deal over 8 years. You kind of would have screwed yourself in this situation. I think it was a smart move for the Avs to get deeper, to get cheaper, and to get more flexible rather than going, we've been top-heavy for so many years. The window for the Avs has been open since the 2018-2019 season. Agree? Maybe you can call it the 2019-20 year, but I'll give you guys another year of buffer at 18-19. You've been in your Stanley Cup window for now 7 seasons, and you've won 1. And you've gotten knocked out in either the second round or the first round in every other one of those series. While you had amazing success, I think the front office looked at this and went, top heavy hasn't really helped us in most of these years. As much as it hurts, and it hurts moving on from Mikko Rantanen. That guy, he's a great dude, an amazing teammate, a great hockey player that is beloved by his teammates, his coaches, and the front office. You heard how much that hurt McFarland, how much that hurt Bednar and his teammates and Kale and Nate, among others, et al. Like you saw Eric Johnson replying to the Instagram comments. He goes, what the hell? It hurt Eric Johnson. He's not even here anymore. I still think it was a very heady move for them to make this calculation that we're never going to get to the floor of what Rantanen's camp wants. Therefore, we're not going to get left at the altar.
Alex, do you believe, and you said that the top-heavy model hasn't worked over the 7-year time period for the Avs, but with moving on from Mikko Rantanen and his contract, in the event, Raj, that you end up getting a healthy and able and plays the rest of the season and postseason Val Nichushkin, and then in the event that you get Gabe Landeskog back for, say, the final 2 months of the season in the postseason, would you argue that compared to other teams, you're still very top-heavy? You still are very star-laden, even without Mikko Rantanen?
I don't know anymore, man. You got $5.1 million to mess around with. You can get a second pairing D-man.
But I'm saying you still have the star power even in the absence of Mikko Rantanen.
You certainly do.
Certainly in the event
without a doubt.
Val is good, he's right, he's available, and he is playing. And then if Gabe Landeskog comes back in any form that is worthy of being in the top 3 lines, you are a star-studded lineup in the National Hockey League. So you don't, even then, you don't necessarily lose all that much with the omission of Mikko Rantanen.
It's not like you traded away your only guy. It's not like Mikko is the only dude capable of scoring. He might be the only guy capable of scoring 50 on this team, although if there's a vast change in Nathan McKinnon's game, he certainly has the skill to do it. I just don't think he's that guy. I think he's more of like a score 35 and have 90 assists on a year type of player. You didn't get rid of the one dude who can produce 100 points. I've also had the questions brought up to me like, why now? Why didn't they wait until the trade deadline to do this? Why jump the gun over a month before you had to? And I think the answer is this. The reports out there that Eric Tulsky and the Carolina Hurricanes, Tulsky the GM out there in Carolina, began the conversations in last year's NHL draft are true. Those are confirmed to be true. And they couldn't get to a deal. And they just went, you know what? It's not worth it for us right now. Let's see if we can extend Mikko. We've still got plenty of time. Now that you get into the end of January and you realize we're never going to get to Mikko's number, we're never going to get there. There's just some sort of impasse. I think they looked at Carolina as likely the only trade partner that they had in this scenario. And that means a trade partner that was willing to give you legit current contending players. And Marty Necas is just 7 points behind Mikko Rantanen right now in terms of most points in the NHL. I think he's at 11 or 12 league-wide, maybe 10 or something like that right now.
I think he's 12.
He's at 12. All right, so he's knocking on the door. I think that's the only team that could have gotten you a player like Necas, a player like Drury, at those cap numbers with an extra year plus of team control. And my thought process is McFarland and Sakic, McFarland mainly being the GM, looked around the league and went, what's the team that needs to find a true scorer? Carolina. Vancouver's been shopping a couple of legit scoring players, Elias Pettersson and JT Miller, and Carolina has been in the middle of those talks. I think McFarland went, I'm not going to wait until Vancouver and Carolina make a deal, and then I'm left without a dance partner.
Yep. And then you end up getting the worst possible outcome for the Mikko Rantanen situation is that you don't want to get to the number, and you wait, and you get zero in return. Because if you play the remainder of this season with Mikko Rantanen on his current deal, and you reach the likely impasse that you're not going to get to that 14 or greater number.
13. Let's call it 13 or greater.
You don't think that his people were wanting Draisaitl just south of Draisaitl numbers?
I think his people see his market value at around $14 million. I do know that the discount that they were talking about was below $14 million, but it was well above what the Avs were willing to offer in making him the highest paid wing of all time. It was not 14. It was below that. And you weren't willing to do Carol. I heard Vic talking about this earlier today, man. Vic goes, well, if Carolina trades for this player, they have to have a deal on the table, right? You wouldn't trade all of this. You wouldn't trade Marty Necas, top 12 scorer in the league, for a rental for Mikko Rantanen. And I go, not so fast, my friend, Lee Corso. Not so fast. Look what Carolina did last year. Carolina traded 2 picks, a conditional first and a conditional fourth, to the Pittsburgh Penguins, along with Michael Bunting for Jake Gensel on an expiring deal. Jake Gensel then did not re-sign in Carolina in the offseason. They had to flip him at the draft for a 3rd-round draft pick to Tampa Bay just for his signing rights. So Carolina's done this before. Gensel is not Rantanen. They weren't going to pay him that much money. But they've done this before they've done this within a year. This has happened that they've traded for that guy. I would also like to float out that, there's a world in which Mikko Rantanen doesn't sign with Carolina.
I think it's probably 50-50 at this stage, Raj, because it's a pay for play.
There's a world, man.
It's a play for pay, excuse me. It's what Mikko does on the ice for Carolina, similar to what happened, but on a very much smaller comparison to Casey Middlestat a year ago. And I know that was more of a deadline deal that was closer to the deadline, but you made a move for several players and you let them play into potential next year contracts or long-term contracts. And in the case of the Avs, how many did they grabbed 5 players around the deadline a year ago and kept 1 or maybe 2?
1, right? I'm almost positive it's just 1, just Middlestat. Yeah, I think that's it. Off the top of my head. Just Mitts. Yeah, that's it. One guy. This one from the 477. What about the article that came out yesterday in the Post talking about how Mikko said he would have taken a huge pay cut? That's what I've been talking about. This huge pay cut is based off of what Rantanen's camp believes his market value is.
And look, to be fair, not a pay cut. A pay cut would mean he's actually taking less money than what he was paid in his previous contract. Not even close to that.
They're talking about less than market value.
Which would mean Leon Draisaitl market value, which would mean more than Nathan MacKinnon.
I'm just going to say this. I have it on very, 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 very good authority that the Avs were not willing to offer more than what Nathan MacKinnon is making right now. And it wasn't very far off of what the floor was for Mikko Rantanen. And Octagon Sports wasn't willing to budge. That's my scoop.
My favorite Octagon is the one that Ultimate Fighters fight in, not the agency. I don't like that Octagon.
That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Bring me back to 8-year-old awakening. Alex Ryan Emmy is what you're bringing back to me right now.
8-year-old?
I think so. When was this song made?
Whoa. I guess I was in high school.
It's called What a Girl Wants?
This is Christina Aguilera, right?
Is this Christina or is this like ex-Tina?
This is Christina.
Ex-Tina? This is Christina?
This is when she was a good girl.
This
Then
was
she became
released
a
in
bad girl.
1999. I was 6.
I was a senior in high school.
All right, rank the 90s, 2000s pop divas. Christina Aguilera.
I loved Christina Aguilera.
Britney Spears.
Not a fan.
Britney.
Mandy
one.
Moore.
What?
Mandy Moore.
I loved Mandy Moore too. Jessica Simpson.
Jessica Simpson's another one to throw in there,
that's
man.
a good one.
Do
Daisy
we
Dukes.
throw? Do we throw?
Do we have to have a
do we
fifth?
throw Bey in there, or is that a different genre?
No, a different genre.
I don't know. You
Beyonce's not
said
part of it.
divas.
And she wasn't. So Beyonce wasn't Beyonce then. Beyonce was part of Destiny's Child back then. Beyonce didn't become Queen Bee until like mid to late 2000s.
What about Brandy? What about Brandy and Aaliyah?
Also,
come on, give me some. Give me some.
Yeah, but they're not pop. They're not like bubblegum pop like these girls were.
Well, okay, then define it as bubblegum pop diva. Because you at first you said just pop diva of the 90s and 2000s.
See, I call like Brandy and I'd put them more towards like R&B divas.
Okay.
Agreed.
I agree.
90s divas. Mariah Carey's up there. But Mariah's in a different level than
She's like, gosh, she was already so accomplished,
right,
at that point in time.
Yeah, she was up there with like Whitney Houston.
Yes, she had international superstardom at that point.
Shakira, Matt on the
Oh my
text
gosh,
line, brother,
Shakira.
you just crushed it. Shakira's the fifth one, so
Shakira, my
rank the
goodness.
5. Shakira,
Her hips still have not lied in her lifetime.
Never. Her ex-husband though lied a couple times.
Yeah, he was a bad guy.
Big tax evasion guy, I think. Christina Aguilera, Jessica Simpson, Britney Spears, Mandy Moore. Did we have a fifth? I think that's it.
All right, so here it is.
There
Okay,
we
so
go. There we go.
girl next door rankings, huge piece of it. Mandy Moore, number 1. Woo! Showtime. Standard basic white girl hot. Jessica Simpson, number 1. And I'm just
Steve Rico's Metallica.
Rage Against the Machine. Done.
Give me some Rob Zombie.
And then I'd say just overall generational performer during that era. It was Britney Spears because of the dancing.
Britney crushed it.
And then just vocally, pure vocals, it wasn't even close.
Christina
Aguilera.
That's a very good ranking. You gave everyone some flowers every now and again.
Jessica Simpson, did you like
That's just a poster, Daisy Dukes poster.
Great
There's
poster.
a flower right there for
Yep.
you. It's not as big of a bouquet as you gave to Britney and Christina, but still a flower.
Yep.
I'll give you that.
But that's also never been my genre of I've never been just like, yeah, standard stock hot chick. Yeah, not a fan.
Loop goes Mariah Carey. What's wrong with you guys? I agree with Coach. I think Mariah had already established herself. Mariah
She's in that
has already
Celine
been there,
Dion.
done that.
She's Celine
Yes.
Dion with Houston.
Yes.
She is
Tina Turner.
International pop icon / mogul at that point in time.
Agreed. Someone threw Avril Lavigne in there. Different.
Yeah, just a little bit
She's
of a niche.
she's a little pop
Kinda
punky.
niche. Yep.
Little skater girl vibes.
Somebody's throwing out Gwen
Skater
Stefani.
boy.
Ooh. See, Gwen Stefani she's from the crib.
I'm gonna say something a little. Gwen Stefani never did it for me. No Doubt never did it for me.
I disagree.
I know.
I was actually
I'm not proud of that take,
Pink. Interesting.
but never did it for me.
Oh, bro. I
said I'm sorry.
Love Gwen Stefani as a performer, as a crossover artist, as a punk rocker, as a pop star. Dude, she's awesome. I don't really love the being married to, like, she grew up in like in the same town that I grew up in Southern California. Same high school, same school district, the whole deal. She's older than me. I don't love the moving to Oklahoma and just kind of rediscovering myself.
Well, listen, somebody has to get out there and milk those cows, all right?
Yeah, I'm sure she's doing it.
I may have been too young for No Doubt and Gwen Stefani. May have been too young.
Yeah.
May have been right before me.
Yeah, because so my wife and I, we were invited to a just random performance that it was in Las Vegas. I was coaching at UNLV.
This is a sports show.
And we got invited to the very first solo artist performance by Gwen Stefani in her career. So the first no doubt performance. And I was like, yep, this is going to make it.
Luke goes, I'm a year older than you. You're not too young. You're just too lame. You're not wrong.
This is a sports show, but apparently a lot of people like this conversation because, oh yeah, this is a Y2K pop icon, pop diva.
Yeah, this is
James Hetfield and Lars.
This is
Lars
this is
Ulrich.
Jock Jams. This is on Jock Jams. Gotta have it. Absolute must. Absolute.
We working out to this?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm working out to this.
How many burpees?
AC/DC.
How many burpees do you guys want me to drop
I
down
did
and do?
burpees
real
this
quick?
morning, and I was passed out after doing 6 of them.
6? How about this? One time I did a burpee workout. The workout, you show up, and all it said on the board, on this CrossFit board, 100 burpees. That's it. As fast as you can. 4 time, 100 burpees.
I turn around and walk out.
I threw up.
Yeah.
But I sent it. It was like, I got it done in less than 10 minutes.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes.
Wow.
Very low percentage.
Pause.
Are we back in the day of for that to start yesterday? That's Jerry Jones talking about glory holes. That started off a wonderful day of NFL audio where we get the Liam Cohen press conference. We're back, and you counted it the other day. Who'd you say looked like Adam Gase? Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson has
had the Adam Gase
serious
eyes.
Adam Gase energy.
Are we back in creepy, weird-looking, neurotic head coach land?
Yes, we are.
We went away for a couple of years.
Raj, you know what the problem is with a lot of these guys? And I'm talking Liam Cohen and Ben Johnson in this cycle particularly, is that these guys have been in the National Football League almost exclusively. Liam Cohen he coached 2 years at Kentucky, University of Kentucky, 1 year each. But man, these guys have been the play drawers on the Mac the laptop for John Gruden or for Kyle Shanahan. These guys are computer nerds. And there's nothing wrong with that, but then all of a sudden, you're in charge of being the face of a franchise and you got a microphone in front of you. You've never recruited. You've never related to human beings, to human interaction. You've been just in the lab your entire working professional life, and all of a sudden you come from out of the lab and you're placed in front of a massive international audience, and all of a sudden it's like, you are a weirdo.
Jacksonville, the community, Duval.
Dude. Can you play that Duval? I just want the Duval sound if you can get that one there. Because that, my friend, will resonate and reverberate
right, if they
throughout
Duval.
If
that
they're
is so
not successful,
creepy.
man.
One more time for the people in the back there.
Duval.
Oh my gosh.
If he doesn't turn it around, that's his Adam Gase moment.
Thinking equals talent take over.
Thank you.
Sirianni.
That's really what this is going to come down to is honesty. I want to surround ourselves with people that are going to be able to tell you hard truths, be able to show you your blind spots, because that's really, like I mentioned, where growth occurs, when you can truly be yourself and be honest with looking in the mirror, knowing that process to get you there was clean and it was right, and the results will speak for themselves.
Honest.
Duval.
Honest, clean. Liam Cohen, really? Because I'm pretty sure you interviewed for a job under a certain pretense and condition that Trent Baalke was the general manager. Well, then you kicked and screamed in your little lab that you were working out of. And then all of a sudden, Trent Baalke's he's unemployed now. So that's clean? Or do you have an incredible amount of Trent Baalke's blood on your hands, Liam Cohen? And all you can say is you can call that you can point to the county of which Jacksonville is. And you can
Duval.
You can give us that sound for the rest of the time.
Duval.
Duval.
2K Tuesday.
Duval.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. That's Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. Join us wherever you guys go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile application. Tough for me to say.
Well, you were looking for a word. It's the word that's stuck in your mind and will be for the next week.
Duval?
Duval.
The Altitude Sports Radio
Good luck getting that
mobile
out.
app is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. They're injury lawyers. Go to willheightwins.com. That is willheightwins.com. You see the Broncos are losing assistant coaches.
They leaving.
Left, right, and center.
Kind of the opposite
They're
of when
hemorrhaging
Coach
right
Prime
now.
came.
Yeah.
And all the players came. It's not we coming.
They're going.
They gone.
Cause for concern, or
it's good.
Good news that means Sean Payton is doing the right thing.
People
and
like
hiring
Sean's
the right guys.
guy. People like Sean's guys, and I think the bigger one is that Dan Campbell and Sean Payton obviously share a tree.
Yes.
The Dan Campbell tree is a branch off the Sean Payton tree. Therefore, Johnny Morton, who I know a little bit, he had some connections to the Jim Harbaugh coaching tree as well. He was at University of San Diego as the offensive coordinator prior to Harbaugh going to the Stanford, that part of the tree I jumped on. And Johnny Morton, for reference, do you remember during training camp when Troy Franklin and Marvin Mims were getting more than an earful at training camp from one particular coach? That was Johnny Moe. That was passing game coordinator Johnny Moe, who by all accounts is heading to the Detroit Lions to be their offensive coordinator.
There's no turds here.
We'll find out.
So you lose him.
And he wasn't a play caller by any stretch of the imagination. He has been before. But, man, he is an intense on-the-field coach. When we were in our little tents on Radio Row at training camp for those 5-6 weeks, Johnny Moe is the guy that was always pacing around before practice, kind of give you the wild look in his eyes. He'd look over at the radio guys like, you guys are idiots, and I hate you. Cool. Like, yeah, I was one of you before, and I hate you now.
So you lose Declan Doyle to Chicago.
Yep, didn't know much about Declan. I actually, every day at practice, I never noticed him. Not once. Never noticed him as any on-field. You notice Davis Webb. You notice Davis Webb. You notice Joe Lombardi. I never once even I couldn't tell you who Declan Doyle is. I couldn't pick him out of a line of on-air radio hosts if he was in a police lineup.
You lose Doyle. You lose Morton. You lose Darren Muji.
The Muj piece going to the New York Jets.
The New York Jets, and his head coach that he is now has underneath him said this.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges, but with challenges gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this.
Yeah. Everybody's looking around like,
there's one guy clapping in the background.
I think everybody
he got 3 claps.
Even the ownership group and the lifers that have been a part of the administrative organizational team for the Jets are like, does he know what we are the New York Jets means?
He doesn't get it.
Does he know what that means?
My favorite. Yeah, the 3 claps. Just the singing.
Yeah.
It's too good, man.
Oh, man.
It's
so,
too
hey,
good.
sometimes like what Aaron Glenn's doing there, and there's times where you have to do this. Sometimes you got to talk the organization or talk the team tough. You've got to bring about some ridiculous bravado because it's not going to come from its historical perspective. It's not going to come from the last decade. It's frankly not going to come from all the dysfunction that has surrounded it. So you almost have to talk it into existence. Manifest and move, as Aaron Glenn probably is thinking right now. Because the New York football Jets have been a disaster for the better part of my entire life.
The Raiders have been a disaster too, but they end up hiring Pete Carroll, and then Marshawn comes in.
We do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
That's my favorite of the day.
He's the one NFL player, either current or past, that I wish had some sort of connection to the Denver Broncos.
That's a great point.
Just some connection.
Can the Denver Broncos hire him in a very unusual and very out of place ambassador role.
The hype coordinator.
Kind of like the Rambassador that CSU hired Terrell Davis, who went to the
Yes.
University of Georgia as a Rambassador. It's like, what? This
Why
doesn't
is he
make
here?
sense. I don't care. It's Marshawn Lynch. Bring him in.
The closest guy that we
Send
have,
him in, Jerome.
the closest guy that we have to Marshawn breaking into an introductory press conference and screaming Broncos, like the closest guy we have. Is it Vaughn? It's probably Von Miller,
But he plays for the Bills.
but you know he's going to come back. And he has that kind of like bubbly, bouncy personality. I think Vaughn could kind of be that guy. He's not as off the wall as Marshawn is, but he's as close as you're going to get.
I like the one in the morning show throughout. Aqib Talib.
Aqib? I'll take
Aqib
Aqib.
Talib.
Raiders! Raiders!
You ain't hear me yelling at you? No, I didn't. Was that you that yelled? Yeah, you the one said that. You the one yelled Raiders? Who else gonna run that way?
So you lose these assistant coaches. You lose Doyle. You lose Morton. You lose your assistant GM and Muji.
Didn't lose Davis Webb,
Right.
which is my guy.
And now what
Big
we're
fan.
hearing is that you are now putting a priority on retaining Davis Webb
And Jim Leonard
and Jim Leonard. Are those your
of
OCs?
University of Wisconsin fame.
I
Both
just
his
know him from
defense.
his Jets or from his Jets days.
Well, Jets, Ravens. He was he's brilliant safety, hard hitting safety, but he's beloved in the state of Wisconsin. Actually, a lot of people are wanting him to be the head football coach currently at the University of Wisconsin. Jim Leonard is a good football coach and just a great dude from everything I've heard. Same thing with Davis Webb. Those two guys are really good young coaches.
Are those your OCs and DCs of the future?
I would hope so. I don't really know what OC means with Sean Payton as the head football
Right
coach.
now, it doesn't mean much.
Kind of means that you do a press conference and you eat a bunch of the questions Sean doesn't want to answer. That's about
Right,
it.
but like a lot of those press conferences, when they bring all of the coordinators out at the same time, for the Broncos this year, the hierarchy of where the media goes when all three come out, it is Vance Joseph with a massive throng of cameras in front of him. And then it goes to Lombardi, and then it goes to special teams. And who the heck's the special teams coach now?
Banjo has not been hired yet, but he has had he's been targeted by other franchises. Chris Banjo, the current assistant special teams coordinator.
The hierarchy was Joseph, Lombardi, Kotwicka, and then whoever's going to be the guy moving forward. That was it. It wasn't like you had a huge focus on really needing to figure out like what's the OC think about the game plan, because it's Sean. Sean calls it all.
I think that Westhoff in his later years had a falling out with Kotwicka, and then Westhoff, having been a longer serving lieutenant of Sean Payton than Kotwicka, I think he threw him under the bus. That's my uneducated, uninformed take of the situation, because I've worked with enough people that have worked with both Mike Westhoff and Ben Kotwicka and had a lot of really good things to say about Ben Kotwicka as a ball coach.
Two texts coming in for who would be the Broncos version of Marshawn Lynch, Shannon Sharp. Shannon's too brash, man. Shannon isn't self-deprecating enough to be Marshawn Lynch.
No, he's gotten a little too Mr. ESPN-y right now. So.
Yeah, he also
Shannon loves Shannon too much to be Marshawn Lynch.
He also loves his proof of performance, if you will.
Oh yeah, leaving the phone on the bed and leaving the camera rolling. Yep.
And every time I see him, it's on site.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon loves Shannon too much to be the type of goofball running into press conferences.
You
and
a Shannon guy
screaming.
these days?
Shannon Sharp?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like he's distanced himself enough from the franchise that I go, I'm not the biggest Shannon Sharp fan in the entire world. If he still held the I'm a Bronco, I'm Mr. Bronco.
Yeah.
Shannon.
It's a weird
he's
thing
his
because
own entity,
he's
just like
big.
Deion's Deion.
He's really big in his kind of national platform, his podcasting platforms, but he just doesn't right now strike me as a Denver Bronco in this current state of his life. Would you agree with that, KJ?
I agree wholeheartedly. But to answer your first question, I'm a huge Shannon Sharp guy.
You like Unc?
Yeah, I love Unc, man. Nightcap, dude, it does it for me, man. They get into some very raunchy conversations,
Oh,
and those are my type of conversations.
I didn't know that, KJ. I thought you were just a good young boy, a good young lad.
Listen,
I thought you were a choir boy from Southern America, Southeast America.
Listen, man. At some point, once you leave Southern Baptist, you just you start picking up other interests.
Jerry Jones was caught on microphone yesterday saying some off-color things, but at least this one was somewhat in a sane vein.
Now, I get my proverbial ass kicked over needing people in my comfort zone. Without this thing being about me in any way, if you don't think I can't operate out of my comfort zone, you're so wrong. It's unbelievable. This is as big a risk as you could take. As big a risk as you could take. No head coaching experience. Now, let me share something with you.
Jera.
With all of that, you've just heard him reference his osmosis, his family. Anybody in this room that doesn't believe the apple doesn't go far from the tree has missed it someplace down the road.
It's a Nepo, baby.
Especially if there was an effort to make it that way, and there was an effort. But then you go around to the countless numbers of coaches that Shotty has served on staff with and been around, the countless players. How often do you have someone that has 25, I'm going to say 25, it may be 26, of years of working through the human relationship and working, aspiring to learn, of have his ears and eyes wide open and looking for techniques and looking for things that make coaches better.
How far of a departure is the Brian Schottenheimer signing from what Dion would have been had he signed on with the Star?
As far as it gets. As far as the East is from the West, my friend. You would have had buzz, energy, excitement, and Jerry would be scared to frickin' death because he would have had to yield a lot of power.
At least you kind of know what you're getting out of Schottenheimer. I mean, he's been in OC with what, 4 different NFL
Hasn't
franchises
really gone
now?
well, though, anywhere.
OC with the New York Jets from 06 to 2011.
That's the Mark Sanchez butt fumble era.
OC with the St. Louis Rams from 12 to 14.
That was Bradford-ish.
I would assume that they weren't great then
No,
because they
so.
moved shortly
I mean,
after.
I know it got real sideways with Russell in Seattle. They wanted to get rid of him pretty quickly.
OC from 18 to 20 in Seattle.
Yeah, it was not good. That was actually 2 of those years were Russell's biggest down years.
OC in Dallas 03-04.
And
23-24.
And hasn't gone great in Dallas.
Although if you look at the offense last year,
But Mike McCarthy was calling it, brother. It's the offensive coordinator, play caller. He took it back from Kellen Moore. Kellen Moore had it, got rid of Kellen
so
Moore.
why move on from Mike then?
Who knows? Probably because Jera wasn't finding the correct glory hole responsibility between him and Jerry McCarthy.
You chose to do that. You didn't have to.
Him and
do
Mike
that.
McCarthy.
Smiles and glory holes.
Where did he even come up with that, guys?
I have no idea.
How did he come up with smiles and glory holes when asked the question? He was like, where did he even, what was Jera doing before this presser? Where was he?
The old guy's got to get it in too somehow. NFL Notes is next.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football. Football's fun.
Fun, sir.
Fun, sir.
It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. Before we get there, Altitude Sports Radio and our friends at Hooters want to set you up for a party with you and 4 friends and a Hooters prize pack. It's a party.
You just said Hooters.
That is hosted by DMac. Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game coming up. They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers wins. A tie goes to the entry that was entered first. So hurry, get on over to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That is altitudesportsradio.com/what, Coach?
I lost you. I was thinking of my next off-the-wall things I was going to say.
altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters.
Hooters. Oh, I was going to do, yeah, there you go. Good.
KJ.
Good.
Coach.
Take it away, KJ.
Hey, listen, there's no better skanky restaurant that has wings better than Hooters. Hooters has the best wings. Agree
Great
or
wings,
disagree?
great fries.
Yes.
This is a true
Agree.
statement. A 100% true statement. My mother's favorite place to go, my 68-year-old mother, favorite place to go grab a bite to eat with her son is Hooters. Loves the wings.
Oh, you know what? Hey, when she's in town, let me know.
All right, let's go.
Let me know. The 2025 coaching cycle may have surpassed the most recent cringiest coaching cycle that involved Dan Campbell and Nick Sirianni a few years ago.
Thinking equals talent take over.
As we continue to bring you the latest and greatest from this cycle, we also want to bring you the cringiest moments from each introductory presser side by side in a small little montage as the meatheads and the cringiness gets weirder and weirder.
I kind of enjoyed beating Matt LaFleur twice a year.
But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
As a coach now, how would you describe what kind of players you want to wear a Patriot uniform to help you win as an organization?
Elliot's going to laugh. I'm going to say good ones. That's just an inside joke between him and I.
We do want to fill our stadium up with our guys. I know that we have a good draw for people from out of town. There you go. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Jacksonville, the community, Duval.
The worst is what?
Duval.
100%.
Duval's the worst, without a doubt. Aaron Glenn is a close second with we are the New York freaking Jets.
I think it's glory hole number 2 all the way. And we have learned from our fine friends on the Shop Mazda text line.
It's an oil thing.
It's oil. It's when you hit the right spot. Pause. In an oil drill or a mining field, and you just keep going back to the well of that spot. That's called the glory hole. Mm-hmm.
Out of these teams,
Patriots wasn't as cringy.
We don't have a
Patriots. Vrabel wasn't bad.
No, they got in, got out. They got in, got out.
And Pete Carroll wasn't bad. He was good. Pro.
No, Marshawn Lynch was the best part of yesterday.
Marshawn Lynch won awkward head coaching pressers.
So no head coach in New Orleans yet. That's the only opening so far.
No, but they did interview Kellen Moore late into the night last night, so
it's probably the guy.
And they flew to him.
Okay.
So we'll keep our eye on that.
Kellen Moore feels like the guy. With Liam Cohen, Mike Vrabel, Ben Johnson, Aaron Glenn, Pete Carroll, Brian Schottenheimer. Who has the best situation that they're jumping into, and who will have the best season next year?
I'm going Vrabel. Just seems like the most serious. And Drake May appears to be the most. So when I'm saying the best first year, it's going to be in comparison to the previous year of that franchise. I think that Drake May takes the next right step. I think the Patriots organization is the most poised to make the next right move. Ben Johnson seems odd to me.
He seems odd, but I think the situation. His situation is the best. I think it's the best young situation.
It is, but man, I'll say this: in terms of the seriousness of the prospect, I'm not sold on Caleb Williams in terms of the maturity and the seriousness of him.
I think it's very clear what the one team is that has the best chance of having the best record, though.
The Cowboys.
It's the Cowboys. Dak Prescott comes back and healthy, and that team, can they win the NFC East? Probably not, but they'll compete for it.
You got the Manders in there now, though,
that
man.
division's always a meat
You're
grinder.
gonna have one more year of growth from Jaden Daniels. You're gonna have the Eagles and Saquon Barkley, who's, unless something insane happens in the Super Bowl, is going to come back healthy. I just think it's a bad time to be the Cowboys head coach right now. I mean, you don't want to be the Cowboys head coach when the Commanders or the Redskins historically are in a good place.
All right, so Dallas, not the best record out of these head coach needy teams.
You know who actually might have some success early on, man?
Again, the teams Jacksonville, New England, Chicago, New Orleans, New York Jets, Las Vegas Raiders, and the Cowboys.
You knew he was going to have success somehow, some way in year one. It's going to be Pete Carroll. He's the most transformative culture coach.
Talk about a tough division
veteran
to walk into.
I mean, he's gonna be an underdog in every game he plays in the division. Still got Max Crosby. Still got Brock Bowers, who's arguably the most talented rookie, period, in the class. He and Jaden Daniels. Dude, I don't know, man. And then, like Jacoby Myers, I'm not sure about his contract situation. I'd take him any day of the week and twice on Sunday over any of the receivers that the Broncos have.
Best situation for me, Chicago and Ben Johnson. Best record for me, Schottenheimer and Dallas. He's the only one that has an established, legit quarterback right now.
Yeah, because you also have, you could say the Bears have the best situation because there is talent.
Best situation.
But man, the NFC North's not going to get any easier.
KJ, what's next?
Duval. The owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Art Rooney, made it very clear during his presser yesterday that he prefers to keep either Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. Art said he's very unlikely to keep both. Quote, I think both of them see themselves as starters, and I don't know that they want to share the same job again next year. So I would say most likely we probably don't wind up bringing them both back. And quote, which QB would you guys choose to bring back if you had to bring back one? And is it still the worst QB situation in the NFL right now?
Heck no. They went to the playoffs. How could it be the worst quarterback situation in the National Football League?
It's not enviable.
I mean, I'd say the New York Jets, because they had the quarterback is the biggest personality in pro sports right now and controlled an entire franchise, was the puppet master pulling all the strings behind the scenes and getting people fired.
They're going to go 10-7, or they're going to go 9-8.
The New York Giants?
Yeah, but at least the Giants are in a position where you can draft your quarterback of the future. Therefore, it is a little bit enviable. Like Tomlin's going to have another 10-7 year, or he's going to go 9-8. He's going to knock on the door of the playoffs.
You know,
either just miss it, or they're going to go 10-7. They're going to lose in the first round and not even sniff a win. If they decide to go with one of these two quarterbacks, what they should be doing is kicking both the guys out the door and ponying up for Sam Darnold.
Agreed. You know what the worst position to be in terms of your quarterback situation is? When you have none and you are in the top 3 or 4 picks in a really quarterback poor class, which this year is.
Did you hear what some of the guys in the front office in Cleveland were saying?
No.
Cleveland hates this quarterback class.
You know who else does?
You.
I like Shador a lot, but for him,
you don't like the class.
I think Shador's was all nurture. It's going to be the right situation, and he would take off in the right situation, which I still think the Raiders could be.
The reports out of Cleveland are that the Browns don't see either one of the 2 top quarterback prospects in this draft, Shador Sanders, Cam Ward. They don't see either one of those guys having gone above Bo Nix last year. So they're all out of the top 6.
I've heard that. So I heard that from the director of the Senior Bowl. It's a tremendous former NFL scout. He was in front office executive. Nagy is his last name, Jim Nagy. He was in his press conference yesterday at the Senior Bowl, and of course, I'm living vicariously through the Senior Bowl press conference.
You're having your itchy withdrawals. I get you.
Yeah, I quit the Zen. I'm no longer Coach Zinford, but my withdrawals are way more severe with the Senior Bowl absence than they were with the nicotine absence. 20 days sober there, Raj. How about you? I see fluffy white pillows getting thrown up there all day.
They are not Zins.
Oh, mind-expanding drugs, are they?
Oh, but no. I'm getting myself off of them too. KJ?
Duval. Robert Griffin III went on Up and Adams with Kay Adams yesterday, and he explained that Josh Allen is no longer in the Peyton Manning category regarding playoff success. He is now moved into the Phillip Rivers category, and he explains why he feels Phillip Rivers is now the comp.
The bigger thing is, I do believe that Patrick Mahomes has turned Josh Allen into Phillip Rivers. This was Josh Allen's opportunity to be Tom Brady. To be Peyton Manning. Manning started 0-2 against Brady, then finished 3-2. If Josh would have got this win, he would have been 1-3 against Mahomes, and I think that would have made them confident that in the future, hey, we can continue to beat this team. Now they're in no man's land. They have no idea how to beat the Chiefs. They can play perfect, and it's still not perfect enough because they're not playing perfect enough in the right times during the game. So now Josh Allen is on a Phillip Rivers trajectory, and that's not a bad trajectory. Phillip just doesn't have any Super Bowls.
I don't know about this. First off, RG3, who gives you the authority to throw shade at a great quarterback, an elite quarterback in Phillip Rivers, to use his legacy to talk negatively about where Josh Allen's at this stage of his career? I don't know, man. Josh Allen's performed very well in the postseason in terms of touchdowns, interceptions. He just hasn't won.
I mean, I don't think the comp's that far off, Coach. Like the Chargers performed, they got there to a championship game. Did they get to 2? I know they got to 1. Did they get to 2 under Rivers? He's in the worst time ever to be an AFC quarterback. You're going up against Patrick Mahomes. It was the same thing as Rivers, unfortunately, having a Hall of Fame career at the same time as Peyton Manning and as Tom Brady. It sucks for the guy. I hope he breaks through one day. I'm sick and tired of seeing Patrick Mahomes. I hope he gets there. Let's head on out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com, where we find Mike Palm, Circus Sports VP of Operations. Mike, what's up, man?
Hey, Raj, how are you doing? Happy to be able to join you and Coach for a few minutes this morning.
Mike, tell us a little bit about this Circus Squares on the app that you can find here in the great state of Colorado for the big game coming up here in about, 12 days. Just give us a quick rundown on everything that it can offer in terms of engaging the game that will be played here in a couple weeks in a different way.
Yeah, we're pretty proud of it. We actually got a patent on it. And we've been doing it every year since we launched Circus Sports. So this is our 6th year of it. It'll be in all 5 states, Colorado being one of them that we have sports available. And so, in simple terms, you guys go to a Super Bowl party, and most of your listeners will be familiar with buying squares. And whether the board's a $25 square, $50 square, $100, $500, whatever it is, you buy 1 square, you buy 2, you buy 4, and then you sign your names to some blank spots and hope to draw some good numbers, 0s, the 3s, 4s, 7s, and then keep your fingers crossed. We actually converted those square boards into a betting option. So Circus Sports posts all 100 options for the first quarter, second halftime, third quarter, and final score. So you can actually pick which square you want. The minimum bet's $1. The maximum bet is to win $100,000 on any given quarter. So it allows the customer to have control, and it's also pretty good for us in the fact that we're not trying to run 15 different boards at all of our parties and tying up a lot of labor on Super Bowl Sunday.
Mike, how long has Circus Squares been in existence, at least for Circa, in the largest sports betting sports book in the country? How long has this been in place, and what have been some of the good stories, the successful stories of people that have played this game both in-house and using the app, and any big winners historically?
Yeah, so it's interesting. We started Circus Sports in June of 2019. So the Super Bowl that was played And 2020 was the first one we offered it on, and we only offered it in Nevada. And then now we've been able to get it to all the jurisdictions. So year 6 from us, we've seen the growth in the number of people participating in the overall right go from, the first year we did it a little under $30,000 to close to $500,000 last year. So our goal is to get to 700,000 and right with it. It's interesting because some folks pick the common numbers, which even the common numbers are 5 to 1, 7 to 1, 8 to 1. And some folks have hit the long shots at, some squares are 5,000 to 1, but there's plenty that are between 500 to 1 and 1,000 to 1. We've had a couple folks hit square one hit at 800 to 1 for $3, and still 2,400. You take your shots for a few bucks. I think the biggest payout we had was a little over $40,000 on someone that hit a square. So, you can try to hit some lottery tickets, strategically cover the common numbers. It's up to the customer.
I'm historically terrible on squares, so hopefully this thing gives me a chance to win for the first time in my life. Mike, where have you guys seen the handle going over the last few days? This game started out as like a 2-point spread for Kansas City. On the favorite side, I've seen it drop down to 1.5. What's it looking like out there at Circa?
So we opened Sunday night when the Kansas City Buffalo game closed. We opened 1 and 47.5. It got up to 1.5 Sunday night. It came really close to 2. We haven't gotten to 2. Other books have gotten to 2. We've stayed at 1.5 the whole time. But the money really is coming in on the over. We went from 47.5 to 48, 48.5, 49. We didn't get to 50. Some books got to 50.5. We got to 49.5. Then we saw it bought back down to 48.5, and then we're back up to 49.5. I would suspect the number's going to close. 51's a key number, but the number's going to close 50 or 50.5 probably. If it gets to 51, it's possible. Obviously, the public likes overs, and also in the 2 championship games, both games, went over relatively easily.
That is Mike Palm, the Circa Sports VP of Operations. Get on Circa Squares. Pick your own squares this year, and hopefully you'll come out a winner coming up on the big game between the Chiefs and the Eagles. Mike, we appreciate it, man. Have a good day.
Thanks, guys. Take care.
Appreciate you, Mike.
All of our guests here on Altitude Sports Radio are brought to you by the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Find them at ramoslaw.com. It's been one of my favorite 2K Tuesdays today, Coach. Live from the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice, the morning sprint. You can't get a better ranking than what you just threw out there for 2000s Pop Divas.
I love rankings. I just love evaluating players, and it's part of the reason I had to lean into why, 2K Tuesday and Pop Divas and evaluating and ranking all of them, because I have major FOMO right now, Raj. FOMO of not being at the East-West Shrine game or the Senior Bowl down in Mobile, Alabama, where I found myself a year ago at this time. But I did find some great information, a little tidbit of a tight end from the great state of Colorado.
Oh.
That happened to be a previous teammate of Bo Nix at the University of Oregon for the last 2 years. It's a tight end that I coached against in 2022 when he was at Oregon. I was like, pregame, you see him on the hoof, you're like, that dude is a good-looking joker. Terrence Ferguson. Terrence Ferguson, I believe, and we can find out from our texters here what local high school he went to. Terrence Ferguson is really
Heritage.
really.
He's a Heritage Eagle.
Heritage. Is that what is that Highlands Ranch?
Littleton. It's like off of Santa Fe and Jackass Hill. Something like that. Mineral and Jackass Hill, I think.
So Terrence Ferguson.
KJ's laughing. That is a real street, KJ.
I know all
it's
about
real
Jackass Hill. Big Jackass Hill guy. Terrence Ferguson was he came in at just over 6'5", just over 250, I believe 252 pounds, and is turning heads in the one-on-ones. You can check out on my social. I posted a clip of him performing at the Senior Bowl today in the first practice of the Senior Bowl in a one-on-one clip. And for a guy of his size, the ability to create separation in a one-on-one rep, I'm all in on. So if everybody thinks it's just Tyler Warren and or Colston Loveland or bust, there's two Coloradans that I'm pretty dang excited about that play the tight end position. And I've always thought that the tight end position is rich in the state of Colorado. When I recruited, there's length, there's athleticism, basketball, football type guys, power forward type guys. And for me, it's Terrence Ferguson of Oregon and Gunnar Helm of the University of Texas. Those two guys I'm going to have my eyes on those two cats.
So are those guys that are good enough, impactful enough for you to, let's say Colston Loveland is available, but so is, and this is, again, dream state, so is Ashton Genty, so is Emeka Egbuka, or whoever your number one wide receiver on your board is. Let's say all of those guys are available when the Broncos come up to select in round one. Are both of those tight end prospects, which are not first-round grades, are they good enough for you to go, all right, Colston, we'll let you go to the Chargers?
If you have the running back that is the apple of your eye, I would go there at pick number 20, if available. He's got to be the choice that you want, that is going to at least give Sean Payton his 1A running back. Because he already said he doesn't want a 1A, 1B, 1C in one human being. He wants there to be some form of, a committee running back room. He doesn't want Saquon Barkley. He wants a little bit more what the Chiefs got rolling right now. If you're going to be honest, Isaiah Pacheco, since he's been back from injury, has not been the bell cow. Kareem Hunt's kind of just getting as much run as you're seeing from Pacheco.
So that second guy, though, he's in-house. Like that second guy is either Jaleel or Estime.
I think it's Jaleel. I do. I don't know that there's a place for Audric Estime.
He was drafted last year.
I know. But, dude, why did you have him inactive against the Bills? Make it make sense.
You were never going to win the game anyway?
Okay, so don't play him. Hey, rookie, you've been really coming along. I don't really want you to experience playoff football in your first year so that you can be a little bit more comfortable a year from now. Gosh, dang it. I don't get it, brother.
Coach, first two games of the post-Mikko Rantanen world, the Marty Necas world, the Jack Drury world. Obviously, you lose the first matinee of the back-to-backs in Boston. Not a great loss against a bad team. You had a lead going into the third period, but then against a resurgent Rangers program that is, I think they're the scariest team in the Eastern Conference that is not currently in a playoff spot. Like when they get into the playoffs, and I think they will, I think that the teams at the top, the Devils, the Panthers, those types of teams, the Hurricanes, don't want to see the Rangers in the playoffs. You bounce back. You score a bunch of goals against the number one goalie in the world right now, or at least in terms of money, in Igor Shesterkin. You win that game. What have your thoughts been since you've seen Marty Necas skating around? Have you liked the fit? Do you like the speed? Or do you find yourself really missing Mikko?
I find myself excited about the future. I find myself excited that you added two pieces. Jack Drury is a guy that I get excited about because he really, have you seen how he gets down in there for the faceoff?
He competes.
He competes. He's a dirt dog on a faceoff, man. And I'm excited to
most of faceoff winning, man, it's compete.
It is.
It's get the hell in there. It's like
have you seen how low he gets?
It's trenches in
wild.
In football, man. That is it.
It's weird because it stood out to me as somebody who's been watching a lot of Avs hockey this year. I'm like, I haven't seen anybody down and dirty to win a faceoff like that this entire year. And I like Jack Drury. I like the grit. I like the youth. I like the intelligence. And then I love the speed of Marty Necas. I love it. I just love the fact that the Carolina, the Canes were a franchise that I really enjoyed watching the way they played because of the speed at which they played, the aggressiveness. It was, I mean, they from board to board, they played, I thought, frenetic hockey. And I love that you're adding not just a piece of that to your roster, a big piece of that in terms of the identity of what the Canes were.
First two games with the Avalanche, Marty Necas tied for second in points with 2, tied for second in offensive zone possession with 2 minutes and 27 seconds. He is first on the Avs. Again, very small data sample here in zone entries with possession at 18, that's an amazing stat to lead the Avs in on because they have like the best zone entry player on planet Earth in Nathan MacKinnon. Necas is first in these two games. He has 18 zone entries. He has 7 scoring chances, which is second on the Avs. And his expected goals at 5-on-5 is 1.2. That ranks first through those first two games. Any spot that he doesn't rank first on in those 5 categories, Nathan MacKinnon's the only one who outpaces him. He's been a fit. Very small sample size. I'm not saying like he's the next Nathan MacKinnon, but it seems as though they fit very well together. The power play has looked better. It hasn't been perfect, but it has looked better. I think Necas scores his first today. And I think he scores his first on the power play in the first period.
Raj, is that a prediction?
Am I allowed to?
I saw your tweet this morning.
What if I don't predict the game?
Raj, I saw your tweet this morning.
What am I supposed to do?
I mean,
part of this job is predicting things.
But what did Connor McGahey ask you to do?
He said just one game, be quiet. So when the puck drops tonight, I will be radio silent on Twitter.
But it doesn't count if you already threw out a pretty bold proclamation.
You know what? It seems as though the guidelines are a little fuzzy, and that's a you problem.
No, that is not a me problem.
That is a you problem.
Raj, you realize that I was willing to let this slide. I was going to let it slide. I read the tweet. I wasn't going to bring it up until you just brought it up.
I need a clearly defined set of rules. I need them printed out, laminated, and stapled to my office door. This is a you problem and a McGahey problem.
Dude, it's not a me problem. You said and agreed to the terms of no more predictions. And what'd you do this morning?
I didn't predict the game.
You quote tweeted our conversation yesterday about the PP1 improving. And I love saying PP1. You said it was going to prove it. You quote tweeted by saying tonight's the night, and Marty Necas ends up netting his first power play goal. And I think you said in the first period, even you got specific.
I did. I got really specific.
Like you don't even know if there's going to be a power play in Long Island tonight.
The reason why I say this is because the New York Islanders are the worst power play team in the National Hockey League, and either the worst or the second worst penalty kill team in the NHL. I didn't predict the game. You gotta give me some wiggle room here. There's gotta be a little bit of gray area, some fuzziness to this.
You know what? I'm just gonna let you do you, and I'm gonna stop telling you how to fan, stop telling you how to analyze, and I'm just gonna let it play out. And so just do you, Rush. Do you.
God forbid the Avs power play goes like 0 for 4 tonight. They fail to score on a 5-on-3. They lose the game like 4-1.
The best indicator of future events, Raj, is past events. And that's probably going to happen. if we're going off just the recent history of the Avs power play.
I'm not allowed to get excited about a player that looks like he's sparked the Avs power play a little bit.
I got a couple people that are asking me to hold you accountable. I'll gladly oblige.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I got people asking me to hold you accountable.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right, you know what?
But
So
let me come to your defense, though.
here. I want a written bill of rights, a constitution, what I'm allowed.
Okay, I'm
going
going
to
to write it for you right now. Okay, I'm going to write it for you right here. All right?
You don't have enough time. There's like 30 seconds
It's
left.
going to be really easy. No predictions for Denver area sports teams for one Alex Ryanemi. Sign, Alex Ryanemi. Thank you.
Oh, from the 512 in Texas, this is a Raj problem. Let's be real about it.
Raj jinx is real, man.
I love all of you. See you tomorrow morning at 10.
Well, Raja, I want to come to your defense. The Islanders are 32nd in the penalty kill, so there you go.
Avs Islanders tonight, 5:30 puck drop, 5 p.m. pregame show right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Close your eyes, everybody, when the power play rolls out.
Lifting our way right into your hearts. Scott is in transit to New York City from Chi-Town after a tough loss by the Nuggets. He'll hopefully join us later.
The City of Angels.
I'm sorry, huh?
What?
I just got to start by saying I never even thought of an ownership group donating helmets to every high school in Colorado. It's a $12 million commitment.
I saw that, and I got to check the math on that. That seems a bit high to me. For 15,000 helmets, $12 million? I got to check the math on that one a little bit. But regardless, it's incredible. It's incredible. It is. It is. And we're not talking about, kind of the lower tier helmets. We're talking about we want kids, we want moms, we want dads to feel safe putting their young kids into football, a sport that is a very cost-prohibitive sport. I went through that this year with my young kid. First year I had my kid in 8th grade playing football. I couldn't believe the startup cost for it. And I'm a football player, Like, to get into this thing, this isn't like starting baseball or anything else where you buy a mitt and a bat and you're done. It's a lot of money, even at the high school level. So it's an incredible deal that they're doing. I'm not trying to knock it at all by talking about $12 million. That just seemed like a whole lot of money.
It's a mind-blowing, great idea.
Yes, it is.
And I'm so glad this ownership group owns our team, the Denver Broncos. And I do think it's our team. I don't think a team consists without the community that it plays in. And the Broncos are our team, and this is it's an awesome thing. And yeah, I'm a big baseball guy. My biggest frustration is the Rockies haven't done enough, in my opinion, to service the community and the neighborhoods they play in. And it's a simple solution. It's certainly a hell of a lot less than $12 million, Tyler. But it would be to set up turf fields near the facility they play to encourage participation in that sport. And it's got to be turf, not natural grass for baseball, because maintaining grass fields is practically impossible. It's hard to do. It's better served to simply have great turf fields for kids. And so to see the Walter Penner Group do something that will promote the participation of their sport for the entire state, it'd be a drop in the bucket for the Rockies to do something somewhat similar. And boy, oh boy, do the Broncos, what a great lesson this is for ownership groups. It's really remarkable. Good job.
Yeah, the cool part about these helmets is that they've got a lifespan too. These are not moms and dads, when they're buying used equipment in football, it's scary because you look at these helmets that they're dinged up at the youth level. And I know, like, on the team I was coaching, a lot of moms are like, "Hey, is it okay to buy a secondhand helmet?" I'm like, I'm gonna leave that up to you. I'm not gonna make that decision for you. But yeah, you can. And these particular helmets, they've got an 8 to 10 year lifespan. So, you turn it back into the school, you don't own it, you turn it back into the school, and you got it covered for the next 8 years.
I love it. Hey, a reminder, us here at Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends with a Hooters prize pack that I'll be hosting, showing up like an annoying uncle. Just answer 10 simple questions about the big game, prop bets without risking any money. So whoever has the most, the entry or the most correct answers wins. Ty goes the entry that was entered first. So a sense of urgency here. Go to altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altituderadio.com/Hooters. We'll get to the Mikko stuff. Mikko has a couple of interesting twists and turns. That's in about 15 minutes. The Nuggets last night, I'm not sure what to say about that one. That might have been more disappointing to me than the Minnesota loss.
Yeah. 13-point run at the beginning, and then tried to make it interesting, and you did. You did. It was certainly fascinating after all the conversations about Zach LaVine, seeing him do his deal, hitting the three-pointer at the end and everything. I don't know what that did for the Nuggets fan base, if that made them feel a certain type of way on that trade or not. But yeah, this team is at times just feeling lackluster. That's what it is. They just feel a little bit lazy with their possessions, a little bit lazy with the turnovers. It just feels a little bit lackluster out there.
Yeah, I don't quite get it. It was weird to watch. I mean, Jokic had another huge game. Christian Brown had his highest scoring game of all time. And Malone,
that was the most he'd ever scored? 28?
28, yeah, in the NBA. I'm sure in Kansas he did some damage. But, and then Malone was tough on the guys afterwards too. Like, they outworked us. They played harder than us. They wanted it more than us. This is a team, the Bulls, that had lost 5 games in a row at home. 2-8 in their last 10. I mean, they're bottom dwellers.
Yeah, they've won 20 games. Yeah.
They're in 10th place in the Eastern Conference. And let me tell you, on this road trip, okay, you lose to Minnesota. All right, well, listen, it's not a great matchup. Whatever. If you go on the road, you're a little distracted. It's an afternoon game, but whatever excuse you want to make. There were no excuses for this game. I mean, none. And if you look at the rest of the games on this road trip, it certainly doesn't get any easier. Like, this is the one game on this road trip, if you're going to win games on the road trip, that you check the box on this bad boy. And so to lose this one, all right, so tomorrow they're in New York, then Friday they're in Philadelphia, and Saturday they're in Charlotte. And I get it, Charlotte's not the strongest team in the world, but that's a back-to-back, which is not easy, although the Nuggets have done well in those. And the game against Philadelphia, and Bede's coming back, that's the game that's circled for him to come back in. Like, I'm just saying, on this road trip, the one game that you would say, okay, let's get this one, was last night. And they had the lead and they blew it. And Malone said afterwards they should have been up by 20 at halftime. So I guess I don't quite get it. I'm surprised that a team that had been playing so good would have this kind of glitch 2 games in a row. And it's I don't know. The Knicks are a good team, though, a really good team. And they killed you in Denver. They put up like 145 points on you in Denver.
It felt like the Nuggets were settling in there for a little bit, and now it feels like we got flashbacks of about 4 weeks ago.
How do you feel about that?
I think you've got a team that is very comfortable with Nikola Jokic being on their team. And at times, they just feel like we got Nikola. We don't have to bring the best. He's got to get it covered for us. Christian's been fantastic all year long. I can't explain. What I can't explain is when it looks unmotivated at times, and that's the best way I could describe that.
Hard to understand. But I heard Vic this morning talk about this. He goes, maybe the Nuggets should do the same thing the Avalanche have done. And I'm like, you know what, Vic? Maybe you're right. Like, if it's just not going where you need it to go and you need to get everybody else's attention.
It's so much more complicated for the Nuggets, though, than it was for the Avalanche. Like, we don't have a Mikko to trade. I guess you've got Michael Porter Jr. if you wanted to.
It's Michael Porter Jr.
Yeah, I got it. And then you throw in some add-ons on there and try to get rid of Zeke and whatever. Sorry if you want to do that.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't feel like, is Michael Porter Jr. as easy of a trade candidate as like the Avalanche were able to do it for a long-term play of stabilizing the salary cap and all those sorts of things. Nuggets would have to trade Michael Porter Jr. for an upgrade right now, where that's not what the Avalanche did. They did not get an upgrade right now. If you're trying to get rid of Michael Porter Jr., how do you package a deal with Michael Porter Jr. that makes you better right now? That's pretty difficult.
You get it in the aggregate.
I don't think it works that way in basketball. I don't think there is an aggregate in basketball.
You could try.
I think you got 2 or 3 guys. That's it. There is no aggregate.
Well, if you get 3 players for Michael Porter Jr., that could pile up his numbers and you give yourself some relief, then there you go. Then you just did it, I guess.
No. I mean,
no.
I don't think basketball works that way. I don't. It's such a top-heavy sport. I mean, I guess you can get some bench scoring and all that, which is great and is helpful.
Hey, Dan, what's that website that you can just put players in and you can see what you would get for them? You know what I'm saying? What is that little website? You know what I'm talking about?
Like the trade simulator?
Yeah. Just punch in the trade simulator for Michael Porter Jr. See what it spits out. Probably I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen, and I don't know it off the top of my head, but there's this cool little app. I've seen it. Guys fool around with it. These guys are nerds. We like stupid stuff like this as if we are GMs, which we're not. We just work regular jobs. But with this little thing, So we can easily tell you what's in the aggregate, or I mean, what it'd be kind of like. But Vic's point, I think, was bigger beyond that. His point was, listen, if you're just getting too comfortable here, whether it makes sense or not, there should be no, nobody should be off limits except for Jokic, of course. And you can't deal Gordon and Jamal because of their contracts. Yeah, so you're not allowed to.
There's a lot of guys off limits. A lot of guys.
Well, there's two. There's three.
There's three.
Yeah. Is Christian Brown off limits?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I love Christian Brown, and I would definitely not choose to trade him. But is it off limits? Like, maybe if you package those two guys, MPJ and Christian Brown, to go get something spectacular?
Sure.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. Hey, the point is the windows here are small. They're short. And I'm not even advocating it. But you can't have nights where effort is questioned. If you lose a good, hard contested game, then so be it. But last night wasn't one of them. All right, so this trade failed. What are you doing here, Dan?
This is just Levine for MPJ straight up. It failed.
Okay. Or were you just putting that together?
Yeah, I just put it in.
Well, can't you just put something?
No, it forces you to make a choice.
Oh, you do?
I'm looking at, you have to choose teams and you have to choose things.
You can't just say, what would I get from Michael Porter Jr.? That'd be handy.
No.
You wanted to do Zach LaVine. This trade failed. What trade would work? Or would it take you forever to figure that out? I will give you some good news out of last night, believe it or not. And that's Lonzo Ball playing okay, pretty good. And he did. He scored 18 points. He more or less had the same production as Jamal Murray in half the shots. And he's got the same injury as Gabe Landeskog. I don't think that's lost on anybody. So to see Lonzo Ball playing in the NBA and playing pretty good, to me, that was actually kind of encouraging.
Yeah, I don't know that it's an apples-to-apples comparison. No surgery or rehab is ever going to be, especially with the surgery like that. But that's the guy that was about, if I remember correctly, I think he was like 10 weeks in front of Gabe, something like that. Maybe 2 months, give or take, somewhere in that ballpark. So yeah, we've been following the timeline of Lonzo now for a while, and I guess that's nothing but optimistic. But if we were staying on the timelines, we're already way behind when he started getting back onto the court.
Dan does such a great job within the paint on all the socials on YouTube and Twitch and all that. And I was on there for a little bit with Dan after the game, just venting. And we looked at Zach LaVine and MPJ. It's kind of crazy. Their 3-point percentage is almost exactly the same. The only thing that separates them is their points per game. And LaVine averages like 24 points and Michael Porter Jr. averages 18. And it's like, well, if their shooting percentage is the same, what's the difference? Zach LaVine has taken like 2.3 more shots per game than Michael Porter Jr. That's it. Their percentages are the same. From 3-point, they're the same. They're kind of the same guy. Michael Porter Jr. is a little bit better rebounder. He's a little bit bigger. But shooting-wise and what they bring to the teams is almost identical, except for the fact LaVine just shoots it a little bit more.
Well, that seems a little bit silly because I believe last time I looked, Zach LaVine's contract is about $16 or $17 million more per year than Michael Porter Jr.'s.
Oh, is that right?
It's right in that ballpark.
16 more?
Yep.
Okay, well, maybe that's why that failed.
Or maybe it was over the next 2 years, something like that. But it's quite a bit more. And so is that worth it, that extra money?
What to me,
or should you just tell Michael Porter Jr. to shoot the ball 3 more times?
Well, right. It's kind of a moot point because how exactly is Michael Porter Jr. going to shoot the ball 3 more times? Where in this offense and how does this work where Michael Porter Jr. per game is getting 2 or 3 more shots per game? And the answer is I don't think it is. And so even a trade for Michael Porter Jr., like, how is that going to add up? And again, I would say that you'd have to do it. Again, I hate to bother you with this word here, everybody, but in the aggregate, meaning it's not just one player for Michael Porter Jr. You'd have to probably get 3 players for Michael Porter Jr. that would put up a collection of his shots. Meaning you'd have to get people coming off the bench that would contribute.
And I just don't buy into that philosophy in basketball. I don't think that's I don't think you can play money ball in basketball. I don't think it works that way. You've got superstars for a reason, and you got guys that fit in and guys that carry the team. It's baseball's a weird sport, man, and it works in a lot of sports. I know. Zach LaVine, by the way, he's making 43 this year. He'll make 46 next year. Versus Michael Porter Jr., who is making 35 this year and 38 next year.
Yeah, so there's a
it's
reason.
about $16 million between the 2 years.
So it doesn't work. That one, stupid trade, Dan. But the real question is, who could you get 2 or 3 players for Michael Porter Jr.? That's what you got for Mikko. It wasn't just one player, it was 2 players. Because they're trying to make up for him in different ways.
We got a successful trade.
Just 1 for 1?
This is just me sort of messing around here, but I put in the trade machine Brandon Ingram, who's on the Pelicans, for MPJ straight up, and the trade was successful.
Yeah, but it doesn't net anything. Not really. I mean, one analysis says -5 wins, another says +2 wins. I mean, it's like nothing there.
Good thing I'm not the GM of the Nuggets.
Thank God. So maybe nothing can happen. I don't know. But what happened last night really should be unacceptable. It's unacceptable. You can't be losing games when you can pick up wins because the effort's not there for whatever reason. Meanwhile, we've got a little bit more drama with this Mikko stuff. And we hear from the Spittin' Chicklets guys want to chime in. So remember when I said I wasn't really buying the whole Mikko was going to take a haircut? Well, apparently I was, without knowing it, well within my rights to say it, and you'll hear coming up next. All right, what's going on at CMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic? Erectile dysfunction is a lousy place to be stuck at, and maybe you just laughed it off the first time, second time, not a big deal. It keeps happening, then you ignored the situation, and then what's that with your life? I mean, you're moving on, but it's not great. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has dealt with this issue with thousands of men in the Front Range for nearly a decade. You can consult with them today. The initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. Hey, if that doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. If you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They're so easy to find, too. Castle Rock, Central Denver, Colorado Springs, Fort Collins, North Denver. They are there for you. So hit them up today at 720-440-7900 or reach out at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, well, I thought it was going to be an extension for sure. I can't, lie about that. But yeah, it was surprising because there's still some time to the deadline, and I totally understand they didn't want to lose for free, and but yeah, it surprised me for sure, but I didn't expect it, yeah.
I'm not buying it. I'm just not buying it. And now, it was interesting hearing from Ryan Whitney from Spittin' Chicklets and PK Subban. Let's hear from Whitney first because he wants to just talk about what the money would mean and what he heard they were offered.
You just lost your guy. I mean, this is a 50-goal, 105, 110-point player that you lose. My thing is for Avs fans, I'll totally buy, if there is any anger towards him, I get that. Because if he wanted to, he was still a Colorado Avalanche. Elliott reported that they went up to 11.75 a year. That's the highest paid winger in the game, beating Panarin. You're not a center. You're not Leon Draisaitl. They're different. I don't think Rantanen's the same level player. I think that it's Matthews, McKinnon, Connor, Draisaitl personally, and Rantanen's right beneath them. If you really wanted to be a member of the Avs, you're probably signing that deal. And maybe you get him up to 12, and you mentioned the same deal as Nate. I get that. But Avs fans, you got to realize, he chose not to sign there. He chose, I want more. He has the same agent as Leon. So I'm sure he's being told, you're going to get 13. And he chose, all right, I want that extra dough. And I respect the hell out of him. He's UFA. I think Bednar McFarland said, he's a superstar, but he's earned his right to be a unrestricted free agent. But if you're looking at it, if he really, really wanted to stay, he was staying. And you could say the same for Leon, that he could have taken a little less, but he was in a position where Edmonton was going to give him whatever he wanted.
And that's the risk you run in a negotiation. One side says something, and you say something else. That might be it. I don't know. There might not be any other wiggle room. And the truth is, if that is all true, that he would have been the highest paid winger, in his mind, he could reasonably say, I was willing to take less. Well, yeah, because you were asking for 14. So I suppose 12 and a half would be less, you were willing to settle for, but it's still way more than the Avalanche were willing to go. I mean, the Avalanche were willing to make him the highest paid winger in the NHL, and that's not good enough. See ya.
Yeah, it's, when you get into these negotiations, I think there's a little bit of truth that comes out of it from both sides. I think both sides probably exaggerate a little bit, and then you just kind of pick a side. And I do think that it's always true, assuming there's any offer on the table, that you could have stayed home if you wanted to. Okay, true. Yeah, as long as there's an offer on the table, we could have stayed home if that's what was most important to you, that's what you could have done. I think it's pretty damn clear that whatever the numbers were that Mikko's camp was tossing out there, whether that was 13, whether that was 14, whatever, it was just simply a number that the Colorado Avalanche said, you're crazy. I can't do that. I can't do that. Or maybe they're not even saying he's crazy. Maybe they're just saying, you're probably worth it. We just can't give it to you. So good luck.
If the Colorado Avalanche were willing to make him the highest paid winger, which is what he is, he's not a center, although he's played there occasionally. But if they're willing to make him the highest paid winger, and it's a pinch under Nate, which is reasonable too, and he wasn't willing to go with it, I guess he didn't really want to be here, if all that's true. And so if you're Chris McFarland and Joe Sakic, and you've been having these conversations with his agent, who's Draisaitl's agent, and who knows if he has information that somebody may overpay for Mikko, maybe. I mean, what's it off? It's no skin off the agent's nose. He doesn't have to move. He doesn't have to go to a different city and start all over again.
Yeah, and if I'm being honest, a lot of times I don't trust the agents. So there is a remote possibility. I'm not saying this is a fact or that it's truth, but there's a remote possibility that Mikko even told his agent, "Hey, I'm willing to take a discount." And the agent in his conversations to the Avalanche is like, "Well, I'm going to play hardball first.
Yeah.
And before I even get to that discount,
yeah,
I'm going to play hardball to see if they blink." And the Avalanche did not blink. So sometimes I don't even believe that the agents appropriately relay back what the accurate messaging is that is coming from the team.
I'm going to guess that happens all the time. I mean, if Mikko just really wanted to be, and listen, okay, how about this? Are you buying that the Avalanche were willing to pay him $11.75?
Yeah.
Me too. Good luck, Mikko. Now that I'm hearing this, good luck. And PK Subban, this is probably good news, I think, for most Avs fans.
Who lost the trade? Nobody lost the trade. Why? Well, I look at the Colorado Avalanche. When they won the Stanley Cup in 2022, probably the best puck possession team in the league. Martin Necas makes their team a better puck possession team. Whatever that dollar was with Mikko Rantanen, it was not going to be better for this team. Hats off to management recognizing this player, a guy who's played on one of the best forechecking teams in the league, plays a puck possession style, seamlessly comes into their lineup, and then gives them wiggle room in the cap to fill out the rest of the roster. I think the Colorado Avalanche are in a phenomenal position to now look at this team and when is it realistic for us to think that we can win the Stanley Cup? Well, I'm telling you, they ain't done this year yet. Pivoting to Carolina, this trade for them should have, they wanted this trade 8 years ago. They needed Rantanen yesterday, folks. Big game, big moment, big player. They needed that guy. They get him in the top 6. And you add that to already a big, strong, fast, experienced forechecking team. It's scary. Throw Taylor Hall in the mix, a 30-year-old veteran looking to get to his first Stanley Cup. This is a great mix for the Carolina Hurricanes. I like their team, and I like this move. The question for me is how much better can Mikko Rantanen make the Carolina Hurricanes? He's an all-star, but can he become a superstar in Carolina?
Oh, well,
we got to see.
Well, thank you. We'll see. On the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. What do you think the chances are that Rantanen comes back after his stint with Carolina at $13 million?
Well, that'd be a hell of a deal for the Avalanche. Not if they paid $13 million, but if they got him to actually come back after they got value for it, yeah, no, it ain't happening. That bridge is burned.
All right, because I don't know, and I'll just throw it out there. Dan, Tyler, everybody, give me a player who was traded during the season because he was going to be a free agent and came back to the team the next year who traded him.
Brock Osweiler is as close as I could get to it after a couple of years.
Well, he bounced.
I know.
And Brock wasn't traded. Brock wasn't traded.
Yeah, free agent.
You're traded, you become a free agent, and you come back.
Josh McDaniels.
I can't think of anybody. I'm sure it's happened.
I'll tell you one thing that Avalanche fans might have to prepare themselves for that it will really sting. I would be under the assumption that Carolina's giving him a new deal. Okay? Pretty unlikely that they're going to make that trade unless they give him a new deal. It's going to really sting. It will really sting if he signs for $12 million, right? If it's just above the number that the Avalanche allegedly had offered to him, if they end up getting him locked up for about $12 million per, that will hurt. Because then it's just you really don't want to be here.
I think, like most athletes, Mikko wanted as much money as he could get. And it stings.
I don't hold any of it against him, for the record.
It stings when people are critical of you for what they would perceive as being greedy, not about the team. How much do you really want to win? And at the end of the day, I don't know many athletes that turn down the opportunity to make more money for less. It happens sometimes. I mean, there's haircuts that happen to stay with your team because you just want to be there. But most of the time, guys go. The vast majority of the time, guys go.
But it does happen where you will leave thinking the grass is going to be greener, and then you end up signing a deal that's similar or less. It happens with guys that sit out all the time. Le'Veon Bell was a good example of it in the NFL. I think that Mikko is going to end up getting probably close to what he wants, because why would Carolina make the trade unless they felt like they were ready to commit that to him?
Yeah, and I don't know their finances. I don't know where they sit. Maybe they can afford it. Maybe it's worth it to them. Maybe they think it's a brighter future with him than Necas and Drury. I don't know. That's on them. He's skating on the same line with his childhood best buddy that he's known since he was 16. So who knows? I don't know, man. It works for them. Maybe Subban's right. Maybe it works for both teams just fine.
I bet he ends up signing a 12.25, a $12.5 million deal, 4-year, 5-year deal, whatever, $12.25 million. Doesn't quite get up to what he wanted, but it's just enough over what the Avalanche offered that he could justify that that's why I left.
Oh, there you go. But save me the crying violin about I was going to take some sort of big discount to stay with the Avalanche and they didn't come back. I don't, that didn't feel right. It didn't sound right. And that's the story he's spinning out there to make himself look better. I don't know. Maybe there's something lost in translation between him and his agent, but that whole story felt fishy to me. And now I'm hearing stuff today that kind of confirms it.
I'm not real quick to start pointing the finger at him and be like, oh, you're the bad dude, because now you're painting yourself as the victim here, that you're willing to take a discount. Because I often think that sometimes just in negotiations, you might have been willing to take a discount, but you started high and they called your bluff. And so you didn't even get to the point where you could be like, yeah, I would have actually accepted that had you offered it to me. They just moved on. So I'm not so quick to point the finger and be like he's the bad guy. I just think sometimes in negotiations, you make a quick decision and you move on.
I don't think he's a bad guy either. I just think, you're looking for a sympathetic ear and you don't want to be accused of just being greedy and all about the money. And I'm not even saying he's greedy and being all about the money, but, hey, I was willing to take less. Well, okay, you're willing to take less than 14 to 13, but the offer really is 11.75. Okay, well, that's not really working with the team then. Listen, man, that's a tough sell, man. They're about to make you the highest paid position at your position in the history of the NHL. They're about to do that for you, and that's not good enough. Get what you can get. You got to move on.
I guess I'll ask a dumb question. In hockey, is it always funneled, like by position, how much you're going to make?
In general, yeah. Yeah, they're kind of slotted. A 1C would be the highest paid guy in general, and it kind of goes from there.
Yeah,
I don't know where like Cale Makar in the top scoring, because Cale's a scoring defenseman,
right?
Not a defensive defenseman. I'm gonna guess scoring defensemen make more than even top blue line, the defensive defenseman. I would guess that Makar will always make more money than Taves, even though Taves is really good. I'm going to guess that Makar would make a lot more money than a third line blue liner. And, I think the top 6 guys in general with centers first. I don't know where goalies sit compared to everybody else. I'm not sure where that is. Goalies may be their own little weird category.
Goalies seem pretty low.
Yeah, what do you got here?
These are the highest paid NHL defensemen currently.
Where's Cale?
Okay, well, I mean, that's some pretty healthy money right there.
Cale's 10th?
$11.5 million.
But that's not as much as McKinnon.
It's pretty damn close.
Okay,
What's
fine.
McKinnon, 12.5?
12 something, I don't know.
12.6.
12.6?
Yeah.
I mean, that ain't that far off.
Yeah, I mean, what are the top centers in the league? Where is the, where is the Dreisaitl's and McDavid's and all those
to me,
guys?
that's not as big of a drop off as I would have thought.
Well, it pays to be a scoring defenseman. Tough position. It probably has more value than being a winger. But, I mean, Mikko would have been making more than the top defenseman. Mikko's going to be, like, well, who are the highest paid guys in the NHL period? What are we talking about here? Mikko is going to be in rare air no matter what. I don't know. I love Mikko. I do. He's a good dude. He was always super nice to me. We got no beefs with him whatsoever. But, a couple days into this thing, and I'm like, moving on. It sucks.
Would Carolina make this trade for a rental?
Probably not. Seems hard. I mean, I doubt it. Doesn't seem like they would.
It would seem crazy to me.
But don't forget, too, you get something with Mikko because he's a lefty, not a righty. That makes him a little bit more unique, too. It's hard to find those dudes. It's like a lefty relief pitcher is a little bit more valuable, a lot more valuable than a righty relief pitcher. You got the numbers here, Dan?
These are just highest paid players in the game. Austin Matthews is first.
This is all per year?
Per year, yeah.
Nathan McKinnon's the second highest paid player in the league.
Correct.
So Mikko is angling to be the highest paid player in the league? And he was going to make more than Panarin, who's the 4th highest paid player in the league? Oh, come on, man. What are we doing here?
Well, that's cap hit. If you look at the total cash.
Tell me what the numbers are. Just tell me what it is.
Well, I mean,
Who's who?
the total cash over there is at 16.7, 16.5.
Who are the top 5 guys paid in the NHL?
According to cash, it's Austin Matthews, Nathan McKinnon, Elias Peterson, William Nylander, and Jake, however you say that.
Gensel.
Okay, and so Mikko wanted to be where in that mix?
Well, that would put him at 6.
Yeah, okay. Best of luck. Enjoy Carolina. Moving on. Sorry, guys. Hey, here's the truth, man. If they say it's not about money, it's always about money. And the vast majority of things are about money. And I'm sure that breaks the heart of some Avs fans that this whole thing just comes down to money. But guess what, Buttercup? That's the deal.
And you know what I would say? Who cares? He's a human being that's going after money. Like it doesn't make him a bad dude. It doesn't make him turning his back on the Avalanche. It doesn't mean any of that. He's a human being that's got an opportunity at a payday. Right. What freaking human being wouldn't do that? So, I guess I feel a little bit defensive of the dude. I don't know why, but I feel a little bit defensive of the dude. I'm not judging a dude that's got a chance to go make $13 million. Like what kind of dummy would not take that opportunity?
They would, but the criticism isn't that. The criticism is he's trying to paint a picture that he was willing to come down and the Avs weren't willing to meet that. That's what the issue is. Not that he wants more money, which is fine. The issue is, to me, that he's trying to spin it, frankly, as if the Avalanche were cheap. And we're hearing from people, including Ryan Whitney and others, that the offer the Avs had on the table for him was more than generous. That's the issue. So don't spin it. If it was all about money, don't try to spin it like you were some sort of Mother Teresa out there trying to, be, I don't know. It caught me by surprise. I didn't know. Poor me.
I don't care. I don't care about any of it. I know the way that it works. He'll forever be a legendary Colorado Avalanche, and I'm just insanely grateful too. And I'm happy he's got an opportunity to go make a lot of money. That's it. It's as simple as that. I don't care if he's trying to protect his image. I don't care about any of it because I know that's the way the world works. Right. We all want to be the good guys. We all want to get as much money as we possibly can. None of it bothers me. Every single ounce of this seems like 100% human nature.
All right, not to beat a dead horse because I feel like I am about to do that here, but then why did he go to Peter Baugh and others to tell people that he was willing to take less and he was caught by surprise by being traded? Why did he do that?
Because he could be telling an absolute truth. Because I could be willing to take less than $13 million.
You don't think that's a little disingenuous?
I do not.
Okay.
I do not think that's disingenuous. If what I want is 13, I'm willing to take less than that. I don't think that's a lie.
All right. All right. I don't mean to beat it up. So you got him. You got his back. The text line is supporting you on that. I'm fine now that I've heard
everything. This is like this opportunity of a damn lifetime. Like I don't judge the dude even at all.
Yeah, I think he could have saved the whole revisionist history. I think he could have saved that. But
that
I'm not
be truth.
I'm not okay. But okay. But why not just take the deal for 11.75 and say be the highest paid winger in the business, stay on the Avalanche, and we ride off into the sunset together? Why not take that deal?
Because he was willing to take less than 13, but not 11.75. I don't know.
Okay, so all right. He's gone.
At the end of the day, every human being wants to be the good guy. And I don't think that makes you a bad dude either. I really don't.
We should have hit this yesterday. How do we miss out on this one? There's great things in Carolina, right? I don't know what the hell they have in Carolina.
I wish I had a chance to go make $13 million. I'd say scram. I appreciate the ring. I appreciate the time here in Colorado. Holla at your boy. I'm out of here.
All right, my last thing. I promise my last thing on this. Do you think his ultimate motivation, though, is to make more money?
Yes.
Or do you think he got done wrong by the Avalanche?
I don't think he got done wrong by the Avalanche at all. And yes, I think so my answer to that is it's not neither or. I don't think he was done wrong by the Avalanche. And yes, I think he's trying to make as much money as he possibly can.
Okay.
Why does that have to be neither or?
It's nothing. The only thing is his excuse that, he's painting himself as a victim. That's all. But it's all right. It's all right. People like Mikko. I don't blame him. I like Mikko.
Hey, you got Ryan Whitney and hockey guys in your camp. I got a different opinion.
Yeah.
I got a different opinion.
All right, you can chime in on the text line 303-504-0925. This Jimmy Butler story, Tyler, is great. This goes to like, boy, if you really want to be fired, what would you do to be fired? What has anybody tried to be fired more than Jimmy Butler? Details coming up. Challenge to you out there. 303-504-0925. You can also get on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. What's the most creative way you've heard about somebody getting fired? I mean, they didn't want to quit for whatever reason, and they wanted to get fired. This Jimmy Butler story is, I mean, Tyler, you want to rip on the club, you want to walk out of practice.
Now, this is a dude I can rip on, all right? This is a dude that I think we can all get behind ripping on. How much money is that dude making, by the way?
Oh, my God. I don't know, but it's got to be north of 50.
Enough that I know he didn't need to open up a coffee shop, okay? He opened up a coffee shop because that was his true passion, not basketball.
Is there another example of somebody wanting to be fired?
Brandon Marshall.
That's pretty good. That's a good one. That's a good example.
Second year in the NFL.
That's a good one.
Brandon Marshall, the wide receiver, not the linebacker. He's my locker mate. And at the time, he was unaware of a lot of the mental health struggles he was going through. And I like to preface that because I'm proud of Brandon, who he is today. But he was in a bad mental headspace. They just traded away Jay Cutler. They just traded away Tony Scheffler. They were getting rid of the entire core, the entire young nucleus. And Brandon did not like himself with Josh McDaniels. Brandon happened to have a little bit more power than the rest of us slappies, though.
What year was that for Brandon? That was.
Oh, no, it was my second year.
Your second year. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
I don't know for him. Probably, if I had to guess, it was probably year 4, maybe 3.
Yeah, that makes.
Yeah,
he'd been around for a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah. And he'd be out of practice, man. Ball would get thrown his way. He would swat the ball to the ground. Next time ball gets thrown his way, he'd catch it, and then he'd punt the ball onto Peoria. I mean, just outright sabotaging practice, trying to get himself out of Dodge. And you know what? The reality in the NFL is, if you're willing to be the bad guy, you will get yourself exactly what you want. You will get yourself traded, and he got traded.
Was that the craziest day of practice?
It was pretty wild, man. I've seen some others. I've seen some wild. LaRon Landry was a wild dude, man, out there in Washington. He was an unhappy camper. He'd just walk out in the middle of practice about once a week.
Just walk off the field?
He'd walk off the field and just go into the locker room and just be done.
Wow.
And he was a starter on our team.
Wow.
He was a starter.
How did he get away with it?
Because he was a stud.
That balance.
He was a stud.
Pain in the ass.
And he was on lots
player.
of steroids.
Oh, okay.
Lots of them.
Well,
no, I never saw that. Let me preface that. I never saw that. We just all assumed it. And yes, he tested positive multiple times.
I'm just curious, like, just in the regular work life, like, who you've seen that just, like, you know, what exactly do you do here? Like, Office Space. Like, just, you know, you just want to get yourself
You
canned.
just keep showing up and doing the bare minimum. Just enough so you know that they can't justifiably fire you.
Well, I'm saying they want to fire you. I mean, you know, aside from committing some sort of crime, I guess.
No, I mean, so they can't fire you with a cause.
Oh, with cause. Yeah, that whole thing. It's tricky, man. I've never really seen anybody do it. I've seen people that, well, maybe that's not true. I mean, if somebody just wants out, they want out. I don't know. Who would even take a chance on Jimmy Butler, man? Like, where exactly is he going to go? What will he do?
I bet somebody trades for him. Ball don't lie, you know? And I don't know. Maybe could the dude ball or not still?
You don't think
it's hard to tell.
Yeah, I don't know. You don't think the Heat are goading Jimmy Butler during practice so they can say he's acting detrimental to the team? Making him do conditioning drills? Oh, so that's a little bit of a Heat conspiracy. Like the Heat are pushing him to force him out. Okay, I never really thought of that. I don't know why. Why would the team do that? Why would they want that?
Well, they want to continue suspending him because they don't have to pay him while he's suspended. So if he's going to be the bad guy here, well, that's on you, buddy. That's not coming out of our dollar figure.
Gotcha. So they're oh, I see. Oh, that's a good theory. That the team really doesn't want him. It's the best way they can save money by forcing him into situations where he does act irrationally.
It's a good theory.
That is a good theory.
I don't buy it, though. I think Jimmy Butler's absolutely doing everything he wants to get himself suspended.
Yeah,
he's not showing up for flights. He's not doing shoot-arounds. I mean, I do not think the Heat are intentionally doing this, but if he's going to do it, then they're going to make sure they're not going to pay him while he's doing it.
On the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Jimmy Butler's losing out on over $500,000 a game. Wow.
That's sick, dude. I mean, that
is crazy.
That's absolutely diabolical.
It's nuts. Hey, if you want out, you want out, I guess, though. That is crazy. No dumb question here early. Do y'all think Josh McDaniels would admit to regretting trading Cutler?
No.
Probably not. I mean, like, that was handled so poorly by him.
I've told the story many times, but every time it comes up, I just feel an obligation to say this. After that trade, he walked into a team meeting room and he literally told us, fellas, don't worry about it. I could turn a high school quarterback into an all-pro. Like, what? Don't worry about it. We just traded away Jay Cutler. We just traded away Tony Scheffler. We just traded away Brandon Marshall. Don't worry about it. Everything's awesome around here.
Here's a fun one on the Shop Mazda text line. Worked at Sam's Club in Fort Collins during college. Dude I worked with was giving away everything for free at the cafe. People were walking out with $10 to $15 worth of food.
Yeah, he wanted out of there.
That's a fun meltdown.
He wanted out of there.
Take 2 hot dogs.
You want 3?
Take 4. How much can you carry? No. It's good. See you later.
How about an icy?
Well, there you go. There's the Jimmy. That could be fun if you want to keep them coming in. 303-504-0925. There is a great man. Boy, Shedeur hate, Tyler? Shedeur hate is a real thing, man. There is this crazy backlash happening against Shedeur right now.
He's the guy. Every year there's a guy. Every year there's a guy, and Shedeur's the guy.
Well, we'll give you some evidence of that coming up next.
Like, what's the process of the day like? What do you have to do do you do anything, or are you just passively sitting back? Is there any prep you have to do for the draft the day of or anything?
The day of, no. You just wait till that ship come in, baby. You just sitting up there.
Are those universities talking to you, calling you?
No.
I mean, the NFL people.
Yeah, but it's game. Like, all the way up until the draft, this team is going to say you're garbage. They don't want you. You're the worst thing, because they want you to fall into their laps. So I've guided my kids and others and say, look, don't believe nothing they say right now, because it's the assault. They're going to assault you and say you're not this, you're not that, because they want you to come. So don't believe this stuff. Don't get into it. Don't go back and forth in the media. Just relax and just let it ride, because it's going to be all right.
Wow. That's kind of cool. That was Prime on Stephen Colbert, of all places, Tyler. Promoting his, you catch it?
I did see it. He got standing ovation.
How about that?
Yeah.
I saw that too, and it was like, oh yeah, that's right. Of our little bubble. Yep. He's a big deal.
He's sort of become normalized around here.
A little bit, because we're just used to him and seeing him and, just having these conversations. And then he goes on, he's promoting his Amazon show. Season 3 of
Which
Prime.
I haven't started yet. I got to start that.
I haven't either. I watched the first 2. I don't know. I really haven't felt the motivation to start watching it. Kind of know how it goes.
I didn't even realize it's out until like maybe a week ago, and I saw it on my algorithm. I was like, oh, so I favorited it, and I got it on my list of what I got to watch coming up next.
Well, let me know if you ever get to it, because I saw a couple things on there last year that actually made me not like him that much. And I feel like, maybe I should just avoid that. I like Prime. I'm glad he's going to be here. I am really glad he's going to be back here.
Yeah, the draft season's here, man. And this was the most predictable thing of all time, that as soon as you got to the draft season, it was going to be time to destroy Shedeur Sanders.
Why was that so predictable?
Because it was the ebbs and the flows of it. It started out hating on Shedeur Sanders, and then you had to accept Shedeur Sanders because he forced you to accept Shedeur Sanders, and then you actually sort of dropped your jaw a little bit at what he was doing, and then you're like, you know what, it's more fun to hate on this dude. It's just more fun to hate on this dude, because there are cocky, arrogant things that the entire family does. I don't know if arrogant is the right word or not, but some people might feel that way. But I'll tell you this, the reports from coming out from the Shrine Bowl, the scouts, the GMs, the owners, they love his confidence. Mm-hmm. They love his humility, even his hubris, like the humor that he brings to these interviews. They're usually these just straight and narrow like interviews where you just sit down and you're nervous and you're kind of tapping your toe a little bit, waiting for it. And I could absolutely picture Shedeur Sanders going in there and just taking over the room.
Well, here is Mike Renner, whoever that is, writes for CBS Sports, and it's a listing of the and Jeff Legwald does this too. So Leggy is at the Senior Bowl right now. They have just started the American. There's the national and the American team, and the American side is practicing this afternoon. So hopefully we can have Leggy on after that. We'll see. A full day of Leggy in Mobile, Alabama. But it's a listing of just like, hey, here's the best guys. All right, so number 1, Cam Ward. Well, whatever. Number 2, Abdul Carter. A lot of shine on Abdul Carter. A lot of hype on this guy, Abdul Carter. Number 3 is Travis Hunter. Okay. Oh, okay. Where's Shedeur? Well, 4.
I'm sorry. Is this a mock draft or
nope,
is this
just
the
best players? Here we go.
This is a very weird best players
just
list.
Here we go.
I haven't heard this is the first list I've seen with Cam Ward being the best player on the board.
There you go. Well, Mike Renner, whoever Mike Renner is. Here's how I see the top 50 heading into the Senior Bowl. Okay. And then you go Jalen Walker, edge rusher, that's 5. Mikael Williams, edge from 6. Georgia 6. Kelvin Banks. I'm like, wow, okay, where's Shedeur here? There's Luther Burden. He's been talked about perhaps as a Broncos guy. He's there at 10. All right. I don't even see, our guy, Tyler Warren. Where the Ashton Genty, Tyler is 18. So other guys here in the middle. Then you finally, Egbuka, who we've talked about, 22. Colson Loveland, 23. He's actually got Colson Loveland ahead of Tyler Warren at 25. Where the hell is Shedeur Sanders? And he's landing Shedeur Sanders, Tyler, at number 40. 40.
Well, that's just a dumb list.
He is the second quarterback.
That entire list was dumb, start to finish.
Shedeur Sanders has the numbers and the experience, but his arm strength and frame leaves a little to be desired.
Now, I'll tell you that's the new one coming out on Shedeur that I had not heard ever until this week. The new knock on Shedeur Sanders is that he doesn't have arm strength. And I'm like,
where's that from?
Listen, I'm no QB expert here. I mean, I know a whole lot more about QB than most people, but I wouldn't consider myself a QB expert, as in like doing proper analysis and all that. When I watch Colorado Buffaloes play football, they throw that ball either behind the line of scrimmage on a bubble screen or about 35 yards down the field every single time. I mean, how many times per game do you think Shedeur Sanders attempted a 30-yard plus pass? I would argue at least 6 per game. And arm strength to me, that has been like the least of my concerns with him. But that is the new trendy knock on him, is that he doesn't have a good arm. I'd be curious what Mike Sanford's thought is on that. I would.
Okay.
Because I know that was a consistent thing with Bo Nix for about a year and a half. People were talking about his arm strength. But this is literally the first I've ever heard anybody knock Shedeur Sanders' arm strength.
40. Second quarterback, 40. And then he's given himself an out when he writes this little synopsis. I expect him to go higher than this ranking, but such is the nature of need at the quarterback position. 40.
We should get Mike on. I really haven't gotten his opinion on Shedeur in a long time. It's been a long time since I've really heard him truly just like evaluate him as a prospect rather than analyzing the football game. I'd be really curious his thoughts on this.
I think it's preposterous, but it's funny.
What's that dude's name?
Mike Renner.
Okay.
40. 4-0.
Here's what I can promise you.
Fun.
Shedeur Sanders will not drop past number 6 to the Raiders.
There's no chance. Even that would be like I think that'd be a pretty steep fall. But you're right.
I feel like that's the floor.
There's no way he's going past that. I mean, you could sell me if he turns up number 3. If like the Titans just love Travis Hunter.
Oh, I don't even think that's that big of an argument. Like I don't even think like that's realistic.
I guess I could see 6. I mean, here's how 6 would work, right? Titans generational player. We take him at their word. They take Travis Hunter. The Cleveland Browns decide, you know what? We can't pass on Abdul Carter. Okay. The Giants take Cam Ward because they like him better. Then you got the Patriots and the Jacksonville Jaguars. They just stick to their guns, probably offensive lineman or something. And then, Shedeur to the Raiders. Mike Sanford does join us. There you go. Go ahead.
Mike, dude, I wanted to get you on because, now we're to the draft season and we're getting different types of analysis on Shedeur Sanders. And I was just sitting here thinking, like, I've been hearing you analyze the games for CU for a long time, but I really haven't heard you give like a breakdown on Shedeur specifically as a football player, as a draft prospect. The new trend on Shedeur Sanders is not only knocking him, but specifically one thing that I had never heard until now, like this week, knocking his arm strength. Is that something that has ever been a concern to you?
The arm strength, arm talent, the catalog of throws from Shedeur Sanders is the furthest thing from a concern for me. And I knew this was going to happen. I really did, that you were going to get into like scrutiny season, and especially a lot of these NFL decision makers and a lot of the rumor mill that starts around Senior Bowl. And I'm actually watching it right now on NFL Network. I have major FOMO. I was there last year. But this is there's going to be a lot of negativity surrounding Shedeur Sanders. And a lot of it's going to be, because he has been gifted a really good opportunity to be successful, both with his dad as the head football coach and also, offensive coordinator was picked by his father. Skill players were picked by himself and his father. But man, I see so many of the physical and raw attributes that I would look for in a quarterback, as a thrower, as a creative playmaker outside the pocket. The biggest question mark I have, and I will continue to have, is the speed of the NFL game. There's already a major issue of taking sacks, getting away from pressure consistently, and avoiding those 15 to 20-yard sacks. That happened with too much volume in 2 years of at least Power 4 football. That's my biggest question mark. I wish he was playing in the Senior Bowl, to be honest. I wish he was practicing right now because I think it'd be beneficial for him.
That was interesting because this is another first that I don't recall. Can you guys remember another time that you've had 3 teams tell a prospect to not participate in a bowl game? Because that's what happened with Shedeur at the East-West Shrine Bowl. You had the top 3 teams in the draft this year all tell him that they didn't want him to play in the practices or in the game.
Really? What was the reason?
Because they didn't want him to get hurt.
Oh, okay.
Is that
All
accurate,
right.
Tyler? Because
All
I
right.
have a hard time believing that's
This feels
100%
weird.
true unless I heard it from the teams themselves.
I'm not on the team. I'm just relaying reports I read. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, I think I think all 3 teams have concerns, and I think they're going to become way more public about both Shedeur Sanders and Cam Ward with regards to some of the things that they'd love to see. And I know this, and you know this too, Tyler, from coaching and playing. There's no better way to answer questions about like what it's like to coach a certain player than to actually coach them in practice. And this really was the only time to get a chance for both these quarterbacks. I don't even know. Do you know if Cam Ward is even at the Senior Bowl? Is he just there as a non-participant?
I'm not sure. I thought you were watching it.
Milroe. Well, I'm watching Jalen Milroe. I've seen Riley Leonard, who, by the way, looks pretty good. He just got done with a 15, 16 game season, and he's out there grinding after taking a ton of hits in the national championship game, a week ago. It's just interesting. I don't think either of these 2 prospects, in my opinion, between Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders, have answered enough questions with complete certainty to sit out these bowl games. I think it's asinine, personally.
Well, are you talking about the games or the practices? Because
Practices.
Well, because guys have kind of skipped the games for.
No, the game doesn't count. I'm talking about practice.
Okay, you're just talking about
Shedeur
practice.
Didn't even
right?
practice. Yeah. No, Bo Nix played last year in the game. Michael Penix Jr. did not in the Senior Bowl. No, they were the 2 headliners that actually went about it. J.J. McCarthy, he was coming off an injury, didn't do anything at the Senior Bowl, nor did Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, or Drake May. So we do
not have Cam Ward at the Senior Bowl. Would you like to know who's there that you're watching?
Yeah, I see Jalen Milroe and tell me the rest of them.
That's one. Tyler Shaw from
Jackson Dart's there, right?
Jackson Dart looks terrible.
Okay. Oh gosh, no, I lost my list there. I don't know.
There's a Canadian that didn't even play college football in America. He's like from Canadian collegiate whatever. It's really, really interesting. He's got
wait a second.
Got an absolute piss missile on his right arm.
How do they know he's a senior then?
Yeah, he's probably senior.
You don't have to be a senior anymore. You don't have to be.
Oh, you don't?
No.
Oh, when did they change that?
I think it was last year or the year before.
Okay.
Yeah. It's weird, but then Ashton Genty he's not able to be a part of the Senior Bowl because he's only a 5th semester student athlete, or he just finished his 5th semester.
All right. Well, we're gonna have Leggy. Boy, yeah, man. This is when you bloomed. This is when Mike Sanford came from a little runt to a shining star at the Senior Bowl last year.
All right, hey, real quick, you got the number 1 pick. You need a quarterback. Which one are you taking?
Oh, man, me?
Yeah.
I'm the head coach. I'm the play caller. I'm the offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
I'm taking Shedeur Sanders.
All right.
But if I'm Brian Daboll and I'm a square peg round hole guy, I probably don't touch Shedeur Sanders. If I'm a guy that's gonna be stuck in my ways of 50 years of doing it the way I want to do it, I think Shedeur Sanders is gonna be the worst pick possible.
By the way, Chris Dempsey will join us to talk about the Nuggets loss last night here in a second. You did have some breaking news for us because you are a news hound. Would you like to share your breaking Pro Bowl news?
Yes, there is one quarterback that has played in the Denver market in the last calendar year and some change that made the Pro Bowl this year. His name's not Bo Nix. It's Russell Wilson. Congratulations, Russell Wilson. You are on the AFC Pro Bowl team, and you will be participating in a bunch of ridiculously asinine contests that nobody cares about during this Pro Bowl that nobody will be watching.
And unlike Quinn Miners.
We really messed up.
And unlike Quinn Miners, who turned down the opportunity because he said he wanted to earn it, not be some sort of pity pick. Russell Wilson is happy to jump on that pity pick grenade and will be showing up at that Pro Bowl.
Did Quinn really say that?
He did.
That was the reasoning?
He said he wanted to earn it. He wanted it. He didn't want to take it if it wasn't if he wasn't the guy.
I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Hey, can I pose a really interesting question? It's been burning through my soul in the last 5 days.
Sure.
Okay, this is for Tyler. Okay, Tyler, I've been noticing that there was an incredible Cabo vacation taken by the quarterback.
Oh, this is funny. This is funny.
And their spouses.
I know exactly where you're going.
Well, what's your question?
I was noticing that in addition to Zach Wilson, Bo Nix, and Jarrett Stidham, there was one other member of this illustrious group of vacationers.
We are going to get to that. Hold on. We're going to get to that in No Dumb Questions coming up in about 12 minutes. It's a great question. It's a great tease. We'll get to that in No Dumb Questions. Because that's your question, right? Like, what was that guy doing there, right?
Yeah, I want to know from Tyler.
All right, we'll get to it. I promise you, it's a great tease. We'll get to it in No Dumb Questions coming up around 1:30. Thank you, Coach.
Thanks, buddy.
We'll see you. All right, it's PHC on 92.5. All right. We got a good, no dumb question already lined up. So we'll get to that. But vacations, quarterbacks, and who's there. Also, in celebration of all these coaches being hired, we're going to play Guess That New Coach. Because it'll be interesting. I think there's only one that kind of like is so obvious.
I do have no dumb question regarding first presser ever for coaches.
Okay.
Which will lead into it'll lead into the game.
All right, perfect. And by the way, the prize for that, absolutely nothing. Chris Dempsey joins us.
I mean, that's the best prize.
Absolutely nothing. Just absolutely nothing. In honor of Scott Hastings, which made the game show You and Absolutely Nothing famous back in the day. Chris, should the Nuggets start Aaron Gordon?
I think, this is my own personal opinion, I think they should put the starting lineup back together. Look, I mean, provided he is in a space where he can take the rigors of starters' minutes again. Look, I don't think that there's a wrong answer to this question, just overall. That's just my answer to the question. Because overall, obviously, the way the starters have shaken out when he was out, and even when he came back and he's coming off the bench, they have generally played just fine. Now, look, the Minnesota game over the weekend was I think it was an eye-opening experience for me, just because the Nuggets are basically starting three guards, right? You're starting small. But you're starting one guard that's a super physical player in Russell Westbrook. And so he can just guard bigger players because he's probably more physical than that player anyway. Against the Minnesota Timberwolves, that was just not the case. With Julius Randle being the original matchup, that's a big physical player that they immediately took him to the post, scored a couple times. The Nuggets had to switch the matchup, but then that put Russell on Rudy Gobert, and just everything was just kind of chaotic defensively after that. I think that's the only team that can take advantage of Denver in that way, because you would need a power forward, big and strong like Julius Randle, but then could also skilled enough to be able to be out at the three-point line to take advantage if you switch the matchup, which the Nuggets did, to put Nikola on Julius Randle. If you think that there are more teams out there that can take advantage of that, then you have to put Aaron Gordon back in the starting lineup. If you think that's the only team that can take advantage of that matchup, then maybe you just start him against the Minnesota Timberwolves and you don't worry about it against everybody else. Obviously, I think this has worked just fine either way. But even in particular yesterday, maybe that's saying you got to go back to your normal starters.
Chris, there were rumors 4 or 5 weeks ago about a potential Zach LaVine trade, and I must have seen it 7 or 8 times now on the text line today already. Watching him play last night, and there's some fans that are just having some Zach LaVine FOMO. Do you feel any differently today than you felt differently after watching him face up against the Nuggets?
I don't. Zach LaVine is a really good player, Tyler. I mean, he's really, really good. He scored 21 points and took 10 3-pointers yesterday. I think, the question you have to ask yourself, just from a standpoint of what does this player add to your basketball team? Michael Porter Jr. scored 18 points yesterday, took 8 threes, made 2. So it was almost a wash between those two players. Michael Porter Jr., 7 rebounds, and Zach LaVine, 6 assists and 3 rebounds. Those two players are really similar, except in the area of Zach LaVine is a little bit more able to break down an individual matchup. So if you're just going to play him one-on-one, he can break that player down and get himself to the rim in a way that Michael Porter Jr. that's not a part of his overall offensive game. That is it. Zach LaVine, we're not talking about a stellar defensive basketball player. And if we are watching what happened in last night's game, the Nuggets' issue is on the defensive end, not on the offensive end. 121 points should win you a basketball game, except for it didn't last night. So I get it. with the Zach LaVine stuff, and I get it this time of year because it's it's fun watching the transactions go by. It's fun seeing what moves teams are going to be able to make. But with the Nuggets in particular, the question is, are there untouchables on your roster? Are there not untouchables? We saw with the Avs, there were not untouchables on their roster. And I think that is wholly different with the Nuggets. And so because of that, then would your most tradable players bring you something back significant? We know the answer to that is no. And then we also know that you don't have enough draft assets to be able to impact that way as well. I just think that we're steering toward a situation where it's a very quiet trade deadline for the Nuggets.
Yeah, because we were debating Chris earlier today. Chris McFarland of the Avalanche said we're trying to build Mikko in the aggregate, kind of like a money ball line, right? Like we can't replace Yami, we replace him in the aggregate. And Tyler's point was, I just don't think you can do that in the NBA. There's just not enough guys. It's impossible to do. What's your feeling on that? If you were to trade MPJ for like 3 guys, could you replace his production in the aggregate, or is that just impossible in the NBA?
Well, it depends on how big the contract is, and Michael Porter's is a pretty big contract. You could probably try to approximate that. The issue would be, what are you doing in the starting lineup? But then you probably are also adding somebody off the bench that enhances your bench. So, I can see how you could split that up and then have that positively impact your team in 2 different areas. I think if you are a young basketball team right now, you can most certainly fashion your finances to have your contracts are a lot of decent contracts, nothing that's like 3 or 4 players that are eating up just like 80 or 90% of your cap like that. So the Houston Rockets, so the Oklahoma City Thunder, these kind of teams who are built on a lot of younger players before they have to pay them. And now, then when you do pay them, you can slot them in a different way than some teams that had to pay their players before the new CBA, like the Nuggets were doing, right? So the Nuggets, before the CBA, the new CBA, it's like max contract. Well, that's great in the old CBA. In the new CBA, now you got especially that third max contract probably can't be that big anymore. And so the younger teams are going to be able to build that way. The older teams who were previous have to figure it out, and the Nuggets, unfortunately, fall in that camp.
Chris, great job. We'll look for you under the blankets playing footsies with Chris Dempsey after Nuggets games on Altitude TV.
We got to get you and your footsies back on the couch.
Anytime you want, pal. I got no life. I'll talk to you later.
Anything to get him some pub, he's in.
To the couch.
Anytime, buddy.
Invite him. He'll show up. He'll be there. Have you gotten?
I did get invited one time, and I couldn't pull it off.
Oh,
but yeah.
All right. Well, you only get one shot.
Can I just one piece of small news really fast?
Yes.
The NBA right now is releasing their Rising Stars rosters for the Rising Stars game.
Okay.
Julian Strawther is not on it. We thought he might be on it. However, there are 2 players that are sophomores in Derek Lively and in Brandon Miller Brandon Miller is out for the season now with an injury. Derek Lively is out for several weeks with an injury. So there is a chance that Julian Strawther could still be a replacement player on the Rising Stars, and I would hope for him that's the case because I think he's done some good stuff.
All right, great job, Chris Dempsey. Scott Hastings from New York City. My man, I see a water tower. That looks really beautiful, actually. Wherever you're at.
Not bad. I had to set, one, I set it up like this on purpose, but 2,
it's
cool. The only plug-in, and the only plug-in is right here. So it was this or nothing. I'm liking witness protection silhouette plan, though.
Are you guys in Manhattan, or are you somewhere not in Manhattan?
Someone said we're Midtown. What does that mean?
Okay. No, you're in Manhattan then, because you flew into Newark. No, you're in Manhattan. You're in Midtown. Yeah, you're right smack dab into it. The Gardens can't be too far from your hotel, actually, if you're in Midtown.
Somebody said it's about a 10-minute walk.
Yeah, that's probably like 3 New York City blocks. That's pretty damn close. So that's good. New York City is such a great place to take a walk, man. Seriously. Get out there. It looks like a gorgeous day there. How's the weather?
It's chilly, a little brisk, windy, but we're talking late January in New York.
That's awesome.
The sun's out.
Yep.
It's not bad.
No, man, it looks beautiful, actually.
Is that the Freedom Tower right behind you?
Something. Yeah, you might be.
Yeah, way back in the back of it.
Yeah, we could see it.
On the right side of that water tower. See that water tower?
Yeah. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, that's cool.
We bring everything but the best. Because I've read the emails where you complain about people's backgrounds when they do this video stuff. So I wanted to make sure, I was compliant.
Yeah, well, it's too shadowy, and you really should have some more light so we can see your beautiful face a little bit better. But I mean, it'll.
I'm not traveling. Well, here, hold on.
It'll do. You want to just point the phone light at yourself? Oh, well, that makes all the difference in the world.
that do anything.
All right, let's get to no dumb questions.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, by the way, in about 10 minutes or so, 15 maybe, we're going to play You Win Absolutely Nothing. We got a perfect game for it. We got a perfect reason for it.
One of the greatest games ever.
You win absolutely nothing.
You win absolutely nothing.
Yeah. In fact,
I copyrighted that. I'm like Pat Riley.
Yeah.
And the Chiefs three-peat. He's getting paid.
Yeah.
We gave you credit.
Yeah, we did. We said in honor of you, but we have the perfect game for it. It's name that new NFL coach by their opening press conference. So it's perfect for you win absolutely nothing.
You're making like a real type thing.
No. I mean, it's goofy from top to bottom in honor of you.
So I know you got one planned there, but since you just mentioned that, I'll ask you. I'll ask this question without trying to ruin the fun we've got coming up here, right?
Okay.
So we're all accustomed to these horribly awkward first pressers with new coaches. Vance Joseph was really nervous when he had his first presser, right? We've got another guy that I won't mention his name right now because we're going to try to predict it a little bit later.
Right.
Was pretty damn nervous at his first presser. Do you subscribe to the fact that you can predict the future success of that coach based off his opening presser?
I used to think that, and now I don't. I don't because I've seen disaster. What's his face and
Nick
Sirianni and Mike McDaniel, and I mean I've seen. But then there was the Adam Gase. That was a disaster, and he had a terrible presser. VJ's was terrible. I would say no, because there's a lot going on.
Hey, everybody killed Dan Campbell's presser.
They killed Dan Campbell. I would say no. I think the first presser is just a nerve-wracking experience. You can't judge a guy based on that.
I tend to agree with you.
But do you guys remember the gosh, what was
the ultimate was that dude in San Francisco who couldn't talk. That guy. Dude, mumble mouth.
Who, the Italian
ultimate,
dude?
Yeah.
What? Tom? What was his
You're
name?
right there.
Tom Sula?
It's something.
No, it wasn't.
You're kind of there. That was bad because the guy couldn't talk, and you're like, if you can't communicate at all. I mean, I understand being nervous, but this dude was beyond nervous. He couldn't communicate. That was bad. Sorry, Scott. I feel like I cut you off there.
No, that's all right. That's not the ultimate. I'm trying to get his name. I know his first name was Mike.
Sanford.
Shanahan. Playing the mic game?
No, you're talking about coaches whose opening press conference was a bust, right?
Ditka.
Do you guys remember Mike Schuler's?
I do not.
Opening press conference.
No.
He gets up and basically faints and falls off his chair.
That's awesome. I do not remember that, but that's
Have
a good
Dan
one.
see if Dan can find the video of Mike Schuler falling out of his chair.
Well, we're going to get to all that coming up here in a second. Let me throw the no dumb question out for you guys. So we've seen video now of the quarterbacks from the Broncos with their lovely ladies on a boat at Cabo. That's where I told they were. But there's one other guy besides the quarterbacks. An offensive lineman, Mike McGlinchey. No dumb question. Does this violate like 1,000 offensive line codes, Tyler?
It could. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely got potential for being that's a prima donna fine. That's a self-suck fine. That's a crystal ball fine.
Crystal ball.
Crystal ball's the worst fine you could possibly get. That's just the all-encompassing you messed up. Like this is the max fine we could possibly give you. You're getting a crystal ball fine on that one. I mean, this is some serious suck up going on here.
So this is not cool.
I mean,
I get it.
Like it's a wives thing.
It's a wife. That's what I was told. I was told. I mean, obviously he's friends with the guys too, but I was told the wives are all very close.
I know in my O-line rooms.
How would this go over?
That's going to be a very expensive trip for him. Very expensive trip.
Okay, why?
I just told you. It's a self-suck fine. It's you're breaking away from the group fine.
Yeah, you're not with the other offensive linemen.
You're an individual. You're all of the above.
How many other offensive linemen would have to be on that boat for it to be okay?
At least two more.
At least two more,
yeah,
right?
Yeah. Two more and you're good. Three's a crowd.
I thought the dynamic was pretty interesting. Don't see Bolsey on that boat, do you?
No, Noah invited a few more people on his boat, and they just decided not to show up too.
There you go. Hey, listen, I'm glad they're having a good time. I will tell you something about this.
I guess we found out he's the mayor.
Oh.
He's got the pen. The only way he's got the guts to make that trip is if he's got the pen.
Oh, yeah.
If he owns the pen, then he gets to do that trip.
He was pretty cool towards Bowles, though, while they were making the playoffs and the whole thing. He mentioned Garrett's.
You bring that up all the time. Like these two dudes hate each other. They
don't
hate each other.
No, obviously. It didn't seem like they hated each other at all. That's my point. Like, they seem to be, good. He was very generous towards them. But
why do you bring that up? That's normal.
All right. So they're normal. They got a good normal. Listen, let me ask a bigger question off this. How much does the room matter? Like in the development of Bo Nix. I mean, you can see how close these guys are. I mean, it's ridiculous how close these guys are.
I don't think it matters.
Stidham and Wilson are both free agents.
I think it's important that you've got a backup quarterback that you respect, that you can lean on, that you genuinely want his advice. It's important. But
everybody, not everybody, but a lot of people have that last trip together, right? So one last jaunt. This might have been it with the quarterbacks.
Could be. I mean, free agency is right around the corner. There's not a whole heck of a lot of time left for that. I mean, about a month or so. Maybe. I mean, their wives are good friends too. Wives and girlfriends, whatever they are.
Listen, you kept 3 quarterbacks this year because you didn't trust the rookie would be able to make it through 18 weeks, 17 games. And now that you know you can, there's no way they keep 3 next year. I don't think. Unless the third one's a not drafted or 7th round drafted type guy.
Who would you keep of Wilson and Stidham if you were only to keep one?
I'd probably keep Zach Wilson.
Wilson. Okay. All right, good enough. There you go, Stiddy. See you later. Hopefully the wives, have emails.
I can't believe that the 3 guys made it the whole season. That's nuts to me. You never needed it.
Crazy, right? The whole thing crazy. Okay, we need 5 contestants. We haven't done a contest in forever. But 303-504-0925, and you win absolutely nothing as we try to figure out these head coaches from their press conferences. 303-504-0925. You don't win anything, but we'll have a fun time. You have to have a good sense of humor. We'll play that next. All right, it's time to play You Win Absolutely Nothing. And Scott, I'm going to look for some guidance here. Because what happens when you play You Win Absolutely Nothing and nobody calls in?
And what?
Nobody calls in for You Win Absolutely Nothing. I mean,
well, because you misunderstood the game.
Oh, okay. Explain it to me, Sensei.
You basically say, hey, right now, a chance to play our fabulous new game, The Storming the World, 303-504-0925, the third caller. Third caller right now, you're a contestant, and you will win absolutely nothing. 3 callers, there we go, 303-504-0925.
Watch
Light them up. Right there's caller number 1.
And there we
Just
go.
Tell him caller number 1.
The phones have lit up.
I told you.
That's crazy.
Yep. Tell them caller number 1, hang up. Caller number 2, hang up. Then we'll see if caller number 3 wants to play your game.
Well, we have Michael Arnett. Michael, would you like to play You Win Absolutely Nothing?
You got it, my man.
Okay.
See, now here's another thing. Dan's not supposed to answer the phones. We're just supposed to boom, 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 pull people up.
Really? That's how it's supposed to go?
You just go 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, bang.
Well, that gives Dan less work to do, so feel free. All right, Michael, in the game You Win Absolutely Nothing, we're going to play you a soundbite from one of the new NFL head coaches, and you got to name who it is. Are you ready to play the game?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Here we go.
It's been an incredible journey. I've had some opportunities when I was a much younger man that I didn't feel like I was ready. I'm ready now. I know what I want. I know what it looks like.
Michael, who is that?
Man. I'm going to have to go with my gut on that. I think that's the Bears' new coach, Ben Johnson.
That is incorrect.
You win nothing.
Oh, man.
Sorry.
You win. Hey, but thanks for playing. And as a parting gift, you win absolutely nothing.
Okay. All right, this is how it goes. That, by the way, is Brian Schottenheimer. We will give it away as we go.
What opportunities did Brian Schottenheimer have when he was younger? Let's keep it real here, buddy. He's lying.
All right. Hey, 92.5. It's PhD on 92.5. Who's this?
This is Mike.
What's up, Mike?
Hi, Mike.
It's up, Mike.
Hey, Mike.
How you doing, Mike?
Mike, are you ready to? Mike, are you ready to play? You win. Scott, how do I do this? So you win.
Michael, we're going to play you a soundbite. You're going to try to guess one of the new NFL coaches this soundbite comes from, and if you get it correct, you win absolutely nothing.
I'll just let you handle it, Scott. You got this down. Here we go. Are you ready, Mike? Here we go.
Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges, but with challenges gets opportunity.
Okay.
Sounds
Mike,
like a man I could play for right there.
Who is that, Mike?
Is that Aaron Glenn?
That is Aaron Glenn!
Hit the music. Hey, Mike, thanks for playing right now. You got that correct. That's Aaron Glenn, the new head coach of the New York Jets. And for answering that answer completely correct, stunning the world, you receive absolutely nothing. Thanks, Mike. And hey, Mike, while you're here.
Way to go, Mike. Way to go, Mike.
Yeah.
Michael, what's your favorite radio station?
It's Altitude. Let's go.
That's good.
Thank you. That's how you play right there.
Scott,
Thank you, Mike.
Scott, I am just going to let you go. You got this. Go ahead. The next contestant is on, Scott.
All right, next contestant, you're on PhD, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Who am I speaking with? Hello, sir, ma'am.
Dave.
Say your voice.
Dave.
Nate.
Dave. Hey, Dave.
Yes.
You're on the air. Quit listening to your radio, and you got a chance to hear this soundbite. Yeah, kill the music real fast. We don't do that for winners.
Okay.
Dave's losing right now. Dave's in the arena for absolutely nothing. So, Dave, we're going to play this soundbite. Aaron Glenn's probably off the board, so you've got 4 other coaches to choose from. We're going to play the soundbite and see if you can guess for who the coach is. And if you do you know what you win?
I'm hoping absolutely nothing.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right, Dave.
Good
That's
man.
a good. Let's play the soundbite for Dave.
Okay.
I do have a message here for the players.
get comfortable being uncomfortable. The bar has been set higher than it's ever been set before. The only way for this team and for you as individual players to reach your potential is to be pushed and to be challenged. And that's exactly what I and my staff plan on doing.
Dave, who do you think that coach is?
Well, I'm pretty sure that's legendary coach Vince Lombardi.
That's wrong. Is that right? Oh, we're sorry, Dave. But thank you for playing. Thank you for playing. And on the way out, excuse me?
Do I win nothing anyway?
You still, David, you know what? That's how our contestants play. You win absolutely nothing. But what's your favorite radio show?
Oh, it would be Altitude 92.5.
There you go. Thank you. Now hit the winter music right there. There you go. There you go.
All right. We're getting this. We're getting this together. All right. We have two more. So, feel free to call. We got another contestant here. I cheated a little bit. His name is John. If you want to say hi to him, Scott.
Hey, John, how are you doing? And welcome to the program. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you, guys.
That's wonderful. I know you've hooked onto our hotline. You've now in the opportunity to name a new head coach just to a soundbite. And if you're able to achieve that goal, John, do you know exactly what you win?
I'm guessing absolutely nothing.
Way to go.
Absolutely nothing. Exactly correct there, sir. So let's play him the soundbite.
And that's
good
really
luck.
what this is going to come down to is honesty. I want to surround ourselves with people that are going to be able to tell you hard truths, be able to show you your blind spots, because that's really, like I mentioned, where growth occurs, when you can truly be yourself and be honest with looking in the mirror, knowing that process to get you there was clean and it was right, and the results will speak for themselves.
John, guess that voice.
I feel like you guys should have played me the Duval clip.
Way to go, buddy! Way to go, buddy! Way to go, buddy! Well, do you know his name or not?
Liam Cohen.
Way to go, buddy!
Woo! John, that's how easy it is to win on the big PhD here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 for identifying Liam Cohen, the brand new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. You, my friend, win absolutely nothing. Oh, congratulations. Hey, John, what is your favorite radio show?
Oh, it's Altitude 92.5.
There you go. Thank you, John. Take nothing on the way out.
Oh, we do have one more, but we don't have any more contestants. But, you got to get the gist of it.
Oh, I bet we get one more.
You think we can get one more contestant?
How about I bet we get one more.
One more contestant? 303-504-0925. That's funny. Why is Dan talking to the guy that won absolutely nothing? You just confirming what you
confirming that he won absolutely nothing?
Telling him to show up to the radio station and pick up his nothing? I'm not sure what that communication is all about.
Make sure you're available between 10 and 5 to come down to the radio station and pick up your absolutely nothing.
All right, we do have one last caller. Dan's some other people are calling. Oh, we're getting a bunch of people. All right, here we go.
Well, you know what? Here's what you do with them. You just answer the phone. Thanks for calling. You win absolutely nothing. Thanks for calling.
Oh, now the phones are totally lighting up. But we have our last contestant. Go ahead, Scott. I feel like this is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, you are last contestant on the game show that is sweeping America. The prize giveaway, outstanding, never matched before in radio history here in Denver. Who am I speaking with, sir?
This is Ed.
What's up, Ed?
Ed!
What's up,
One
Ed?
of my favorite movies of all time. Congratulations on the big hit. Ed, we're going to play you the soundbite now, and as we do that, please identify who this new coach is.
Just watch us, and see what we're all about and what we do. I'm not worried about that or concerned about that at all. I mentioned something about wearing your number on your back. I wear this big 73. Man, I'm a skilled athlete, man. I don't wear 70s. Doesn't feel right.
Okay.
Should be easy. The clock is ticking, Ed. Do you know who that coach is?
Is that Pete Carroll?
He's older than me, I think.
Wow, Ed.
Whoa.
Ed, that is
wow.
That's an impressive victory.
Might have come. There you go. Let's go.
Nice job, Ed, and thank you for playing and giving us a call. You're going to win the fabulous prize of absolutely nothing. But, sir, before you leave on the way out with nothing, can you tell us your favorite radio station?
My favorite station's got to be Altitude. You know it'd be PhD for the
Way to go, buddy.
PhD. There you go.
That's why we love you.
There you go. Well, great
just
job.
let Marky know we just gave him about 8 promos just right that fast.
Fantastic. Scott, how do you wrap this up as the game show host?
Well, we want to thank all of our listeners for participating in the game show that is starting to sweep the metro area. The biggest prize package maybe in the history of this station, where today 5 lucky winners won absolutely nothing. Until next time, for Tyler, for Darren, I'm Scott. We'll catch you with nothing.
Okay, that was a blast, and perhaps I'm glad you're having fun. You're listening to the show, but if you're suffering through erectile dysfunction, well, that's not a blast. That's for sure. That stinks. It's hurting your relationship. Having a mediocre sex life is not satisfying. No way. So this is why you should hit up my pals at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. For nearly a decade, they've been successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. So schedule a consult today. The initial visit's only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test if medically advised, a test dose. If that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. 5 locations in Colorado to serve you. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Big question is, with the Nuggets dumping their past 2 games and Aaron Gordon feeling healthier and healthier, is it time for Aaron Gordon to come back into the starting lineup? But before we get to that question, and we will, Scott, excellent job hosting. You win absolutely nothing. Seriously.
Really was.
Thank you.
Excellent job.
Thank you.
But
I think that needs to be a staple around here. I'm not going to lie.
I would love. We were a little rusty because we just haven't done it in a while. But you were fantastic.
Well, let's be honest. No one turns on a light switch better than Thomas Edison.
There you go. But we could give away absolutely nothing for days if we have the right idea. That worked great.
Well,
I have a
what?
whole lot of nothing saved up for everybody. So
the other game that we used to play, and Tyler could get involved with this, and maybe even you, DMac. Al and I also did win Scott's hat. And so, like Moser had those hats, we just brought in a bunch of hats, autographed them, and then you could win Scott's hat.
We should not have just thrown away Moser's hats.
It's not a bad idea.
We should have just given them away. Who wouldn't want one of stanky Moser hats? Actually, I did take like 4 of them. I could bring those in.
Yeah, you had to be the only dude at the entire station that actually took those hats.
It's funny. I got them home, and I'm like, I am just not going to wear these ever.
Just put them in the dishwasher.
Yeah. That ain't it.
I mean, other than lice, what are you going to get, really? I mean,
Moj. You did forget your famous tagline at the very end, and I don't know if you want to throw it in.
I don't remember it.
Oh, it's a reminder for all those pet owners out there.
Oh, well, I really wasn't doing Bob Barker. Dan just only got Bob Barker music. Make sure you spay and neuter all your pets.
There you go. I was going to say you don't win a year's supply of turtle wax. That used to be a good one in those game shows back then. Getting the turtle wax. All right, back to
a year's supply of turtle wax is what, like one little can, right?
It could be.
I mean, everybody remembers turtle wax. I mean, literally, it would take you. I mean, how often are you waxing your car? Twice a year, maybe.
Right.
So basically, a year's supply of turtle wax. You're like thinking, oh my gosh,
right?
That's almost like a fragile. This must be from Paris. It says fragile.
Your supply's $19.99.
It's one can.
If you want to hoot, you got to go back. Of course, you don't got to, but if you want to hoot, you should go back and look at what game shows used to give away. It was crazy. It was just such cheap crap that they could find anywhere. As it was hysterical. So, like when my wife,
just a little better than absolutely nothing.
Sometimes, although my wife did win a couch, a vacuum cleaner, and 2 snowmobiles on The Price is Right.
That was impressive.
That actually really did happen. And that, if anybody's listening to this for the first time, I'll send the link. We've got it on YouTube. It's crazy watching her win like a couch, 2 vacuum cleaners, and a green machine, which we sold in a yard sale. We had the couch for like 30 years though, and then we sold the snowmobiles to Jim Kelly, and that's my game show story. And I'm sticking to it. All right, Scotty. Should Aaron Gordon be back in the starting lineup?
No.
Really?
Okay. Explain.
I think they're better when he's off the bench. I think they're a faster starting team with Russ in the starting unit. If I were going to suggest anything, I would say until he's completely healthy, and I'm not still sure. Just watching him move and his mobility, that he is completely healthy. I would say don't play him at 5, and that to me was the debacle last night, and even the second half of Minnesota. I just don't. I'm not sure that's where especially. Well, and I understand why you're doing it because they're shooting threes, and even their 5 step out and shoot threes, and I got you why you do it. But then you switch everything, and the one thing he cannot do right now, and last night I thought was pretty evident, he's not going to stay in front of a quicker guy. He just doesn't have that mobility right now. In my opinion, these are my opinions.
If he's not healthy, then it's an easy answer, right? I mean, there's really no discussion to be had if he's not healthy. You just keep doing what you're doing. I do think there's kind of pivotal moments in a season as a coach where you gotta identify, do I need to kickstart or not? Do I need to change something up? Do I need to put someone else in the starting lineup? And I think they did that, and it's worked out wonderfully for them with Russ being a starter. And I know in the big picture, it's been a pretty decent little run here for the Nuggets. That game didn't feel awesome. Felt pretty lackadaisical. Felt like there were some lazy turnovers going on offensively with some of the passing game going on. And I guess the only reason why you would really think about changing it right now is if that game felt to you like it was bigger than just a game.
That's my next question. What are we going through these past two games? Is it a blip, or is it something more significant?
I mean, with Russ in the start, I think you're 11-4 or something like that. Maybe 11-5, but 11-4, I think. So I think you're okay there. Talking with guys after the game, talking with 2 or 3 coaches, including one today. And if you remember, Malone took a quick timeout to start the game. And we haven't seen it in a while, but to me, here's what Denver's not. Denver's not good enough anymore to pretend like they can just beat anybody for showing up. And that was a little bit of their problem last year. It wasn't their problem 2 years ago. And if you look what they did with sub-500 teams 2 years ago on the way to the championship, they rolled over those teams. And this game, and now you got the Washington game back in there when they lost to Washington. That's a complete, as Malone said in the post game, cheating the game. You're just cheating the game. You think you're good enough that you can just go and do what you want to do, and I just don't think they're there yet. I think there's a couple guys that in moments you can kind of tell how they perform and how they, listen. There's guys that shoot and miss. And at the end of the game, you're surprised when you go, wow, they were 6 of 19. I didn't realize they shot it so poorly because they made things happen. And then there's games when a guy goes, 7 of 19. You're like, ugh, I can't believe he shot it even that well. And I thought there was 2 big figures last night that had subpar games, and that kind of set the tone for a lot of people. I mean, I thought Christian Brown was fantastic. I thought Joker was fantastic. I thought Russ was as competitive as heck.
Mm-hmm.
Well, who's your next 3 guys?
MPJ, Jamal Murray, and probably Strother, I guess.
Or Aaron Gordon.
Oh yeah,
and
right.
Okay, you can
all right.
You can put the next 4 guys. You can put Strother in there too. Strother, the last 2 or 3 games, has done absolutely nothing compared to what he was doing there for a while. I still think, and just watching last night, it's funny when you don't have to have the headset on and talk about the game all the time, because you're always looking, bam, 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 bam. When you're doing color analyst work, you're everywhere. You're looking here. You're watching emotions on the bench. You're doing, you're being, but when you're sitting back and, I'm sitting back just watching. I get to watch the full court now and just see what's going on. I didn't feel that Aaron Gordon looked healthy last night.
Oh, interesting.
Me personally.
Okay.
Well, then there's no discussion to be had.
Right.
I mean,
right.
if it's as simple as that he's not healthy, there's no convo.
Okay. Well, that makes it much more simple, doesn't it?
I want to ask someone. I don't know how to ask you without putting anybody in a tough spot, but I've heard at least 2 or 3 people now kind of indicate that there's other stuff going on also. And I don't know what that means. But, I mean, are we dealing with stuff that is just not basketball?
Could be. I don't know.
Okay.
I
don't know the answer. I mean, and I'm not trying to put anybody in a tough spot. But I've heard people on this station.
That's my bad. That's my bad. That's fine. I'll take care of it. Yeah.
I've heard people on station indicate it.
Okay.
So
Yeah. So Scott, tomorrow night against the Knicks, how big does this game become on this road trip?
Well, listen. You put a lot more pressure. You've not lost 3 games in a row this year, and that was one of the goals you said you didn't want to get into. And tomorrow will be your 3rd in a row if you don't show up. New York just beat your pants off when they came into Denver, but I don't think they had Gordon, and I don't think Murray. Did Murray and Gordon both miss that game? So we'll see if they make a difference. I don't know. New York's really good. If you want to be really good, it's time after a losing streak you come out angry and show what you got. And that's the position you've played yourself into by really, I would say Minnesota game. I don't think that was I didn't think you played at breakneck speed.
I wasn't bothered by Minnesota. I really wasn't. I was bothered last night. Like, you can't have that. Minnesota, all right. It's not a great matchup. I don't know. You're a little unfocused on the road. Whatever. Who cares? You get your doors blown off. It happens every now and then. Last night, though, there's no excuse. Michael Malone said we should have been up by 20 at half. He's right. You were up after 3 by 1, but still you're up. And then you just, really, literally just fall apart, and you let them just gun from 3 like there's no tomorrow when you absolutely know that's who they are anyways. There really isn't any excuse right there. Yeah, you didn't shoot well from 3, but, you got to play better defensively. That game's got to mean more to you. And it just, that's not me saying it. Malone said that after the game.
Right.
So,
I've today's, and I asked this question in the locker room to a couple guys. The NBA has changed, and so the old adage that Hans still subscribes to, that you got to hold teams to 100, it's almost near impossible. When you get teams scoring at 100 or lower, or I would say even 102 or 104 or lower, you've had one heck of a defensive effort, or that team did not show up at all. Bad teams to win games. And by the way, Chicago has also beaten Cleveland this year and beaten Boston this year. And I think maybe the Knicks. But a team that's going to shoot 45 threes, and all of a sudden you catch them on a night that's hot, they made 18 more threes. I believe it was 18 more threes than you did, which is a plus 54. And listen, threes, you ain't working. If you beat somebody by 40 in the paint, guess what? You're working because you're getting in the paint, you're making drives, a lot of injury. Threes, you're just spotting up, doing stuff, bing, bing, bing,
easy
kick out. And there's one guy, if you go back and watch that film again, and you can be able to identify it, I ain't calling anybody out here. There's one guy, at least, or 1.5 guys, maybe 2, that at least 5, 8 times I'm watching, I'm like, dude, that's your guy, and you don't even leave the paint.
Okay.
That's your rotation.
Well, it's tomorrow night.
And that's an effort and a want to and a care about attitude that you got to have.
The Broncos have coaches who are leaving, but I don't know exactly why. Details with Dan Tanner. Let's Football Goes coming up next. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Scott, I don't know when Dan's going to get to it, Tyler, but there's some exceptional news about the Pro Bowl coming down the pipe.
Really?
And a twist for Bo Nix.
I can't even tell if you're being facetious or not.
Well, let's see if Dan can get to it with Let's Football.
Exciting and Pro Bowl, that he's not in the same sentence.
Well, you'll see. You'll see.
All right, we'll start with this. Mike Kliss and Tom Pelissaro are reporting that Broncos inside linebacker coach Greg Manusky has been let go. So the Broncos now need to fill.
Not took another job. Let go. Fired.
Let go.
Oh, wow.
So the Broncos now need to fill their special teams coordinator, tight end coach, passing game coordinator, inside linebacker coach, and they're still waiting on special teams assistant Chris Banjo, who has interest from the Jets and others, according to Mike Kliss. So big deal or not a big deal that the Broncos are losing all these coaches, guys?
For the most part, I would just say the wheel goes round and round. That's the way that it goes in the offseason. You get opportunities, you bounce for better opportunities, you get a better friend that gets a job that you feel like he's going to be more attached to you. You are constant in the coaching world. You are constantly thinking 1 or 2 years ahead of how do I not get fired? How do I make sure that I'm moving forward rather than never getting fired? So outside of Greg Manusky, who's the only one that I believe that we actually fired, I would actually say it's a awfully healthy amount of guys that have gotten other opportunities that generally don't come after the type of seasons that the Broncos just had. The amount of guys that bounce generally come after a far more productive season.
Scott, big deal or not a big deal?
No, I think after the OCDC head coach, obviously everything is like Tyler said. I think it's a merry-go-round and it's security. Maybe it's a few $1,000s more. I mean, if you're give me a position, a tight ends coach, and you can go somewhere else and make $15,000-$20,000 more, and he's a friend of yours where you think there's more stability, you're in. Yeah, the coach is moving. Other than head and the two coordinators, it doesn't really.
This has been a lot of coaches, though. It has.
That's a lot.
And it just goes to show
5?
you that's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would say on normal it's 2, maybe 3. But it just goes to show you how tight in the Dan Campbell tree is to Sean Payton. We all know that he was a protege of Sean Payton. But they're just going back to the same well, just like the Shanahan guys go back to the same well.
All right, next up, Dane.
Also might show you that, hey, if I can get over and not work with a psycho or a mean psycho anyway.
So what, Dan Campbell's a nice psycho?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a psycho, but I think he's a pretty good guy.
He's a big old teddy bear.
Next story, Dan.
Fellas, Steelers quarterback Russell Wilson was named to the Pro Bowl games as a replacement for Bills quarterback Josh Allen, who's unable to play due to injury. It'll be his 10th Pro Bowl appearance, which is tied for 5th most amongst quarterbacks in NFL history. To add on to this, Bo Nix, a 4th alternate AFC Pro Bowl quarterback, was unable to accept his invitation to participate in the Pro Bowl because of previously scheduled routine and minor postseason cleanup procedure. This is according to Mike Kliss. It says Nix is eager to get to the procedure done so he can get to work on off-season training.
Looks like everything was working okay on the boat in Cabo with McGlinchey and Stidham and Zach Wilson and the ladies. Looks like everything was going all right there. So, all right, no dumb question. Does that mean that Bo Nix is a Pro Bowler?
No.
If you turn it down, but you were invited, does it make you a Pro Bowler?
No.
Technicalities here, I guess. I guess I would actually lean toward yes.
No. Mike Kliss talked about it the other day with Miners turning it down and say he'll have the Pro Bowl on his resume, but the All-Pro on his resume, but he will not be able to put Pro Bowl on there.
Because you turned it down.
Got it.
Yeah.
All right,
well,
what about...
I do think it's cool what Quinn Miners did. And you don't hear about this all too often. Quinn Miners was the alternate that got invited after somebody couldn't make it, right? And he said, "No, when I go, I'm going when I earn it.
Yeah,
I'm not going to be an alternate. I'm going to earn that thing."
Yeah, because there's no reason for him not to go.
I think I would have gone. I think I would have taken that thing.
I think
I would have been like, "I'm an alternate. Cool, I'm in."
Yeah, I mean, I get it. But how funny that Bo. Well, congratulations, Russell Wilson, Scott. The Broncos got rid of because he's going, so he's a Pro Bowler, right? I mean, you're the third alternate or whatever.
Trevor Siemian was a Pro Bowler.
Trevor Siemian was a Pro Bowler.
He was. Fourth alternate.
Hey, he made
Fourth
it, baby.
alternate. I mean, okay. There's 16.
Who was a fourth alternate? You said Siemian?
No, Nix. He was the fourth alternate and turned it down because of surgery. So, I mean, right? There's 3 guys, 1, 2, 3. Fourth alternate, you're the 7th quarterback to go. I mean, that is where you ended up. Is I guess is Bo Nix the 7th best quarterback in the AFC? Is that what that means?
Well, we could go through it.
I guess.
So you got Josh, you got Lamar, and you got Joe Burrow. I mean, say 1A, B, C, however you want to order it, right? So you got 3 guys right there.
You got Russell Wilson.
You got Justin Herbert. Who I would put it 4 personally.
Did you say Lamar Jackson already?
I did. I did 1A, B, C for those 3 guys. And
Mahomes can't go.
No, I didn't even think about Mahomes. What's wrong with me?
That's one of the reasons they're using alternates because a bunch of guys can't go.
All right, so there's your top 5, right? So it's Mahomes, Lamar, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Herbert.
Okay.
Right? And then what comes after that?
Well, I guess Russell Wilson if he's getting invited. I guess.
Where's C.J. Stroud on that?
C.J. Stroud would be ahead of Bo Nix.
Well, then how the hell did Russell Wilson get an invite for this thing?
Because Russell Wilson might have been right after Bo Nix.
Name value.
I wonder who was first, Bo Nix or Russell Wilson, when they were inviting people. Hold on a second. Is Russell Wilson a Pro Bowler because Bo Nix turned it down?
Maybe.
Oh, my God. That'd be fun to find out. Next story, Dan.
All right, CBS has a quarterback matchmaker up on their website. So they have Sam Darnold going back to the Jets this offseason.
Oh, wow.
And for the Broncos, fellas, they have Jameis Winston being your new backup quarterback
that'd be fun.
for the Denver Broncos.
That'd be awesome.
Jameis has a history with Coach Sean Payton, once serving as Drew Brees' backup in New Orleans, and could give Denver a much-beloved new backup for the young quarterback Bo Nix. What do you guys think about Jameis Winston as a potential backup?
Such a great personality, such a great locker room guy. Would fit that like a glove. Would be really supportive of Bo. And if you had to be in a pinch and play him, he would throw 2 touchdown passes and 2 interceptions. It'd be, hey man, he had quite a day in Denver this year.
I mean, from an intrigue perspective of what we do, it would be phenomenal. Daily content, the more content that we would get from Bo Nix. From a practical perspective, I would far much rather have Zach Wilson as the backup quarterback than Jameis Winston. We know where Jameis is, man, and you get confused every now and then with Jameis. It gets really confusing, but we know where he is, and it's not that good.
God, he had one hell of a day, didn't he, here in Denver though last year, one way or the other. Scott, what do you think?
Didn't he have 3 touchdowns, 2 picks, or vice versa? 2 touchdowns, 3 picks.
It was all of it. It was everything.
He seems like a fun quote guy. Maybe fun in the locker room. I don't think he can play dead in the Western.
Well, he threw for like 400 yards against the Broncos guys last year. I mean, I can dig up his numbers. It was
ended
incredible.
Up getting himself benched after that.
Well, yeah, yeah, because he's Jameis Winston. That's who he is. But hey, the one quality I love about Jameis Winston, and Ryan Fitzpatrick had it too, as a backup quarterback.
Well, that is true.
If you get in the game, you want a quarterback who's just going to go for it.
Okay, that's fine, but that's actually not what I was thinking. As a backup quarterback, you know that Jameis Winston will invest himself in the starter. He will do that.
Well, that's all of it.
He would be the dream kind of I got to bounce something off you type of guy. I still would rather have Zach.
What if it's Stidham?
That would be pretty uninspiring.
Would you rather have Winston than Stidham?
You just said you want a quarterback that comes in, he's not afraid to go for it all, and let's play him.
I would pick Winston. I would pick Jameis Winston. I'm asking you guys.
Yeah, I probably would.
If my choice is Winston or Stidham?
Yeah.
Winston.
Yeah, me too. I'm just looking at his numbers, guys. They're cartoon-esque. 34 of 58 for 497 yards with 4 touchdowns and 3 interceptions against the Broncos.
Hey, somebody just brought up a really good no dumb question, and I do not know the answer to this.
All right.
If Russell Wilson makes the Pro Bowl, are there any bonuses due to him from the Broncos contract? That's fascinating. Because I promise you there were Pro Bowl incentives built into his contract.
What a way to stick it to the Broncos again.
I promise you there were incentives built into it. I don't actually know how that works. I think the answer would be yes. I think the Broncos are going to pay Russell Wilson to go to the Pro Bowl.
Oh, my God. I got somebody I can reach out to dig that up. That's a fun question.
That's a great no dumb question right there.
That is a good question. That's a good question right there.
All right, I'll dig around on that. Next story, Dan.
And when that money goes out, it goes against somebody's cap. Whose cap does it hit?
I don't think bonuses hit the cap. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Once,
Do they?
Once bonus, what I was told back in the day, and may have changes, that I make a Pro Bowl and I get a $50,000 or $100,000 bonus. The league now assumes you're going to make a Pro Bowl every year.
Okay.
And so that $50,000, $100,000 is added to your next year's deal.
Okay.
All right. I'm efforting. Go ahead, Dan. What's the next story?
All right. Lastly, Scotty, we talked about this before you were on, but the Broncos are starting a really cool initiative led by owner and foundation chair Kerry Walton-Penner and owner and CEO Greg Penner. The Broncos are launching an initiative distributing 15,000 plus new Riddell helmets free to every high school program in Colorado. Pretty cool.
It's a cool deal because moms and dads are very hesitant of football nowadays, right? And not only from that perspective do they want to know that their kids are safe, it's a very cost-prohibitive sport. I couldn't believe it as a youth football coach when I'm buying gear for my own son.
Ballpark it for me. Are helmets really $750 a pop?
So a youth helmet, a proper youth helmet, $450 to $500.
Okay.
Yep.
Wow.
And that's not including the pads. That's not including the jersey.
No. You know, in
that's
baseball,
not including...
that's like a bat. Bats these days, $450 to $550.
Yeah.
For a good
These
solid
helmets
bat.
that the Broncos are giving away, I looked it up because that $12 million figure really hit me. Like, wow, $12 million for 15,000 helmets? They're $800 a pop.
How about that?
That's what these helmets cost, $800 a pop.
Wild.
So you're providing safety and you're providing opportunity from a financial perspective.
Well, I do understand that.
And when the kids get it now, are the kids going to have to sign a waiver if you get hurt and this helmet malfunctions? You cannot sue the Broncos?
I don't know about that. Way to go, Debbie Downer.
Yeah,
right? Jeez.
Hey, let me ask you how it works. I understand in youth sports, the parents have to foot the bill for everything. I get that.
I don't know the answer to what you're about to ask, but go ahead.
But in high school, do the parents and the kids have to buy the high school equipment?
I think the answer is yes. I don't know. My parents handled it when I was in high school. I'll know next year because my son's about to be a freshman. I think the answer is yes. You still have to buy the equipment.
In baseball, it was kind of all over the place.
They've always got like enough left over for people that might need it, you know. But I do think it's either run through the booster club or through the parents themselves, through the fundraisers.
You just said the thing. I don't know if parents come up with that, but I know having run and helped run booster clubs. You know, they do a lot of stuff, and just for basketball, which doesn't have the expense of an $800 helmet, but if, you know, every X number of years you want to update your uniforms, I mean, that's $4,000 or $5,000 for if you're doing it for your 15 jerseys. Probably not that much. Probably $3,500 I think I paid, something like that. But and then the JV gets the old varsity, and the sophomore
Pass
gets
it
the
down.
old JV, and the freshmen get and you keep them in cycle for about 12, 15
I
years.
guess
football's different though because you just don't have the
it's a booster
longevity.
club.
I guess I figured in football the school actually pays for that. I never really thought of it.
You know what?
I assume they
I
did.
bet you it all comes to that's why we all sell the coupon books and everything. I bet the booster clubs pay for it.
Okay, so you probably do get it, but you got to kind of earn it.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it for baseball. It wasn't until my kids started playing college baseball that we paid for everything, man. And you know what? Then he gets to college, and guess what? I couldn't believe it. And we're trying to like sell coupon books all over again. Like, you got to be kidding me. We're still hawking things, and you're in college. Like, what are we paying for here?
Yeah,
it is crazy how that stuff goes. I mean, these are all lower level things, you know. How does CU do it, man? Like they seem to have a different helmet, or is it the same helmet? It's just a different color stuff on it, or is it literally a different helmet?
It's probably a different helmet.
It's probably a different helmet.
See, in the NFL, when I was playing, when we would do our throwback uniforms,
yeah,
you were not allowed to have a different helmet.
Okay.
So you had to either repaint it or do something with your current helmet Now they've actually changed that to allow that you are allowed to have multiple helmets in the NFL, but I don't think college ever had that rule.
Yeah, I think it's an amazing initiative by the Walton Penner Group and the Broncos. Good for them. They have proved repeatedly that if something is if a good idea comes across their table, they're going to do it, and money just doesn't matter.
Well,
the idea matters.
And we can,
it's amazing.
And whether it's a good idea or not a good idea, it doesn't matter. Good or it shows them getting involved in the community.
There ain't no doubt about it. And it makes me wonder. It makes me wonder.
$12 million buy-in.
Yeah, and it makes me wonder, like, why other NFL teams just don't do the same thing. I mean, there's 31 other markets that you could easily do this. They're all billionaires that own these teams. I mean, really, it's a pretty damn good idea. So, and listen, I understand it's different in California.
I remember when I was in high school, Tom Ashworth. I don't know if you guys remember that name. Tom Ashworth was another Cherry Creek High School offensive tackle. Went to University of Colorado. I was like 2 years behind him in everything. He was an undrafted guy. Went to the Patriots. Got, I think, 3 rings with the Patriots.
Yeah, he played a while for them.
Yeah, and I was in high school in his rookie year in the NFL, and he sent us back boxes of gloves and
So
cleats
cool.
and stuff.
That's awesome.
And that was always something I always aspired to be able to do. He was always a hero of mine, you know?
Okay, I'm getting some. Not sure. Doubt it. Broncos usually tie incentives to all pro, not Pro Bowl. So it looks like, well, I don't know, for whatever that's worth.
But hold on. He's saying the Broncos, so this situation probably has popped up on other places, don't you think?
Maybe. I tell you, we're trying to get Leggy on. He's at the Senior Bowl. It's a great question for Leggy, too. So we'll see if we can find him. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, go check out my friends over at Phil Long Ford, the best in the industry at what they do. They're a phenomenal car dealership. You're going to know them, you're going to love them, you're going to respect them because that's how they're going to treat you. When you go to Phil Long Ford, they're going to get you in, they're going to get you out. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You don't have to drive all over the state looking at every car dealership. Just go to Phil Long because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right now for you to choose from. So whether you're looking for new or a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find it at Phil Long Ford. They've got great interest rates. The incentive deals are rock solid right now. And with an award-winning service department, they're going to keep your ride beautiful for a very long time. Once you go to Phil Long Ford, you're going to be a customer for life. That's what happened to me. I've been buying cars from them since my rookie year, and that's why I tell all my friends and family, you want to go shop at Phil Long Ford. Feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongdenver.com.
So apparently other people who turned down the Pro Bowl besides Bo Nix include Drake May and CJ Stroud.
Makes sense.
So I kind of think Russell Wilson got there because, not maybe directly because of Bo, because I don't know who turned it down first. But it's pretty clear Russ is there because other guys, those guys turned it down, including Bo Nix.
Oh, do you think he was voted in straight out?
No, I just don't know how it goes.
I can't wait to see what the Steelers do, man. The owner has flat out said that he wants to give a new contract to either Justin Fields or Russell Wilson. You would think that would go to Justin Fields, but who knows?
I don't understand what they're doing in Pittsburgh with anything. So they are in firm football purgatory. So who knows?
The hell are the Raiders going to do? That's fascinating because they got to do something before the draft.
I think they're going to move up and get Shedeur at number one.
Well, at number one, okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Number one.
If they
according to all the mock drafts I'm reading, his value's slipping, sliding away.
Yeah. Yep.
If they were able to get that deal done preemptively, okay, they don't have to do anything. But if they're not able to get that deal done leading up to the draft, they have to go out and get a veteran quarterback, right? So who the hell will that be?
They could roll the dice with Jalen Milroe, but it would be very risky. They may get lucky with Cam Ward or Shedeur Sanders at 6 if they don't do that. That's kind of the way they are. And in terms of veteran quarterbacks, you're in a pit of misery. You know what you could do, though? And it's been advocated, you could just draft a guy in the 4th round who just checks all of your other boxes try to build around him.
Even if they want to do that, they got to get a vet.
Yeah, but there's vets that are falling off trees out there. Teddy Bridgewater, you get him the high school season.
They need somebody that you can actually sell a hope and a dream to a fan base.
Who?
Russell Wilson.
Maybe. I don't think it's crazy. I think him and Pete are good. I don't think that's nuts at all.
I don't know about that. I think they're good in hey, I respect you. I'll say hi to you. I'll say nice things about you.
Well, they're in a tough spot.
Just put yourself in Pete Carroll's shoes for a second. Could you honestly forgive a human being that outright tried to get you fired? That outright tried to get Sean Payton to come take your job?
I would say normally no. However, Pete was fired himself. And perhaps, I don't know, man, time.
He had a mutual parting of the ways, for the record.
Yeah, whatever. Scott, what are you munching on over there?
Yeah. When anybody leaves a place because their contract doesn't get re-upped, the save face you say it's mutual. He gets fired.
Yeah, that's a great question. The free agency is going to be wild. It's going to be wild to see because it is not a deep quarterback class. There's no doubt about it. It is not a deep class. So who knows?
You wonder about guys. You know who's going to have value?
Sam Darnold.
But Sam Darnold will probably have a lot of value.
He's going to be a $50 million guy. Watch. It's crazy.
No, I bet you Zach Wilson will be like last year's Sam Darnold.
$10 million? He'll get $10 million from somebody?
I'd be really surprised.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Were you surprised Sam Darnold got $10 million in
yes.
Minnesota?
I was.
Yes.
I was.
Yep.
But I'd continue to be surprised if that happened to Russ.
Russ or
Zach? I'm sorry.
I
meant Zach.
Missing up your Wilsons. Happens. Volleyball.
So here's the free agent QBs out there. Sam Darnold, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance, Jacoby Brissett, Taylor Heineke, Marcus Mariota, Drew Lock, Jarrett Stidham, Andy Dalton, Justin Fields.
Rough, brother, rough. That is a scary situation.
You know what? To Scott's point, all of a sudden Zach does look pretty appealing on that list.
I'm telling you.
Well, there you go. What are the Broncos going to do for their backup?
I don't think it matters. I really don't.
I think they locked down Stidham. I don't think he was the backup. I think he was the backup for a reason, not Zach Wilson. I think they like Zach just fine, but I think I think they like the stability of Stidham, and they'll just stick with him.
Oh, I tend to agree that's what the breadcrumbs. That's where that would lead you to Jarrett Stidham. I just personally would choose Zach.
Yeah, because Zach Wilson's a better player, and if your quarterback goes out for 4 weeks, do you have a better chance of winning games with Wilson or with Stidham?
Oh, by the way, I have the alternates in order. Would you like to hear the alternates for the AFC and what order they went in? Mahomes was first. Forgot about Mahomes. We forgot
he was
that
not
Mahomes,
voted in.
Yeah, that's crazy. Second was Herbert. Third was Stroud. Fourth was Nix. Fifth was May. And then Russell Wilson said yes.
How the hell did Mahomes? You know what that was? That was all the NFL players.
How did Mahomes not get
I'll
there?
tell you what that was. That's all the NFL players that are voting on this thing. They're just as tired of the Chiefs as the rest of us. They're like, nah, we ain't voting for him again. He's had his day.
Well, I'll give you this. That's ridiculous that Joe Burrow got voted to the Pro Bowl and Patrick Mahomes didn't.
Well,
I mean, come on. That is silly.
I don't know. Joe Burrow did have a hell of a year.
Pick one. I mean, I don't know how you would leave out Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen.
In my mind,
but
Patrick
you didn't get to the playoffs.
Patrick Mahomes has got a permanent spot there until there's a reason for him to not have
It's
one.
ridiculous he didn't get nominated for that. That is silly. That is stupid.
Well, maybe everybody just thought he was going to be in the Super Bowl again, so why waste a vote?
I'm feeling, I guess, maybe. What are you doing on your day off there, Scotty, in New York City, man? You got the sun going down there. It looks kind of pretty. You got Freedom Plaza in the background over your left shoulder.
My
over
day
the
off.
Tower.
My day off is it's already 5 o'clock.
Hey, things are just getting going in New York City. What are you talking about? People are just getting out of bed at 5 p.m.
Avs played the Islanders tonight, Scott.
Oh, yeah. Dan wants you to get on the Long Island Railroad to go to watch the Avs play the Islanders tonight. Just a short, probably, I don't know, 90-minute train ride.
If I left in the next 30 minutes, I wouldn't make it there in time for game
Yeah,
time.
exactly. It would be like, you don't really stretch yourself to go see the Avs here in Denver, but you're going to get on a train to go see them in Long Island?
When I played for the Knicks, we were invited to a Thanksgiving meal with Marvin Webster, and he lived out on Long Island. It took us an hour and 15 minutes to drive there.
Yeah, pain in the ass. But great idea, Dan. Scott doesn't want to go outside, and you want to put him in Long Island tonight.
Now, if I was thinking about it, and if they were playing anybody else, maybe I should have called Connor and say, hey, Connor, I can show up and be your color guy again.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well, actually, it is not an altitude game. It's by the way, this one is tricky tonight, Tyler. It's ESPN Plus / Hulu.
Yeah, I don't have either one of those.
So this game might pass you by, huh?
I don't have either one.
Yeah, so ESPN Plus or Hulu.
I got Netflix, I got Prime, I got HBO Max.
Yep.
I cut it off at 3. I can't do the Peacock. I can't.
I'm sorry, the
Peacock.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't do that, and I can't do the Hulu. Can't do that.
Whoa. I got them all. I'm an idiot.
Yeah, I got too many, too.
I got way too many. But that's where the game on. Where
I
you
forgot. Also got Apple TV. Yep, got that one, too.
I got that, too.
Yep. So I got 4 of them things. Plus a Fubo subscription.
I got that, too.
That's 5.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Boop.
Paramount Plus?
Yep, got that, too.
You mad at Fubo?
I am. I'm really mad at Fubo.
What are you mad at Fubo about?
It has gotten pricey.
Oh, well, yeah, of course.
Boy.
Yeah. Yeah, I got about 9 of them as well.
Cutting the cord ain't so cut anymore.
I tell you what, man, it's something.
No.
Hey, cutting the cord it was great for about 5 years.
Okay.
That's why you need
I think
to
we do
read
advertisements,
books.
so I actually love them.
Fubo? I have Fubo. I love them. But yeah, it's all expensive. It's all expensive. But anyways, just telling you where the TV's at. However, you don't have to worry about it because they dropped the puck at 7:30, pregame at 7 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Scott, have fun in New York tonight. Seriously, are you going to catch a musical? It's Tuesday night. You go see Cats or something.
Cats? No. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take about a 30-minute nap. I'm going to get up. I'm going to hit the gym. I'm going to lift weights.
Nice.
And then I'm going to walk outside and see if there's a pizza by the slice place that's close.
That's a great idea. That's a good New York experience. Then tomorrow it's the Knicks.
And then I'm going to see if Billy Joel's hanging out anywhere.
He usually is just playing on a street corner. It's
because
around.
he's always in a New York state of mind.
And with that, Nate and Andy coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
You, my friend, win absolutely nothing.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Previously on Kreckman and Lindahl.
Nick Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. Nuggets tonight in Chicago to play the Dog Butt Bulls.
Don't do that. Don't.
They're not good.
I know.
I believe they've lost 7 of their last 8.
But every time you've said that, unfortunately, this year, bad things have happened.
They lost to the Wizards was the only time that it happened. That's still inexcusable. Everything should start to hopefully...
I swear there was another one. Didn't they lose to the Pistons or something? There were 2. Hey.
Well, the Bulls suck. So if they lose this game, it's on them.
No, I feel
it's not on me calling out the team that's terrible for being terrible.
Much later.
And this one's going to sting, folks. Denver had this one in the bag, up by 12. There's the horn at the United Center. Denver up by 12, a 30-point triple-double by Jokic, a career high in scoring by Christian Brown at 28, but it all goes into a loss in Chicago. Denver 0-2 on the 5-game road trip. The final here tonight, Chicago 129, Denver 121.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Yeah, they really went out and lost to the Dog Butt Bulls, didn't they?
I told you on the ride in.
Uh-huh.
It's like there's something in your tone that just pisses off the universe, and then we get one of those. Just you're too cocky. I don't know what it is.
I
do know what it is. You can't defend the three-point line, but
you don't remember it when they win because they're just supposed to.
Yeah.
I call out bad opponents when they win, too. It's just this time around, they lost. Like they lost to Portland this year, like they lost to the Wizards this year. When you give up 24 threes and make 6, that's the recipe right there. By the way, Denver Post today. Here's a stat for you, Andy. This was the spit the coffee out stat that I read this morning. This is from Bennett Durando in the Denver Post today, okay?
That coffee stain, by the way, did you get that cleaned up?
It's I left it. Yeah, I was just too angry. Plus it was in the shape of Whistler's mother. So against
the Holy Mother. Anyway, go ahead.
Against teams that rank top 7 in 3-point attempts in the NBA. This is teams 3-point attempts per game. The Nuggets are 2-7 against those teams.
Not good, Bob.
Yeah, that's the math problem thing.
Yeah, and that's a problem.
Yeah, the math was a problem last night because points. I'm going to just give you the points in the paint. Okay, this is points in the paint last night. Denver 84, Chicago 38. Shouldn't lose that game.
No, you really shouldn't. What were the fast break points? Weren't they leading fast break points too?
Here's what's great about that, okay? In the first half, the Nuggets gave up 0 fast break points to the Bulls.
And that's what you're looking for.
In the second half, they gave up 15.
That is okay. That ain't bad.
That's a lot for a half.
For a half, 15?
Yeah, that's too much.
15 fast breaks?
That's bad. Yeah, they lost.
Am I just too used to the Jeff not the Jeff Buzdello. Who was the guy? Who was Mr. No Defense guy in the early 90s? The college coach. Oh, my gosh. All right, I'll find it.
You'll get there.
I won't. Not without Google's help, but I'll get
wait
there.
For you.
Paul Westhead.
Oh, there
it is. Remember Paul Westhead? Hell with defense, just grab the ball and go. We'll just outscore them.
Jason Segel.
Much later. No, they won't.
Yeah. They were 9.5-point favorites on the road last night. They lost by 8. Disappointing performance.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't just me that thought the Nuggets should win that game.
Well, no, your reasoning was solid for why they should win.
Nuggets good, Bulls not.
You just get a tone that the universe is like, I'll teach you, Kreckman. And then we watched,
I got a theory on this.
Please.
Okay. This is what I think is happening on nights such as this. Like the Washington game, like the Portland game, like the Chicago game last night. This is what I think happens, okay? So have you ever seen when the players are out there and they're warming up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And they always got those Beats by Dre or whatever, probably headphones I never heard of
Whatever
and can't
company
afford
they're
anyway.
getting sponsored by, sure.
Exactly. And they've got that, and I think everybody thinks like they're just they're listening to the Meek Mill or the Kendrick or the Lil Uzi Vert or whatever the kids are into these days. I want to sound as old as I possibly can right now while I'm saying all these things. But actually, what happens there is the guys are just like, wonder what they're saying on the flagship right now.
They're listening to us.
They hop on the app.
Get on the old 92.5 app, Altitude SR app.
They're like, what are those drive time fellas? What are they saying right now as we're warming up right now? It's oh man. Kreckman doesn't think much of Chicago. You know what? We can give it the 3 out of 10 effort tonight. This will be no problem. We'll roll. We don't need to.
So it's personal.
We don't need to ever. Nate said Chicago's bad.
Yeah.
We don't need to communicate on switching on screens.
They're trusting your scouting report is what you're saying.
We can consistently allow opposing guards to get into the perimeter, thus causing our weak side rotations to be slow as hell, and we'll be fine because that team is bad and they probably won't hit anyway. And you see what happens then is my overconfidence seeps into them as they're warming up, and then they go out and play poorly and they lose. So this is on me because the Altitude Sports Radio app is available globally.
Okay.
And I think I owe everybody an apology for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So you're thinking that Jamal Murray can't get him enough sports talk.
That's absolutely. These guys are thinking to themselves, I'm getting pumped up to play right now. You know what gets me going? An Andy Lindahl live read. This is how I get ready.
Oh, I had a fan text in about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic yesterday.
To go hit the floor.
Yeah, that's
really
right.
Stoked.
Yeah.
That's right. But Michael Malone called a timeout 2 minutes into that game last night. 2 minutes into it. They had scored on every possession, and he was just like, nope, this is bad. This is bad, and I can see that this is bad. And he had it. And again, he was in that timeout just going like, you jagoffs listening to Kreckman again?
You think that's what he said?
I think that's what he said.
Now, you know what? Here's what we need to do.
I think he's gonna do the Brian Shaw cell phone box, and he's gonna go through everybody's phone and be like, delete that Altitude Sports Radio app. Get it off your phones right now. You stop listening to that guy because that guy's a problem.
Why don't we do this? Can we have Spring call Scotty? Let's see if Scotty heard your name in any of the huddles last night.
I would,
and then ask him what was going on.
I would assume I'm the problem.
Call. You got Scott's number? Call him. Yeah, call him. Just find out.
I think this one's on me.
Hey, listen, he missed half his damn show. He owes this station. I love hearing that. I'm kidding, Scotty. Yeah, just see. Because maybe it is.
This is on me.
Yeah, here's where, even though it seems far-fetched, here's where I'll go full in with you.
Yeah.
I could see them going, screw those guys. I don't care for either one of them.
Yeah.
I don't like their cockiness. I don't like their happiness.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care for their joy.
I don't like their tone.
I don't want them to have a good night when this thing is over. The hell with it.
Yeah, it was the Friday before the Washington game. Remember they played them on a Saturday, and
oh, you were so cocky.
What did Washington lost? 18 in a row?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had said, who did they lose to the night prior? And you're like, this isn't a big deal. They'll go get right in Washington. Remember all that?
I don't even know if it's get right. It's just like you just have to show up.
They lost to someone prior to Washington.
You're playing a corpse. You just got to show up. That's all you have to do.
You're playing a corpse. You're going to a funeral.
And they lost.
When was the Washington loss? I'm trying to look back real quick.
Saturday, December 7th.
Look at you. You're looking right at. Who was the game? All right.
They had lost in Cleveland.
Yeah.
But and again, the Cleveland games, those are like last night. Those are the math problem games. Where Cleveland, it's like 25 threes, and the Nuggets make like 7, and then they lose. But again, I do think that pregame, clearly, the guys are listening to the ASR app. They're hearing me denigrate their upcoming opponent.
Very cockily, too.
and they are giving D- efforts. And really, I think if Michael Malone could ban his players from listening to Kreckman and Lindahl, that is the clearest path forward to a championship for the Nuggets.
Well, then let's welcome in our pal Scott Hastings. He's able to lend an ear, if you will, to the huddles.
Yep.
Yeah.
When he does the sideline stuff, and he's very good at it. But so Scotty, Nate and I feel like Nate gave the old kiss of death. Nate said the Bulls are terrible. They've got this one no problem. And Nate feels like they just hear it on our show and they come out and then they show us.
I think this is on us.
Did you hear Michael Malone yell at the team, quit listening to Kreckman at any point in any of the huddles?
No, but I've heard Malone say that Kreckman doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
But not in a huddle.
But not
in a huddle.
Okay.
I think that's more to O'Hare and Wise and those guys.
Okay. Yeah. That guy's an idiot.
Scotty, what happened last night?
Yeah, what was
other than the math problem? What the hell happened?
What was the tenor of those timeouts?
That I think probably there was a handful of them felt a little bit like you do, that this should be a cakewalk.
Yeah.
And we've seen that when they've had issues really over the last couple of years. It's usually when we saw it earlier this year against Washington. When, let's just put the requisite amount of energy into a game that allows us to win it. And, I've said this forever. If you want to worry about load management for Murray and Joker, then you need to bust your hump for about 32 minutes in the first 36, and you can rest the last 12 minutes of every single game. I didn't think they were all locked in. I will say this. Right now there's two guys that three guys that I'm not worried about being locked in 99.9% of the time, and that's Joker and Christian Brown and Russell Westbrook. I thought those three looked pretty locked in. After that, I'm not sure where you go.
Hey, Scotty, do me a solid. Whiteboard this sucker for me for just a moment. The issues that they are having defending the perimeter and, allowing 24 of 53 from behind the arc. I mean, the rotations were bad last night. Clearly, the communication and the switching was not up to professional basketball standards last night. Pinpoint for me a couple of the issues of what's happening.
Well, the easiest thing and the simplest thing, and I it's funny you bring this up because I was thinking about this on the show. We tend to, in everything we do, over-explain and overcomplicate, and there's the old KISS theory of just keep it simple, stupid. The Scott's keep it simple, stupid explanation is I watch too many guys are surprised about the rotation.
Yeah.
And if you're surprised about the rotation, that means you're not engaged to what's going on. If I'm, say the ball's in the wing, and I'm opposite wing guard, and so I got a foot right near the paint, I'm watching everything. I'm looking. I'm keeping behind me. Hopefully if there's another person behind me that's defensive there also. All of a sudden I see a guy cut, the guy goes, next guy slides over, I fly to a guy. If I'm that very next rotation, I'm already going to be moving. I can't be flat-footed. And too many times when the first rotation comes, that second guy and that third guy are standing. And there used to be an adage we had, like when you give help, for example, on penetration, you slide over to give help, or it's a pick and roll, where Denver gets caught in a lot of them. If I'm seeing a pick and roll happen, I'm ready to move. If I'm that rotation guy that gets the roll guy, I'm already anticipating moving before the play even starts. I know, okay, there's a pick and roll. Okay, here, as soon as he takes his first step, I'm already moving too. So now I'm meeting him instead of at the rim, I might be meeting him above the dotted line. And, every coach read somewhere, every step away from the basket, your shooting percentage drops 6% or something like that, 4%, whatever. So why would I want Vucevic to catch the ball at the rim when I could get him to catch it at 14.
Yeah.
Now, he might score over me, but the percentage, I played percentages. Percentages say I got a better chance there. Now, same thing. So I'm watching there. I'm the corner guy or whatever the next rotation, wherever it's coming from. I'm seeing that play also start to develop. And once that guy moves to catch the roll, I'm moving to the next spot too. And instead, what happens, pick and roll, oh, I'm surprised. I catch it late. All of a sudden, I get it, and then the ball's kicked to the corner for the three. Well, that guy's surprised too. Why didn't the guy just shoot it? He had a 2-footer, because that's not what the league does anymore.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised on my roll to the next guy also. If you're going to play basketball and put so much emphasis on the three, you've got to be, your rotations have to be sooner rather than later. And they've got to be anticipated. I'm like I said, I'm not going to mention any names. And I told this on the show when I got on today. I did sideline, and so where they set me up, and when you do color, you're watching ball and looking around, and I mean, you're trying to see impact of the play.
Yeah.
And when I'm doing sideline, I can watch the whole floor. I can watch the weak side. I can watch what this guy's doing on the weak side. I don't care what the ball, and I can see, okay, here comes a pick and roll. What's he doing? He ain't moving. What's he doing? He's not moving. He's not moving. Oh, guy got a layup. Floater in the rim. He got there late. Guy helps for the roll, doesn't come, goes to the corner. Okay, you got to see it's a fake move. You got to go. You got to go, and you don't go. And thirdly, so one, you got to anticipate the move better. And you've got to see the play. And if you stand up flat-footed, you're screwed.
Yeah.
And finally, the biggest joke in challenging three-point shooters is a guy that just kind of runs with his hands up and just jogs out to the ball. And Greg, you've called a lot of games.
The fake closeout.
Have you ever seen a good shooter that bothers them?
Yeah, no, that's just, I'm going to dead eye this thing and go right over it.
Yeah, and I watched last night at least 4 times. It was like, let me just walk out with a hand up.
Yeah.
Look, I'm there. No, you're not. I have never in my life seen a shooter. Now, they still might miss, right? They might miss wide open. We see that one too. But when you just walk out there, let's be honest, man, you're faking it. And that happened. I'll bet you if you go back and watch that game, I bet that happened 8 times. Well, they make 6 of them.
Yeah.
You're screwed.
Because that's an easy shot for an NBA player. And players of that caliber. No, like you talked about, anticipatory movement, communication, and just flat-out effort on that side of the ball. And every 3 out of 3 were completely lacking last night. And it's like, I'm not going to pretend for 1 second that Michael Malone hasn't drilled that into his guy's head going into that game, but that's simply going out and saying, we will sleepwalk through this thing, and because we know that we can get 84 points in the paint and Joker can carry us, we'll get this victory, but that was not to be last night. They mailed that thing in.
And I'll tell you another thing that is affecting them, and I talked to one of the trainers. They had a practice today scheduled. The NBA has its own gym and workout facility here, right, in downtown Manhattan somewhere. I wonder what that's costing us. But anyway, they had practice scheduled there, and I asked them, "Are you guys going?" He says, "Yeah, we're going to the NBA facility." Okay. They don't practice. And I know this is a good excuse the coaches always like, but if you're going into a ballroom and you're taping down carpet to signify a rim or a lane, and you're passing the ball, okay, well, this happens here, this go here, and you're just walking over to the guy. Having been in that for 11 years, no one's really paying attention,
right?
Other than probably 15. 15 usually knows the other team's entire playbook. So, but that's different, right? He's a different breed.
Mm-hmm.
But that ain't doing anything for you. To me, these little walkthroughs and ballrooms, for me, you might as well. Why? But no one shoots around anymore. And for a team, I think, especially, I don't think Denver needs extra floor time for their offense. And even though last night they didn't shoot the ball worth crap from three, they still had, 70 points plus in the paint?
84.
80 points in the paint?
Yep.
But it does affect your rotations defensively. It does affect, but listen, in the walkthrough in the ballroom, I moved 4 feet and I was at the shooter. Well, guess what? The real court's wider than that.
It's going to require you to hustle a little bit.
Yeah, you're actually going to have to move 4 feet. You're going to have to move 18 or 19 feet.
Yeah.
And I think that affects them also. And I think the longer they go, this is just my opinion, I think the longer they go without being on the field, the first thing that goes on them is defense intensity and intensity in a whole. Listen, their offense is there. As Bone said it before, everybody likes to score. So everybody's going to run the floor going that way. And I don't want to run back and try to stop it 2-on-1. Come on. And until you can get on the floor and get guys to do that and stop them when they ain't, the old DU coach told me that's called game slippage. And I thought what you've seen really in the last couple of games is some game slippage.
I think that's a good term for it right there. A slippage in defensive intensity. Yeah. When they don't defend, their floor is just too low and they can lose to anybody, and that doesn't look like a team that can win an NBA championship. Scotty, thanks for confirming that I'm not completely the problem. But I know
you're part of it.
I know I am a problem, but that's I'm not the problem is the biggest part.
You're the psychological fan problem. The fans buy into that, and so they checked in. It was a late arriving crowd to the altitude broadcast last night because probably having listened to your show.
That typically happens. A lot of Serbians there though last night.
Yeah,
that
they
was
showed.
fun.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
that place was packed.
Yeah.
And let's be honest, your boy Joker put on a show.
He
also.
did. Yeah, he gave him the show last night. Joker, 15 to 21, 33 points. He wasn't the problem last night. Scotty, thanks, buddy. We enjoy it. Enjoy Manhattan.
Okay, I'm looking out on my skyline right now. The sun's going down.
All right. We'll go have a good meal. We appreciate
go get
it.
an Italian meal.
Scott Hastings joining us from New York, where the Nuggets will take on the Knicks at the Garden tomorrow night.
His walkthrough comment was very, I could empathize with that.
Yeah.
When I was coaching lacrosse and you'd get a snow day and you'd have to go into we'd go into the basketball gym.
Nobody cares.
It just ain't the same.
Yeah, nobody cares.
You're not taking, like you said, you're not taking this seriously.
Right.
Can't run with the same intensity.
Right.
Can't get the same momentum going.
And look, some of that is home court advantage exists for a reason.
Right.
You're in your facility, the other guys are on the road, and that's what they have to deal with right there. But also, again, it is communication, it is effort, it is anticipation, it is knowing the other team's tendencies and giving a crap about the other team's tendencies. And that's where they absolutely have to get better. That was good stuff right there. I appreciated that. Nuggets will take on the Nuggets take on the Knicks tomorrow. The Avalanche play the Islanders.
They are in the same general area.
That'd be a hell of a thing if
let's give it a go.
If the Nuggets play the Islanders. Yes.
Minus the goalie, it's 5-on-5.
We got a lot to do on this radio show. We're just trying to figure it out. Like the Nuggets on the defensive end. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Time to tell you about low testosterone. Have you wondered if maybe this is something that's affecting you? It can start to affect men in their mid-30s. That early, if you can believe it. You can start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year. Happens gradually, but before you know it, you feel like maybe, it's all of a sudden on top of you, and you're just not feeling the same. Decrease in libido, putting on weight, less productivity at the gym, and not seeing the games that you want. Or poor sleep, waking up feeling tired. That was the big one for me. That was the big trigger. or even dealing with brain fog or depression. Don't let this go on if this is what you're dealing with. Go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them test you and see if you are, in fact, dealing with low T. The first visit is real simple. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. You review those results with a Colorado licensed medical provider. The cost of the appointment and the Team PSA test is only $99, and if you decide to sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. They've got 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including the Springs and Fort Collins. So just do yourself a favor. Get back to feeling more like your old self and give the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic a call today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Sometimes you got to let the punk rock breathe. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hope you're having a nice Tuesday. I feel like I got a voice thing going on today. It's going on with my voice today?
Nah, let's not be getting that on
I know.
the show now.
I don't.
Let's not.
I don't need that.
I forgot my bag, and
At the
without the
moment.
mic cover, the mic's a little frig. I might throw up.
Uh-huh.
Gotta go over there.
Yeah, you
Who
gotta.
was that again?
You gotta
Bouncing
wear
Souls? Was that the Bouncing Souls we came in with?
protection. Was that Rancid? I think that was
Was
Rancid.
that Rancid or Bouncing?
Was
Yeah.
that Rancid? Yeah, it sounded like the Rancid.
You did
to
not
me.
choose that one, right? That was one you let go.
That's
No, I put that one in.
Oh, yeah? Who was it then?
That was a Nate special.
That was a Nate special.
Yeah.
So that had to be Rancid.
That was Rancid.
Yes. Rancid, like the Nuggets' defensive effort on the perimeter last night. That's how you bring it back to sports, Andy.
That's how I feel about this.
Communication. We're in that business. Why can they not communicate?
I just think it's about caring. I don't know what else to say about this at this point. You know what? Sometimes I want to blame it on the road trips. I want to blame it on the travel. I want to blame it on, you know. And yes, I think they've had a funky schedule. I'll give them that. It's been weird.
Yeah.
You know, Hastings had pointed out on a couple of podcasts, they've got this new rule in the NBA where they don't want them going on these long road trips. And again, I think it's something that works if you're an East Coast-based team where there's about 15 teams you can go play without leaving the time zone. But for the Midwest teams, it doesn't really work that way because it's got the Nuggets flying out to go play a couple teams back east and coming back home, then going back out again. I'm sure that gets annoying. But come on, man. You know, you need a little. I mean, again, they're still in a pretty good spot, but whether it's the Nuggets or the Avs, I keep waiting for them both to put the foot on the gas, and it's just like not happening.
Yeah,
and then you see, like you said, the weird, disconnected, disinterested efforts of last night. I don't know where it's coming from against a team like the Bulls.
You
got to have that win.
In the month of January, the Nuggets this month were 10-3 before the Minnesota-Chicago
swing
bedwetting, we'll call it. One man's swing is another man's
Sure.
bedwetting. Sure. They were 10-3 in that stretch. I heard this number. They were 5th in the NBA in defensive rating in the month of January. Okay, great, super. Well, that's all gone to crap.
Yeah.
Over the last couple of games right here. This text from the 931 is exactly where I was going to go next. This is where we are missing KCP.
Yeah.
And I think there is a reality to that. And when I say that, that is again, we always want to make this, it's a binary. If you want KCP on this team, then you hate Christian Braun. No, I love Christian Braun. CB played well last night, okay?
He did, and he's been, you know what? He had a little slump there, but he's coming out of it.
He's coming out of it. He scored 28 last night. He's playing aggressive. He's playing hard. I adore the effort that he gives. Russell Westbrook, who was another guy that Hastings specifically mentioned right there, of like, these are guys, the effort will be there every single night. But also, when you watch the way that they defend the perimeter, and just think about what they were 2 years ago, Bruce Brown and KCP were something else when it came to perimeter defense and recognition and understanding and anticipation and everything else you have to have that Christian Braun and Russell Westbrook just simply are not. And I think Christian Braun will be there. But he's a third-year guy in the NBA. Some of this is just those are salty veterans that make an NBA living by being excellent team perimeter defenders, and the Nuggets just don't have those guys. And to me, a classic example was the Levine three that basically put it away last night. Was, Westbrook is the on-ball defender, and Christian Braun, I believe, was on Lonzo Ball. Ball comes to set the ball screen. It's the ball screen and the ball screen. And I don't know where was the communication, because Levine just go back and watch that play. He just fires. Nobody contests the shot. No, hands were down. Zach LaVine is a good NBA player. He's going to make that shot way more often than not if you're not going to contest it. And he buries that thing, and that's ball game right there. But, come on, somebody at some point, because Westbrook feels the screen on him and is like, oh, okay. Here comes the switch. No, there was none of that. It was just, and Levine saw it and just fired. He was like, oh, hands down, here I go. That's what a good NBA offensive player does.
Yeah, they also got back into the, at times, slapping the rebound out, not going aggressive for the rebound, giving them second possessions again.
That's bad.
That frustrated me.
That's bad.
Look, man.
Aaron Gordon's not okay. He's not. I know there were the quotes in the post the other day of, the calf feels fine. Didn't look like it last night. He didn't look like the same player right now. He looks like he's laboring through something. Hopefully, a good stint in the trainer's room today, and he'll be better tomorrow against the Knicks. And you want to have AG out there, but he doesn't look the same at the moment. So that sucks.
Yeah, that's disheartening.
And
you don't have a big. You don't have a backup big that you truly trust. You trust DeAndre Jordan.
DJ didn't play last night,
but
he didn't even see the floor.
Well, at some point, you can't keep maxing the minutes. I just don't believe that.
I agree.
I don't think he signed up for that.
I agree.
He signed up to play more of his Ish Smith role that he had going on a few years ago.
I'm watching the first half of that game last night. I'm like, we're gonna have a fun show tomorrow. We're gonna talk about Jokic, the dunk machine, and we're just gonna have a blast tomorrow.
Yeah, Marlo was saying put him in the dunk contest and all that, and the 3-point contest.
No, it's no. Let's just.
Why is something off with both squads? Why we in this town, inside Ball Arena alone, we had two teams in the Avs and the Nuggets that had some of the best, what felt like the best chemistry in sports, and it doesn't feel the same anymore.
I'll give you an egg laying. Actually, you know what? F that. Okay? I was about to say I'll give you an egg laying in Minnesota if you go out and you play better against Chicago. But you know what? The Timberwolves are the team that you had a 20-point lead in the second half and you lost.
Yeah.
Last year in Game 7. What about a little bit of pride of going into their building and being like, let's bow up?
Yeah, they traded a guy. You need to go punk them.
Yeah, let's go play
Please.
these dudes. Instead, you didn't show up for that game. You don't show up for the Chicago game. You did for a half, but like Malone said, you should have been up 20 at the break. You were up 7. No, that's putrid effort. I don't know, you play the Knicks tomorrow. Here's the weird thing about this is I said before the road trip, I was like, I don't think they're going to win at the Garden against the Knicks. Maybe they will. Maybe they'll just come out and just decide, you know what, we're going to play our A game and we're going to go show up. Maybe they will. I wouldn't be stunned by it. That's what's so weird about this team.
I will say this. We're having these concerns, and it's whether the Avs or the Nuggets. I don't know. Each team takes turns making me feel more concerned about the other. Again, our parade tracker, we're doing our parade tracker. I'm not sure last night has been keeping the Nuggets on top of the parade tracker.
We're not having parades
not with the way you defend the 3-point line.
No,
yeah, I think you're probably right, period.
Doesn't feel good.
But I will give both teams the grace to say, maybe when the All-Star breaks pass or this Four Nations thing's done, and then you show me it's get serious time, all right, fine.
Maybe.
Then all will be forgiven. But, man, I'm not seeing a lot of evidence that something like that's coming.
I would like it if there was get serious time now where you could, improve your seating and get yourself into a better situation.
And not have to play guys like you did last year. The starters have to go pretty much all but 8 minutes of the game because you got to win every game to keep the seating that you want. Let's not do that.
No. Take a pass. Hey, Altitude Sports Radio and Hooters want to set you up for a party for you and 4 friends with a Hooters prize pack.
I got a question about this.
Hosted by DMac.
Yeah. If it's you and 4, you and 3 of your friends.
Do
you have to have DMac there? Not trying to be a jerk. Like if it was like 20-some people, sure.
Does DMac wear the orange shorts?
Does he wear the socks? Does he come in a cycling outfit because he just biked over to Hooters?
He's sweaty.
He's sweaty.
And he just slips into the outfit.
There's no shower available. And does he sit down and do you all have a steering contest? You know what? And I don't want to just pick on DMac. Would you want to sit down with any of us if it's just 4 of you?
Are we wearing the shorts? That's the key there.
Me? Should I get some Fabletics short shorts or something?
Just nothing but pasty thighs. So you got to answer 10 simple questions about the big game.
You know that game, don't you?
Which game is it? They're like prop bets without risking any money. The entry with the most correct answers wins. A tie goes to the entry that was entered first. So hurry. Visit altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters. That's altitudesportsradio.com/Hooters.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for Colorado Off-Road. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? Would you like a remote start like I've got in my truck so you can get the old car warmed up, the truck or 4x4 warmed up before you get out and hit the road if you'd like that? You know what? I'm telling you, Colorado Off-Road's your place. Maybe you want a bed cover. Keep the snow out of your bed this time of year. Just be able to keep things safe and secure back there. Or maybe you want some floor mats. The floor mats are amazing this time of year when we got all the crummy weather and all the wet, messy weather coming into your vehicle's cabin. You don't want that. The step rails are huge. Maybe you want to get thinking about the towing. I know it's the end of January, but you know what? Maybe you want to think about when you get to go camping and get the old fifth wheel out and get it going. I know Krecker can't wait.
Yeah.
Get his bike going again. I can do it all over at Colorado Off-Road. They got any truck or 4x4 accessory you could want. And if you're a contractor, they can upfit your vehicle. So get on over and see Jerry Jones, his wife, Wendy. They're great folks. You're going to enjoy doing business with them. If you need some suggestions on, a model or a brand that you're looking for, they can help you out. It's Colorado Off-Road. Find them at cooffroad.com. The showroom's 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. Or give them a call, 303-761-1264.
Yeah, we are reaching for higher ground. We are the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here, top of the hour. Well, we'll be reaching for lower ground on that one, I promise you. Wait until you get a load of Jerry Jones. Good Lord.
I've eaten a lot of raccoon.
He sure has.
God, he's got a lot going on.
And
There's
yet
just stuff that says,
like, yet he said something even stranger than that yesterday.
yeah, he went, yeah.
You'll want to hear it. Maybe you will. Maybe you won't want to hear it, but we're going to play it anyway because that's just kind of how we do these things. So the Avalanche play tonight against the Isles. Mikko Rantanen is now a member of the Carolina Hurricanes. Eric Tolsky, he is the GM of the Carolina Hurricanes, Andy. Wow, we should do Know Your NHL GM.
Yeah, no, that would not go well. NFL GM. What would we go? NFL GM or international tennis star?
Well, Tolsky over here. Let's see. This was him. This is from Saturday. Okay, this is via the Daily Face-Off. All right. And he was asked if Mikko Rantanen was a player that he identified as desirable or if the Avalanche reached out to Carolina first. How did this all go? Here's Tolsky.
I don't know. This dates back to the summer when I talked to 31 teams about what trades we might do. And so, I forget whether I made the first call or they did, but at that time it was just, what do we have on the table? It wasn't really a serious, like, this is going to happen kind of conversation.
Right.
But, we made a list of teams that had pieces that they were willing to put in play potentially that we were interested in and kept circling back to those teams to see where they stood and where we stood. And at some point, maybe it gets serious or maybe it doesn't. I think if you had asked me in June whether I thought that was likely to be the outcome, I would have said no. These sorts of things usually don't happen. You put a lot of work into every one of these trades, and 99 out of 100 times, that work is just wasted effort that went nowhere. But the one time that it does work, you hope it makes it all pay off.
Okay. I don't think there's anything terribly stunning that was said right there.
Right.
Like,
you feel out who's available beginning of the year makes a ton of sense.
And any team in the NHL is gonna look at Colorado's situation and say, well, Rantanen's deal is up at the end of this year. They've got Landeskog problems. They've got Nichushkin problems. If Colorado's not in the place, could that be a guy that's on the market? I don't think that's terribly stunning right there. I think any front office in professional sports worth a crap has that list available.
Well, and don't you think, and it probably starts with what guys' contracts are up, because that's where those will be the guys that are probably available.
Yeah.
I'm sure they can call up and go, hey, what about Nathan?
And to his point, it's like, are we going to get Mikko Rantanen? No. Until you do. That's just how these things work. Okay, this is from today. Eric Tolsky goes on Sirius XM NHL Radio, Carolina Hurricanes GM, and he talked about when he felt a Mikko Rantanen acquisition was realistic.
When did you feel in your approach of going after this move that it could be realistic in GMs talking and knowing that, if they don't re-sign him, he might be able to hit the market either open or the trade market in which you made the move?
Yeah, I would say I believed all along that there was at least a chance it would go this direction, which is why we stayed on it. I think it was only in the last couple of weeks that it started to feel like they might be ready to make that decision.
Yeah. Last couple of weeks, okay, this is starting to get serious.
Yeah.
Okay, well, what's happened in the last couple of weeks? Nichushkin went down with injury, so you haven't had him. Team has hit bumpy times a little bit right here. And you've got a trade deadline approaching, and so you have to realistically, again, assess, are we doing everything to maximize the window of Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar being on our hockey team?
Yeah.
And in which case, it's like, if Mikko Rantanen walks out the door and you get nothing for it, well, then you're a bad steward of those two Hall of Famers' careers.
Spring, help me out here. When did the power play drought, the goal drought, start? Weren't the
last month or so?
It's really last 11 games. They have 2 power play goals the last 11 games.
Okay, but
they've also been a basically 500 team in that stretch.
And this is my point. You've got Mikko, you've got Nate, you've got Drew N with him, right?
Yeah.
You've had the top pairing that you'd want. They've been able to move Lecky up there when they've wanted to, back and forth, okay? Nichushkin's always kind of been the second line guy, although has Nichushkin played with that line at all this spring? Am I misremembering that? I don't remember Nichushkin
He's played with
being
both
up.
lines. He's played on 1 and 2.
My point being mainly that you're getting set to pay this guy anyway.
Yeah.
You don't like your depth, and we're not winning games, you know? And I just think it probably had him taking a hard look of how much longer can we try to survive top heavy like this?
Sure, because the likelihood, first off, again, Val Nichushkin is constantly an unknown proposition.
Yes.
He just is.
It's not going to change.
Yeah, he has not earned the benefit of the doubt there. So that's constantly you don't know, all right? Landeskog's future is murky at best, all right? So without those two pieces in place, then it's like, okay, the $12 million that I'm spending on McKinnon, it's at 10, 11 right now with Kalen. It's going to go up to 18 to 20. And then the 13, 14, whatever you're going to be spending on Mikko Rantanen, is that enough to help us win right now? No, we just flat out don't have the depth when we don't have exactly the pieces in place and the two-way talent in place that we have to have on the ice.
Yeah, and look, so they made this decision. And again, we're all going
to This whole thing, I really view this, Andy, as this is the start of this whole thing around those two, 29 and 8. This is the start of everything around those guys getting reworked.
Yeah, it's, you know what this is? The Avs are going to probably move it a little slower along, but this is essentially going to be the Avs of this previous era were the 2013 Broncos.
Yeah.
The Avs, if they get another cup, are probably going to look more like the 2015 Broncos, where it's the defense and the star players. Now, hopefully you've got McKinnon and McCarr in the middle of it, unlike Manning. But the bottom line, my point being, the whole supporting cast around Manning was completely remade, especially on the defensive side of the ball, after 2013 didn't go the way they needed it to.
Yesterday, John Michael Lyles mentioned Chicago and sort of what happened with the Blackhawks at the conclusion of their dynasty. And they paid Taves and Kane and Keith and Seabrook, and they invested heavily into those superstars. Well, number one, those guys got older. And number two, everything around them fell off. And the cap was not, they didn't do everything perfectly that you have to do around the perimeter in order for it all to work. And they're still trying to dig themselves out of that hole right now. And the Avalanche are trying to make sure that does not happen. And when you have two of the top 3 players in the entire NHL on your team, and you got to spend to have those guys, that's what's funny about it is it's the old expression, it's a good problem to have, right? But you are investing so top heavy in your roster because of those two guys. It's almost just like those guys are too good to have a third guy that's as good as Mikko Rantanen.
No, you're right. But again, you don't want to end up like, let's remember Minnesota. Let's take a team that went all in on Suter and Parisi.
Yeah.
And remember, Parisi spent last year with the Avalanche. They bought out Parisi. You don't want to end up in that situation where you're paying guys, because you brought it up. Not only is it the money, but how long you got to go with these guys. Yeah. 8 years. Do you know that Mikko is still going to be Mikko in 8 years?
Right.
Now, again, this sucks. We all love Mikko. I don't want to paint this as, I'm happy Mikko's gone. I'm not.
The organization.
But the NHL has a strong financial reality you have to be aware of.
And to your point, Andy, the organization paid Gabriel Landeskog. How's that worked out?
Yeah, I don't think
and it sucks. It's not. It's at the time, it was like, of course you do that.
You have to. He's your captain.
This is your captain. He's one of the best two-way players on the planet. You are the Colorado Avalanche because you had that guy. And the Avalanche did everything right, and they got bit in the butt for it.
Yeah, they signed 2 guys they needed to sign.
Yeah.
One has not played at all, right? Because unfortunately, Gabe's knee injury acted up after he got the new contract after the Cup, right?
Yeah.
And Val, again, all love Val.
Yeah, Google it.
But yeah.
It happened. Yeah.
Going through another stretch where unfortunately you need him, not on the ice because of injury.
Marty Necas, Jack Drury, and the Avalanche. They take on the Islanders tonight. The puck will drop at 5:30. The pregame coverage will begin at 5 o'clock. We've got NFL news coming back here on the other side. We got another change to the Broncos coaching staff. Didn't see this one coming. We'll tell you about that. Bo Nix, is he going to the Pro Bowl or not? We'll tell you all about that. And what? Jerry Jones? I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
What?
You
Huh?
say things and act like we all can relate to what you're saying.
One of my favorites is squirrel.
I'm sorry, what now, sir? Yeah, that's next. You should start your new year off with a decade of winning.
I'd take that.
From the Colorado Lottery. Decade of dollars scratch games are here, Andy, and you can play. They've got games available for $1, $2, $5, $10, $20 for you high rollers out there for a chance to win up to $10,000 a month for 10 years. Your best decade starts now.
It's like scratching a scratch off, because this is a scratch off. You don't need your lucky numbers.
No.
You don't have to stress about things. You don't have to go to your psychic.
Just find it.
Scratch the ticket.
Find a coin.
And it says Jokic.
Boom.
10 years of winning.
10 years of gold right there.
And Nathan McKinnon right there.
It's available to you. It is Decade of Dollars Scratch. You start your best decade yet with Decade of Dollars Scratch games from the Colorado Lottery. Top prize of $10,000. That's 10 G's a month for 10 years. 5 exciting ways to play. Check it out right now. Decades of Dollars from the Colorado Lottery. Let's dive right into the football news right here. We call it the High Five. It's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league. We do have a Super Bowl matchup, and the offseason machinations continue around the NFL. Let's get you the latest. Let's go, Spring.
It's the High Five. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it is never ordinary at Bet365. Pro Bowl alternates keep flooding in because nobody wants to play in this flag football game. Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen do not want to play in this game.
Josh Allen?
C.J. Stroud and Bo Nix were the next two up. C.J. Stroud said, "No, I'm good." And Bo Nix said the same, but he is going to have a minor cleanup procedure, a little surgery. That is the reason he won't be playing.
Is that because of the back fractures, right? I'm assuming that's what we're cleaning up, or it could be anything really. We don't know.
I mean, I'm with you. I'm assuming that's what that is, right? But who knows? I don't know. Look, they were all enjoying themselves on a boat. Good for them. They've got the money. Go do it. I'd join them if I could. The bottom line is, Spring said it best.
Wait, who was on a boat?
It was Bo, it was Stiddy, it was Wilson, it was Miners, and then I heard someone else say McGlinchey was there, but I saw the other four. Did not see McGlinchey in the picture, but Miners was there.
What kind of boat?
Like a Jerry Jones Bond yacht or something.
Oh, no kidding?
Yeah.
Okay.
It looked like they were not. I don't think they were in charge of the craft. I think they probably just chartered said adventure.
So not like a pontoon?
No.
Okay.
No, this was. They were all enjoying dinner on the back end, like one of those tables at the boat.
Oh, like it's an episode of Top Chef?
Who knows?
Okay.
Maybe it's a Carnival Cruise Line. I don't really know, Nate. Maybe it is.
They were on a floating vessel of some sort.
Yeah. No, but here's my thing. He said it best. Spring said it best. I don't think guys are super psyched to go to Orlando compared to Hawaii. I mean, part of the reason why they stuck the game in Hawaii was nobody was going to say no to a free trip to Hawaii.
Yeah.
And now that it's just the big field day, I don't think half these guys want to bother with it.
Yeah, like you don't.
I'll go to Cabo. Thank you.
The moment the year ends, you plan for your vacation, and then you're like, do I want to cancel this sweet vacation that I just planned to go to Orlando? No, you're good. You can take a pass on all that. So the AFC is running Joe Burrow, Russell Wilson, and Drake May out there because they're the guys that said
half the
yes.
rookie class turned down this position.
They sure did.
And Russ was like, why not? Guess it'll help me in my free agent ventures.
Yeah, Russ has nothing else to do right now. He's available for it. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, more Broncos coaching news. Today, they parted ways with inside linebackers coach Greg Minuski. He was with Sean in Denver for both of Peyton's 2 years so far as the Broncos head coach, but he is now out. Mike Kliss tweeting out just a few moments ago that Darren Rizzi could become the new Broncos special teams coordinator if the Saints hire Mike McCarthy or Kellen Moore. I believe those are the two favorites to get that job.
The Riz Man is on his way now here to Denver. Spring, what do we have any more information on the Riz Man? Is there any pregame concerns going on with this guy that we should be aware of before he potentially coaches Denver special teams?
Yeah, so he took over the Saints as interim head coach when they fired Dennis Allen. Got his first win, a home win over the Atlanta Falcons. After that game, he's an open book, Darren Rizzi. He revealed to us what kind of day he was having before that win.
No, man, I'm a pretty open guy, so this is how my day started. I get down here to the stadium, get down here to Superdome, I go in the head coach's locker room, which, I've never used before, right? So here I am early in the morning, I go to the bathroom, and this is how my day started. I clogged the toilet. And I'm like, this is going to be a crappy day, pun intended.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
See, now, here's the question is, does he still partake in that as his pregame activity now that he has been demoted back
Less
to
stress.
the assistant's coach bathroom?
Will Bud Black talk about him eventually?
Because
like he did.
Diarrhea.
Yeah. Thanks, Bud.
Toilets!
Yeah.
The private restroom, that's that thing, Andy. We're always like, why would anybody want to coach the New York Jets? You get the private bathroom.
Well, there it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that to these guys.
You get get one to yourself.
It's you probably, and actually I'm sure DMac could confirm, you probably get a private shower too.
Well.
You probably, You get your own toilet.
Yeah.
You get your own shower.
You know what? I think you're right.
All the other assistants, they got to shower together and again, they're checking under the stalls. Head coach, you got a locking door. That's the benefit to it.
That's where Josh always wanted to do his interviews. Because, again, my time during the sidelines, I'd have to hand Josh my headset so he could talk to Dave Logan, and he would always take us into, his bathroom area. And I'm like, bro. So there was, a room for him to get ready in.
Was he...
And then your own private throne.
Do you think that was, some weird New England stuff of, he was worried everything was bugged, so...
You know what's funny, to your point, so I'll tell you what all the guys did. Mike Shanahan wasn't afraid of anything. Mike would do it dead in the middle of the locker room.
Yeah.
And he'd be calling guys out that I'd be 5 feet from. I'd be like, "Wow, you hearing this guy?
Yeah.
You're on the post game show, and not in a good way." Kubiak did it just right outside the double doors where the media went in.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of within the main guys getting used by the quarterbacks, if you will. Who else did I deal with? Foxy. God, where did Foxy do it? I think Foxy was just right outside the locker room too. But I mean, Shanahan was the only one that it would always still be left there. They had a bagels and donuts table that would be in the middle of the thing.
Uh-huh.
Shanahan stood right by that and would talk as loud as he could to Dave.
Yeah, no fear.
Yeah.
Ramon says, sounds like the Riz visited the Altitude Studios recently.
Huh?
It's a number 2.
Yeah.
Does he leave the bathroom unhealthy?
People have had the problem.
We have heard. There have been emails sent. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Today, the Cowboys hired a new defensive coordinator. It will be Matt Eberflus, former Bears head coach.
Blue!
He was the Colts defensive coordinator before he took the Bears head coaching job. In other Cowboys news, so Jerry Jones, Brian Schottenheimer, Stephen Jones had an hour-long press conference to introduce their new head coach.
So good.
Yesterday. They also had a media scrum off to the side. Jerry loves...
Wait a minute. Did he not have enough to say?
Yeah, had a presser. Who did you miss? Not a room in the room.
Let's more questions, please. I need more. Yes, it would. But that, by the way, was not the Brian Schottenheimer introductory press conference. That was the Jerry Jones defends every terrible decision he's ever made press conference.
That was his Festivus. I've read all your takes about my hires, and now here I am to just tell you the problem I got with you.
And then he wasn't done at the podium.
Yeah.
He had to go talk to reporters, and then it got even stranger, Spring.
Yeah, fortunately, he did talk to those reporters off to the side because we got this quote from Jerry Jones.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
What the hell are you talking about, old man?
Exactly what percentage of it is.
Yeah.
Smiles and... By the way, Andy, I know when he said that because the internet has inundated our lives and maybe redefined a particular term. Maybe. That
you're talking about hitting a well.
People
you think
have
that's an oil term is what you're saying.
Things on the internet.
Sure.
But, there actually is a Wikipedia page for that kind of glory hole. And in the context of offshore petroleum industry, Andy, it's an excavation into the seafloor designed to protect the wellhead equipment installed at the surface of a petroleum well from icebergs or pack ice. So there you go. That's
Kyle wants us to get on our billionaire friend Bill and ask him about the term.
About glory holes.
Bill forgets we're not on the internet sometimes. I don't know that I want to risk that. Because he's got a sense of humor now. But yes, it is. Listen,
I also
Jerry's
think,
in Landman.
Yeah,
so he's in his oil. I think he's in his oil headspace when he says that. But to your point, I think for the younger generation,
Mr. Comstock Resources.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that maybe you meant 20 years ago that doesn't hit people that way now. So maybe don't go with that.
It has a slightly different term.
Right. Now you're probably talking oil, but really, Jerry, I'm not sure.
Smiles and glory holes.
Yeah, good for you. We've got oil.
It's my job to make these oil wells blow. Okay, go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, Senior Bowl going on out in Mobile, Alabama. Browns GM Andrew Berry is out there, and he talked to reporters. According to the Browns website, somebody asked him, Are you going to trade Myles Garrett? He's 29 years old. He's got 2 years left on his deal. He said, no, they're not going to trade Myles Garrett. You can put that on the record.
It's on the record.
Good.
Yeah. Don't trade your best player. Don't trade the only chance you have of being good next year. And a la what Denver was this year, what Green Bay and Tampa were the year before that, of just like, you know what, you can have a buttload of dead money and make the playoffs. It's just the Browns are trying to like the Broncos. They set the record last year. Now the Browns are just like, hold our beer, and we'll see if we can, down that by another $60 million.
Pretty sure the Kirk Cousins one's going to come in a little eyebrow raising as well.
Right.
All of a sudden, all these NFL teams are like, yeah, this whole.
Doesn't that, you know what, though? That sucks for those GMs and coaches, because every owner is just going to be like, well, Denver did it. Well, Green Bay did it. You can make the playoffs. I don't want to hear about dead money. And finally, Spring.
High five.
Patriots safeties coach, their safeties coach for the last 5 years, Brian Belichick, is out in New England.
I didn't know
he was still in New England. Isn't he just going to Chapel Hill?
How many Belichicks are there?
It's a great question.
So this is the kid? I thought he was Steve Belichick.
Steve is also a Belichick.
Right, but he's the one taking over he's the presumed DC.
Yeah. He's the one with the mullet and the weird mouth. Yeah.
There was a Brian Belichick?
Yeah, Brian is the youngest son. Wow. Grew up a Patriots fan, spent the last 9 years on staff, first as a personnel assistant, then a coaching assistant, before being elevated to safeties coach in 2020. He was, at least there are quotes here of members of the Patriots saying nice things about him. He will not be on the Patriots any longer. I'm presuming because Vrabel had to give his kid that the world saw in the bathroom on draft day. That kid needs a job, so he'll be the next safeties coach of the Patriots.
All right. Your boy Brian Belichick is 37 years old.
37.
Even he is a little too old to be dating Bill Belichick's girlfriend. Now, he's better. He's in the range. He's all right.
It is closer.
But even he might be the age of her father if he were to go over and have a family dinner.
Still problematic. Mm-hmm.
What's Steve's age? Now I got to know Steve's age.
You Google that.
Right. Are you the boyfriend in waiting? Steve Belichick is 86. What the hell? That makes it even worse.
He's also 37.
Steven Belichick. What?
Are they twins?
I don't know.
Steve and
What's going
Brian?
on? That can't be right. The mullet guy? Yes. No way. They've got to have it mixed up.
Younger
with his...
brother Brian.
Well, he could be like 5 minutes younger. You never know. I don't know the
Wait
Belichick
a minute. Are they
family
both
tree.
rocking a sweet mullet?
I hope so. Okay, we've got new rankings.
Yes.
When we come back,
we got to rank something. It's Tuesday.
Power rankings went away, and so we're trying to fill a hole in all of your empty dead souls, and so we will do so,
and not any of the ones Jerry's talking about.
Not those. Those holes get filled with something else.
Yeah.
Anyway, we've got rankings, and it has to do with our teams that we love disappointing the hell out of us. That's next.
And glory holes.
Hey, it's Nate Kreckman for Sport Trade. Go to getsporttrade.com, download it onto your phone today, and check it out because there's hockey to bet tonight. There's basketball to bet tonight. And on Sport Trade, one of the things I love is that you can bet games as probabilities. Yeah, take a look at a game pregame and get a sense of it. And lay down a bet, and then who knows? Perhaps if you see win probability go up, you sell your bet, you buy low, you sell high. It's that simple. Go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com. Right now, The Avalanche, a 56% win probability right now on Sport Trade, taking on the Islanders. Hey, maybe you want to bet the Isles, and if they have a lead after the first, boom, you sell your bet right there. Don't worry, we know the Avs will come back and win that game. Go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com right now, where you can view the odds as probabilities. Again, allowing you to make a bet pregame. Don't worry about confusing money lines. Just buy low, sell high. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Tuesday means Power Rankings. Power Rankings are brought to you by our friends at Safeway. Shop Safeway's Winter 4 times point event and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries. You can save big on the season's hottest items this winter. Safeway there for all your grocery needs. Clip the offer in the Safeway app to start earning today. There are no new NFL power rankings. We don't have those.
We're going to get the final ones in 2 weeks, and I think we all fear what they're going to be.
But we like to rank things.
We need this, Nate.
We need to rank.
People were freaking out if we missed it even a little bit during the regular season.
We have inherently in our souls a desire to rank. And so we will do just that. I'm going to hand it over to my partner, Andy Lindahl, today. He is spearheading this spelunking down into the caves of rank.
Here's what we're doing, okay? And you can keep the football sounds if you like. Spring, whatever hits you. I've decided after last night, again, Nate calling the ball of how there's no way they lose, then they do because of all the 3 balls.
I don't think I said there was no way they'd lose.
It felt that way to me. Let me paraphrase. I'm just paraphrasing.
I just said their opponent sucks.
I decided I'd rank the top 5 losses, although technically there's 6, but the top 5 losses that to me suck. Since the season started for both these teams, the time I just felt like the disappointed father in both the Avs and the Nuggets.
So you might say these losses, they have a rank order about them, or odor.
Yeah.
And a rank order,
Oh, they
too.
rank.
Yeah.
They rank all right.
Okay.
You know what? We'll start out with the Avs crushing my soul as I get excited for a tasty new hockey season.
Is this number 5?
Yeah, we'll call it number 6. You okay with 6? Can I bend the rules on our first thing?
Hey, 6 is good.
Because, again, this was the worst of the 2 losses to this team.
Okay.
Avs lost to Chicago back on October 28th, 5-2. I mean, what the bleep?
Yeah.
I'm just getting going. I'm like, hey, man, new year. You know, who did we trade already? I already forgot the goalie's name. Georgie will be fine. He's back. It's all going to be cool.
Yeah.
Now you're going to lose 5-2.
Yeah, they were 0-4.
Yeah.
And then they went 5 in a row. And then they lost at home to Chicago.
5-2.
Yeah. Fell to 5-5. Yeah, that was Georgie in the net that night.
Yeah,
Avalanche.
that one cool.
Yeah.
That one cool. So
okay, so that's
6.
That's the take your pick on losses to Chicago, by the way. But you're going October.
I'm going to go with
28th.
that one first.
Okay.
Just because. Okay. Then I'm going to go with this was a weird loss, but it was a close loss. But they decided on they being the Nuggets, decided on December 19th, they'd go ahead and drop that game to Portland. Not sure why. I believe it was just a 2-point loss. But they decided they'd go ahead and put a Portland loss on their resume.
But the thing about that game, too, was like they played poorly all night.
Right.
It wasn't like last night where they had a 12-point lead. Like that Portland game.
They hung around.
They were, at points, they were down by double digits in the second half against the Blazers. They were down 16 in the third quarter. They got back into it. In fact, they had a 2-point lead in the final minute, and that somehow still managed to lose to the Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah, for no good reason.
Yeah, Portland, by the way, is 17-29 on the year. They're actively tanking.
So that was back on December 19th. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put last night's loss to Chicago at 4. Because you do have a good player in Zach LaVine. The 3-ball was the main reason for it. You had a lead. You looked like you were handling business. It was a very disappointing second half. But Zach LaVine could shoot. And who knows? Maybe the trade talk gets going again. And they decide he's a future Nugget.
I mean, if you're Calvin Booth last night and you're watching that game, you're like, well, now you know why I'm kicking the tires on that one.
That's why I've had the discussions.
Porter had a terrible shooting night, and Zach LaVine had a good shooting night. And this is Andy, when just revisiting that trade discussion for a moment, this is what I told you. LaVine can get his own shot off the bounce that Porter cannot get for himself. Zach LaVine can get buckets on the floor without Nikola Jokic. Porter doesn't do nearly enough of that. And if you need evidence, just look at the start of the fourth quarter last night when Porter and Murray couldn't do a thing without Jokic out there.
Well, yeah, I mean, come on, guys. You just can't have that. All right, I'm going to take you back to January 8th. Yeah. And this is the Avs. The Avs, I thought, were trying to get it going. And I remember the Avs, they lost to the Canadiens at home in a shootout on January 4th, but they'd come back. They beat the Sabres at home. They beat the Panthers 3-1 at home on the 6th. It was feeling good. And you're thinking, all right, they got the Blackhawks. They got the Wild. They got the Jets. Chance to get that run going, right? Now they decided to go back to Chicago on January 8th and lose 3-1 to Chicago. They scored a lousy goal against Chicago, who at the time, and they still may be, the worst team in the NHL. The worst team. At least the one early in the year, like, early season hockey's a little weird. Is everybody really into it? But no, on 8th, we decide we're going to drop 3-1. 3-1 to the Blackhawks. Are you kidding me?
I want to add to that, going into that game against the Blackhawks, Chicago had dropped 6 of 7. They then turn around and beat the Avalanche. They have lost 7 of 8 since then.
Yeah.
In the month of January, the Blackhawks have 2 victories. One of them is over the Avalanche. The other one's against Vegas.
So now, I will tell
Weird
you
sport.
The final 2.
Okay.
I'm going to rank them simply because the Avs are really hurting my feelings right now.
All right.
We got to put the Washington loss on December 7th. The Nuggets are number 2 with their loss at Washington. All because of, who was it? Jordan Poole decided he'd go off for every three-pointer in the world that night that he would hit.
He did.
And somehow the Nuggets lost, yes, to the Washington. What are they, the Wizards?
The Wizards had lost 18 consecutive games going into that game. 18 consecutive for the year. And it's not as though, Andy, that victory over Denver sprung the Wizards into anything good. They are 6-39. They are currently riding a 14-game losing streak.
Good God.
Uh-huh.
I probably should put that one, but again, I'm angry at the Avs for what they did to us on Martin Luther King Day.
Again, losing streaks of
18.
Actually, it was technically 16, excuse me.
Okay, 16.
They were 2-18. They had lost 16 in a row.
Followed up by what streak after the win?
16, and then starting on the 3rd of January, they began a 14-game losing streak.
All right, my number 1 ranking sucky loss, and a lot of these are grouped way too close together in January here, but certainly last month and a half of our lives. I'm going to the Avs, losing to Minnesota, Martin Luther King Day, afternoon affair. They're down there, 2 top defensemen in Kirill. We don't even know if Kaprizov's going to play again. He's scheduled to have surgery. He might be done for the year. Mm-hmm. He certainly didn't play in this one. You've got Minnesota at home. You need the points. You desperately need the points to kind of get the roll going. You had just beat the Wild 6-1 just a couple weeks earlier, and then you roll in. You lose to the Oilers 4-3. You found a way to get past the Stars. I was like, again, where I'm like, here you go. And you go and you cough it up against the depleted Wild. Now, listen, by this account, I probably could throw the Minnesota Timberwolves loss in there too. The hell with Minnesota, period. But it's your rival. And, guy, you need these points to get out of wild card, to get back into better position. And instead, you show up, you look completely disinterested. I've never heard Moser and Connor be so feisty about an effort in a game that they've seen. So that, number 1 right now, is losses that suck. Yeah! Losses that suck since this season started. That is my power ranking of the terrible 5 today.
Man, Chicago Blackhawks landing on the list twice.
Dude, have you lost twice to them? How have you lost twice?
They're a terrible team. At least they are paying half of Mikko's salary right now. So you can have old Marty Natchez on your team. I will quibble with your top 2 only because, the Wild are a playoff team. The Wizards are not even an NBA team.
I told you I was picking out emotion. So it's fine for you to flip them. I understand where you're coming from.
Here's the thing, though, is yeah, but go back and watch how the Avalanche played that day.
Yeah, they did not care. You and I were in here trying to get ready to do our show. We're talking to Marcus Camby because we had to pre-record that, and we're just like, what is going on with this team?
We did talk to Marcus Camby that day. Marcus Camby brightened
he made the day okay.
Our day that day, and we appreciate him for that.
So there you go.
There
you can
you go.
text in some more nominees if you'd like to. They're playing are the Islanders any good? They also had an early season loss to the Islanders. They're mid. Well, mid's still better than the Blackhawks.
The Islanders are currently 8th in the wild card right now in the East. So, no, they're not good.
Aren't they about what the Avs are, unfortunately?
No,
Patrick Waugh?
No. The Avalanche are in wild card position right now.
Oh, okay, I got you.
The Avs should beat these guys. Should.
Yeah, you should have beat Boston the other day.
Being the key word. Should being the key word. Uh-huh. How many New York Islanders can you name, Andy?
No. Is Varlamov gone? He's not there, is he? I can't remember. Is he still an Islander?
Name some Isles.
I think Varlamov is there because it was going to be interesting to watch Waugh coach him, right? Or no? You're looking at the roster?
Yeah, he's an Islander still.
There we go.
I think is he hurt right now?
Is Tavares still there?
No, he's a Leaf.
No. Let's see. Name some Islanders. I got your Bo Horvat.
Oh, good old Bo Horvat. There's a name.
I got your Matthew Barzal.
Okay.
I got your Kyle Palmieri. No relation to Rafael Palmeiro. Let's see. I got your. Oh, I can't even pronounce that name. Anders Lee.
There you go.
How about Anders Lee?
I like Anders Lee.
Okay.
He's on Long Island.
Little Scott Mayfield.
Are they on Long Island still? I mean, the
Alexander Romanoff.
where's their new building? They're not playing in Nassau
on Long
anymore.
Island.
Okay.
Still on Long
The
Island.
UBS Arena.
The UBS Arena. Okay. What is UBS? Do we know?
Brother of IBS. I don't know. Our guy Rizzy's got
Diarrhea.
So it can be irritable. It can also be unruly. So
It's a number 2.
It depends on what's going on that day.
I had a buddy where a soda would set it off.
Also, and I know you were sticking to the Avalanche and the Nuggets, but the Broncos' performance in Buffalo, I think they'd like a word for bad January losses right there, Andy.
I thought about that.
Maybe run the ball.
I thought about that, but guess what? They got there. They were the 7 versus the 2.
And they got
Everyone
smashed.
I pointed out, the Avs or Nuggets were the better team than who they played.
This is very
That
true.
was not the case when again, the Broncos, if
Broncos
you want to
were
be
what?
honest about it, they had to create the playoff spot for the Broncos to get into the playoffs.
They were what, 8.5 point dogs?
The 7th
Yeah.
seed didn't exist 4 years ago.
Yeah, there's really not all that much disappointment going on right there. Let's be
Oh,
honest.
United Bank of Scotland, says Kyle.
That's what's up.
Do the Scottish like hockey?
What the hell? Why am I borrowing money from the Scottish? They seem like angry people. What happens if I'm late on some of those fees? You're showing up in a kilt?
Bludgeoning you?
As I hear bagpipes coming down the street?
Smacking you across the
The
face
warning.
with a nice haggis? We're getting all kinds of trivia about random Islanders coming in here on the show. We could have done Know Your New York Islanders today on the program, but instead we did the power rankings of suck. There's only so many of our top 76 bits that we can fit into a day.
Hey, we created the top 5 of suck.
That's right.
It became 6. Already broke the rule.
All right. I've got
Kyle said he made up that. Damn it, Kyle. We should have gone with the United Bank of Scotland. That's what I want it to be now. I'd like to know they're lending us money. It's not a very big country, right? It'd be kind of funny if they were, doing home loans.
All right. I have hockey content when we come back.
It's not losses that gave you IBS.
I think it's well. Winning gave Rizzy IBS.
That's what we should have. That's really what we should have called it. Losses that gave me IBS. Yeah,
Well,
wasn't that the only game they won?
Hey, you know
He
what?
just won one, didn't he?
We're always workshopping everything, okay? This bit could have a new title next week.
Yeah, we're not settled.
Yeah, we're not.
When you come up with one.
I can't promise that Safeway will still want to sponsor it or not, but you know what? They got to move toilet paper. It's right there on
why
the
not?
aisles.
Why not?
Yes. They got products
I
available.
forgot they were sponsoring the Power Rankings.
They are.
Hey, perfect time for them to come back with the strawberries, the chocolate strawberries, weaponized chocolate strawberries.
I've got a really weird hockey story before we get out of here.
Let's go to break because we ain't got much time.
On a Tuesday. We need to slide this in. And I have no other way to tease what I'm about to share with everybody other than this is really weird. That's next. Cash does rule everything around us. We are the Kreckman and Lindahl show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and we are with you today until 5 because we got the Avalanche coming up tonight, taking on the Islanders in Long Island this evening. The old Nassau Coliseum, the Avs and the Isles. Obviously, we've been spending a lot of the show today lamenting another disappointing Nuggets performance as they lost in Chicago. They will take on the Knicks at the Garden tomorrow night. Hopefully, get your crap together, fellas. Here's my big concern, Andy, with the Nuggets is... And we saw it most of this month. They're still really good.
Yeah.
And when they play at their peak, they, I firmly believe, can give anybody a series. Okay? I don't think the Oklahoma City Thunder, as good as they are, would walk over Denver in a 7-game set. I do think Minnesota has the weird psychological edge over them right now. But basically, outside of those two teams, I would pick Denver to win any other series. And guess what? If you're that good, then if some other team is dealing with injuries or issues or whatever it may be, you might be able to steal a series. This team can win an NBA championship. I firmly believe that is the case. But I think one other thing that we've learned about this Nuggets team this season, and really from kind of the end of the Sacramento game forward through Minnesota, through a really disappointing performance in Chicago, is that this team also, they can just play like crap. Like the floor is low for this team. Ceiling's still high, but the floor is lower than it was when you had the likes of KCP and Bruce Brown and competent veterans.
Jeff Green.
Jeff Green.
We probably shouldn't be leaving him out anymore.
That can generally just steady the ship. And the Nuggets are still relying on some inexperience and some youth. And there's also just some bad habits on this team that creep up every now and then. And it's so funny because think about the way that we were talking about the Nuggets last week. After you win in Miami, you win in Orlando, you blow out the Sixers, you beat a hot Sacramento team. It's like, oh, man, we were looking at this road trip. In fact, we were looking at the stretch going up to the All-Star break and being like, I don't know, 8-1, 7-2. Well, you've already dropped the first 2 games since we had those conversations right there. And I'm not terribly optimistic for a trip to play the Knicks tomorrow night.
Yeah, the Knicks one. Now, again, because this team does what they do like this, they'll go and whoop the Knicks and surprise us.
Maybe
and
they'll go beat those guys.
it coming and, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Now, just pulled up the standings. A little annoying because they were right there for the number 2 slot. Now they're 3 games behind both the Rockets and the Grizzlies, sitting there with 28 wins. Now, the Grizzlies do have a game in hand as well, or the Nuggets have a game in hand on the Grizzlies. But here's what I don't like that you brought up. Here's what's concerning that continues to show itself from a year ago.
Yeah.
What bothers me about the Minnesota series was when things started going bad, nobody, not even Joker, could get him out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It happened again last night where when things are going bad, Joker got close. But again, Jamal's got to find it, and PJ, Aaron, if he can get it. Somebody has got to help Joker get the ship right when it's not going well.
Yeah.
And we've seen too many games this season, as you pointed out, where it continues like it did in the playoffs a year ago, and I don't know why.
Please figure out a way to add somebody that can guard the wing. All right, time for your Rockhead of the day. It's presented to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life. Okay, what I'm about to share with everybody is not by any means new. It's just I only just now became aware of it. All right? A buddy of mine sent me a post on Instagram that discovered something. Andy, obviously, you know the great Guy Lafleur.
Yeah.
Legendary Canadian ice hockey player.
The Flower.
That's right, the Flower, Montreal Canadiens. He's one of the great goal scorers in the history of hockey, 29th all-time NHL history, 5-time Stanley Cup winner, 6-time All-Star, 3-time Art Ross, 2-time Hart Trophy winner, Guy Lafleur, one of the all-time greats. Did you know this about Guy Lafleur, Andy? Did you know he had a disco album?
No. What was the name of the album? Can I get it on vinyl still?
I bet that would be a pretty sweet pull out of a record store bin. The album, which came out in 1979, was called LaFleur. With an exclamation
Really thought
point.
about that.
Okay. Spring, give me a little bit of LaFleur right here. Give me that disco right now. This track, just bring it up. There we go. This track is called Scoring. Okay.
Come on.
Now what this is?
Hold on. Give everybody the name again.
The name of this track is Scoring.
Scoring.
This album.
You think he meant in the club and on the ice?
Is Guy LaFleur doing spoken word of hockey instruction over disco music? I kid you not.
Once you have mastered a good shot, you must learn when to use it. It's important when you practice your shots to always shoot towards the target. Control of any shot comes from a closed or open blade. To keep the shot low,
right there.
close the blade. And to shoot it high, all you have to do is open the blade. Remember that backhand shots are more difficult because of the curved stick.
Bring in the chorus.
When attacking a goaltender, never carry the puck in front of you because he knows you cannot shoot from that position. The goalie takes one look, he reads deke or pass, and he backs up. Don't tell him what you're gonna do. Don't give him the additional advantage. Scoring goals is tough enough without giving the goalie the edge. Carry the puck beside you. Now you have him guessing. Then, if the goalie backs up to the crease, shoot. If he stays out, deke.
Deke.
The attacker always has to react to the goalie's position. This is why freedom of thought at high speed is so important.
It's a real
At
thing.
35 miles per hour.
Some of the other tracks on this album, skating, checking, face-off, power play, Guy LaFleur providing you hockey instruction over some pretty sick disco music.
Okay. How many pounds of whatever narcotic went into coming up with that idea? And why did he sign on? You mean all I got to do is talk hockey? Okay, I'm in.
There was a release party at a Montreal nightclub when it came out. When asked about disco, LaFleur responded, I like it very much, but I want to say something. I'm not a very good dancer. On the ice, maybe I am a good one, but not outside. Guy LaFleur has a disco album. May he rest in peace, and may he rest in